Well, wish you a very good morning from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Nick Webb for this joint commentary at BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales of Kent against Glamorgan. It's day 2, and striding out to the middle is one Ben Kellaway on 91 not out. Already a career best for him, Nick, and 9 more needed for his century. Might be the first celebration of the morning. Glamorgan will be hoping very much that it is.
Indeed, the Kellaway century, 9 runs away for a 21-year-old young man who's already got a couple of first-class fifers with his off-spin and this a potential landmark with the bat. But it'll be Andy Goran on strike after Tim van der Hoogten was dismissed with 2 balls, I think it was, remaining last night.
That'll be George Garrett to start from the Nackington Road end. Umpire Sue Redfern waving to the scorers to make sure they're alert. Of course they are. Watching out in the middle. It's a beautiful day once again. 3 slips ranged in behind Andy Goran as Garrett bowls to him now. Down the leg side, a little tickle on it. I'm not sure we'd even call that a glance. It's buys, in fact. He didn't get anything on it at all. So a little bit of a spray from George Garrett, who was a little bit guilty of that yesterday. Bowled some a handful of really good deliveries with just 1 wicket to show for it, but never really had the consistency yesterday, I think, Nick.
No, it's a shame really, because Kashif was menacing throughout for Kent, and Grant Stewart bowled very tightly, but really it was only 2 out of the hoped for 4 seamers performing.
Garrett now bowls to Goran. That's better on middle stump. Goran defends it into the offside end of the over. 3, 9, 3, 4, 7. Goodness me, we started early. Who would have thought it?
Oh, yes.
At least on the...
well, I had those couple of balls to bowl.
That's good. I wanted to mop them up from last night. So, yeah, you're right. The first full over of the game might well be of day 2, maybe bowled at 11 o'clock. 3, 9, 3, 4, 7 then, with those 4 byes added. And, yeah, order of the day for Glamorgan is to bat on as long as possible. Another 7 runs takes them to a 4th batting bonus point as well.
Yes, I mean, I think they'll concentrate firstly on getting Kellaway to his century. If they do that, then the 4th batting point will have been achieved. They may have a little dabble for the 5th point if Goran can get set, but Harris as well knows which end of a bat to hold, and is a decent player to have coming in at 10. And it will be Kashif Ali, the star performer for Kent of the first day. 4 for 75, 4 out of the 7 wickets to fall. 1 apiece to Parkinson, Stewart and latterly Garrett in the evening. So 3, 9, 3 for 7 in very warm weather. As Kashif is in to bowl to Kellaway, who gets bat on ball, a nice firm defensive prod up to mid-off to make him feel a little bit better. There's still a little bit of a gentle breeze, but temperatures are very much significantly higher than yesterday, probably 4 or 5 degrees, you would have thought. And lovely watching conditions if you take the appropriate precautions on sunscreen, of course. 3, 9, 3 for 7. As Kashif is on his way away from us at the pavilion end and bowls to Kellaway, who drives to mid-on, and there is no run. Fielded by Grant Stewart. And thought we might see a few more Kent players sweaterless today. Yeah. Make it easier for the visiting commentator to actually identify them.
Grant Stewart has taken a sweater off, but presumably because that skin is going to start from the... he might take over from Garrett at the far end, but we'll see, I guess.
As Kashif is in to bowl, and Kellaway nudges it away backward of square on the offside to go for his first run of the morning. Make that runs as he has to put the accelerators on to get home at the striker's end. As Benjamin, I was going to say whipped the bails off, but rather demolished the stumps in the manner that I'd be more likely to do, rather than a neat, elegant removal of one bail.
Might as well be emphatic about it. The throw from Harry Finch actually wasn't a good accurate throw, at least forcing the issue, but you're right, he's made a terrible mess of the furniture.
Kellaway on to 93, the total on to 395 for 7, 5 runs for the batting point. As Kellaway will have 2 slips in attendance, and there are 4 saving the single, as Kashif is in again to bowl to Kellaway, who dabs that one into the offside, and Finch again the fielder. Single taken. Kellaway on to 94, not out. Just how nervous will the young man be? Wanders down for a chat with Andy Goran. And Goran with a maiden 50 earlier in the season.
It's got an update coming shortly for BBC Radio Kent and across the southeast, so the Surrey and Sussex scores will come at you too. Please don't be alarmed. We are...
Don't worry.
Continuing to commentate.
Don't be offended by the Sussex and Surrey scores. Here's Kashif in to Andy Goran for the first time. And Goran tucks it neatly through the leg side. Will get runs out towards mid-wickets.
And 2 of them. A beautiful sunny morning here, Stephen, and Glamorgan, though, are making hay while the sun shines even after just starting about 5 minutes ago. 398 for 7, the visitors to Kent here, with Ben Kellaway, the young man who made his career high yesterday, 94 not out, just 6 runs away then from his maiden first-class century. He's been joined by Andy Goran, last wicket to fall last night, taken by George Garrett, Tim van der Hoesten going just before close. So Glamorgan looking to rack up the runs here, Kent with wanting quick wickets to try and bowl themselves back into this game. Good bowl by Kashif Ali, just left outside the off stump but by Goran. So that's the task for Kent, is to try and mop up these remaining 3 wickets and then bat, and then bat some more probably in the sunshine here at Canterbury. Same really for Surrey at Edgbaston. They need more than Kent do, though, with Warwickshire 366 for 4, the home side there at Edgbaston in their first innings, and Sussex having finished on 284 all out last night at Hove, trying to take early wickets against Worcestershire, who are 10 for none in reply. Commentary of all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app.
398 for 7.
Needs will it be? It is going to be Garrett to continue. I beg your pardon. I suppose it would have been a bit churlish to give him what it was 3 balls and take him off from the far end. But
Stewart's been performing better in the match so far.
Yeah, I just thought a rest overnight, and the fact he had his jumper off,
yes,
may have persuaded them. But. So will be Garrett then from the Nackington Road end. 1 for 89 so far. He's been going at 5 and over, and that really does represent how he bowled yesterday. So Kellaway, very organised there. Didn't seem to be any demons coming from Garrett. Good length delivery. Just a push up to Grant Stewart at mid-on. Having a chat with Matt Parkinson. Well, when Matt Parkinson's near you, you're having a chat. I think it's fair to say he's an effervescent character. I mean that in no disrespect to him at all. He's great company, very lively. Just came together. Bit of ball polishing by Parkinson. Back to Garrett now. It's 17 overs old, this second new ball. Oh, it's just played down onto his toes by Kellaway. Well, if he wasn't nervous before, that might just raise some questions. But played down to his toes in a way.
Been 1 or 2 of those inside edges during the course of the match.
Just reminded me to get the video replay up, as it was. We're available, of course, via the club stream here at Kent County Cricket Club, but via the BBC Sport website and app, and via it's easy for me to say. Shall I read that again? Put the teeth back in. Is Garrett to Kellaway, defends it back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Available via most smart speakers. Tell your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Glamorgan Day 2. And as if by magic, coin a phrase. I'm told it'll appear. It does seem like vaguely like witchcraft to me, I have to say. I've not got a smart speaker yet myself, but it sounds very useful.
Yeah, don't complain to us if you can't get it.
No.
And you have to say Kent v Glamorgan Day 2.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Quite precisely, old chap.
The syntax is very important. You're absolutely right. 3-8 for 7 as Garrett bowls to Kellaway. Elbow up there as he drives. Well, it's more of a check, isn't it, to a wide mid-on and fielded by Grant Stewart. Feels a little bit sort of calm and, I wouldn't say lazy, but relaxed to start the day.
Yeah, the crowd's not quite as big as yesterday at the moment.
And it's one of those things where see supporters think, well, why don't you play on a Saturday and Sunday? And actually Saturdays are not always great days for cricket. As
Friday appears to be the best crowd in Cardiff.
Is
anyway.
that the same thing?
Yeah.
399 for 7. Batting point available. And taken now. Just a little push and run by Goran. That's 400 for Glamorgan. It's their 4th batting bonus point brought up in the 98th over. So another 12 overs to make 50 for 450. I wonder if they will have a shy at that. But I think most teams tend to just want to build an innings, don't they, rather than swing dangerously.
Yes, it's more important in the context of the game to get as many runs on the board as you can, rather than worry too much about 1 point here or there.
Going a decent lick, though, for an over so far. Garrett, last ball of his over to Kellaway. Isn't quite middle that. A little bit of a toe end of the bat up towards mid-off, but all the way along the ground, and that will be the end of the over. 400 exactly for 7 Glamorgan. Goran has 3. Kellaway, 95.
So the first time that they have got 4 batting points this season, and in fact they were on last game against Derbyshire, they were on 380 for 7 after the 110 overs, and at Gloucestershire something similar, I think, if I can read my notes. No, they were bowled out for 385 at Gloucester, narrowly avoiding the follow-on, but managing to salvage the match in a torrid early start to the season for Glamorgan, losing 2 and just about drawing 1 of their first 3 as Kashif is in to bowl, and that's edged but safely by Goran down towards third man. The chase is continuing, but the ball wins, and that's run away for 4 up to the Nackington Road end, where a few dozen spectators look to have brought their own deck chairs to occupy that part of the ground, which is not a bad viewing point if you don't want to be crammed in with your compadres in the area of seating up between the old scoreboard and the sight screen, which is the best viewing point at that end.
I was walking past the main gate as they were open this morning, and people very purposefully, as you say, going to their favourite haunts.
404 for 7, and it looks as though part of the Woolly stand is closed off today after problems with people moving above the sight screen yesterday. Here's Kashif into Goran, who drives back to the bowler, no run. Yeah,
it looks like those, as you say, that staircase to immediately to our right. So on the left, as we look pitchwards of the Woolly stand, because actually the pitch is pretty much adjacent to that, isn't it, or down the line. So
yes, I mean it's a fair way above the sight screen, but obviously people moving in that area was disturbing 1 or 2 batters yesterday. 404 for 7, Kashif to Goran, and is on the defensive, pushing that one into the covers. It is absolutely scorchio in the commentary box, at least for the morning session before the sun leaves us around lunchtime and its jerseys on. I topped up my coffee mug, and I expect that to keep fully warm for the next 2 hours.
Sure it will. I am becapped, but as befits, Nick is a very generous man, a team player, has lent me a cap today because, as the home commentator, having only done this for like 15 years, I've forgotten one again. So thank you for that, Nick.
That's all right. That is defended away on the leg side by Goran, pushed to mid-wicket. Matt has the red England cap. I have the maroon of Machen Cricket Club on today, as befits match day back at home in the South East Wales League, where our first team are entertaining Chepstow seconds.
Prospects for the season?
Oof, who knows? Who knows who'll turn up from week to week?
All things are possible.
And in Division 11, the second 11 are at Croescyliog, to be correct. But Crossy, whatever. 404 for 7. That is defended by Goran, and there is no run. And mentioning Chepstow Cricket Club, that is, of course, the club that produced young Ben Kellaway originally.
There we go. The line straight to the man out there.
From that neck of South East Wales, they are now pushing point back to give Goran the single off the last ball of the over. Obviously, they'd rather bowl at the number 9 than the well-set batter, but Kashif is in. Bowls on leg stump. Goran prods it to mid-wicket. And the boundary off the first ball down to third man, providing the only runs of a pretty accurate over from Kashif Ali.
Yeah, not really on the attack, Kent, this morning with the field, are they? Just one slip for that last delivery and just trying to keep the runs down. I suppose it's a mode of attack, isn't it? Just trying to starve the batters of runs, but at this point, it feels like they are just trying to be patient, waiting for wickets. Glamorgan have the nap hand here, 404 for 7. And Ben Kellaway on 95. If you should hit a 6, I will shut up and let you commentate on the 100, but perhaps we'll let him get a bit closer. Garrett to Kellaway. That was going nowhere near the rope, that's for sure. Straight back at Garrett, who tried some keepy-uppy, didn't quite work. Throws it to Danny Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket.
Kellaway, by the way, played against Glamorgan in the warm-up game before this season and made 74 for Cardiff UCCE.
No bad blood, I hope.
Well, Tribe played for the students as well.
Right. Well, his send-offs given during that game.
It's a good way of getting as many Glamorgan staff players as possible on the field for that one.
Garrett then bowls, 2 slips behind Kellaway. Inside part of the bat, she's just leaning forward, a little bit off balance as he came to try and clip that one past Grant Stewart and mid-on, but showing no aggression so far this morning.
Yes, he's just added the 3 runs with a couple of comfortable pushes. And hopefully there's not too many nerves jangling for the young man as he bids to score 4 he's added, just in 1s and 2s.
Yeah, apart from anything else, from a Kent point of view, they'd like to get their bowlers off the field as soon as possible. It's a depleted bowling lineup. Defensive from Kellaway again. To Andamiye, really liked that one at first slip. It's a good length ball, on off stump, defended by the batter.
That'll do.
Yeah,
that'll do. Get the basics right first. Mieye was in the action a couple of times, taking slip catches to account for the first 2 wickets claimed by Kent. All the sun caught off Kashif, and Northeast caught off Grant Stewart's bowling.
The catch of the day yesterday certainly was Daniel Bell-Drummond, wasn't it, at 3rd slip, getting rid of Kieran Carlson off Kashif down the leg side. Kellaway has an attempted glance at that, but just taken by Chris Benjamin down the leg side. I'm surprised he didn't appeal yesterday, having dispatched Colin Ingram.
Yes.
In one that was absolutely definitely out for 70.
It's out in the scorebook.
Quite, yes. they did try to push the point, and every time the ball disappeared on the leg side, there was a bit of an appeal. Not ironically, I think, just trying their luck. Here's Garrett to Kellaway, and that's just a little dab down towards backward point. Gently played, and adds a single. Moves on to 96. Andy Goran on 7. And a conversation between the two. No one's to be rushed this morning, it seems. When marking out his guard to George Garrett, although he's faced him obviously in the first couple of balls. This is the last ball of the 100th over here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, of this first innings. Anyway, here's Garrett then to Goran, squares him up a little bit, keeps the ball down though, having hit high up on the bat, rising delivery, goes past third. Slip Ash is 4 runs out of our view, because the woolly stand obscuring our view of that. Is there no third man, Louis?
I think he was more backward point. I vaguely caught a flash of someone moving round the boundary, but obviously in vain.
He didn't run the first very hard, Andy Goran, it's fair to say, so he presumably knew it was already boundary bound. 409 for 7 then, Glamorgan. 100 overs up here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And Ben Kellaway too takes strike once again. He's a boundary away from his maiden first-class century.
Indeed, taking his time this morning. We're 18 minutes past, around about 20 minutes actually into play today. Kellaway on 96, facing up to Kashif Ali, charging away from us and bowling, and Kellaway pushes off the back foot but doesn't beat the infielder at cover. No run.
That's Ben Compton just diving to his right there. Identification, as you say, Nick. You think it's a lovely sunny day, and you'd hope that some of the cable knits would come off to give you half a chance.
Well, I'm reliant on you, because I'm going to hope really players will be named by position.
That's entirely fair.
409 for 7. Glamorgan making quiet progress. Kashif is into Kellaway on 96, not out, and he plays that into the offside and will take a single down to point to move on to 97. Two 21-year-olds both getting career best scores yesterday, with Ace of Tribe falling just short, but is happy to be getting runs consistently, and confident that 3 figures would follow in due course. And I spoke to him as a busy boy, finishing university assignments over the last couple of weeks. As Kashif is into bowl to Goran, who leaves, and Kashif cannot believe that his off stump is intact as he left that one. It did come back up the slope and taken low down by Chris Benjamin, and Kashif curses his luck, or bemoans his luck. He may not be the sort who curses. 410 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, he does get movement both ways, Kashif, doesn't he? And that was definitely the one coming in at the batter. But the off stump still standing.
Goran, number 11, has 11, and Kashif is into him, and he defends that one carefully into the offside, and there is no run. Goran was averaging 34 with the bat coming into this match this season on a small sample, admittedly. Was rather strangely left out for a couple of games, despite having got a 50 and 4 wickets in the first. The coaching staff may be reckoning that the wickets of Bristol and Lords wouldn't suit him as much, but a 5 for last time out has convinced them to keep him in the team this time. Can he add to that with some batting prowess? Kashif is in to Goran, who nudges away off his legs for a single down to deep square. 411 for 7. The manual scoreboard, oh, they've They haven't accounted for the blank one when they're pulling over the numbers. They're 10 behind at the moment. So Goran goes under 12.
Yeah, 12 from 15. He hasn't looked in a hurry, has he? But it's a good strike rate so far.
Kellaway on strike for the last ball of the Kashif over. He's on 97 not out as Kashif is in. Bowls on leg stump and off the pad. Goes down leg side. Well taken by Chris Benjamin. 411 for 7. It remains.
Yeah, there was a definite noise, wasn't there? But as you say, coming off the pad. Taken by Benjamin. Harry Finch gets an early drink, I think, from Jamal Richards. Brings something out to the Kent fielder. It's a tendon injury. A finger tendon injury, but allows him. Might be the reason he's so far from the bat as well. Great fielder, Harry Finch, but we don't want him too close in for risk of injuring that hand, which is that injury sustained is still keeping away from wicket keeping. So Benjamin with the gloves. And yeah, it will be Grant Stewart from the Nackington Road end. Number 9 on his back. Obviously plays centre forward in the warm-up games. You talk to kids these days, they won't understand you. Number 9, centre forward.
What's a centre forward?
Yeah, quite, yes. Is Grant Stewart then to bowl to Goran. Tries to tee off a little bit there, and he's looking at the very least a glance, if not a shot square of the wicket. There we go, he rehearses it, thank you, for wide open spaces between, well, a long leg or a deep backward square where Kashif Ali is, and then mid-wicket. So there is room there to try and play across the line to Stewart. 3 slips in there are there just in case he doesn't manage to do that. Gets an edge on it. Here is Stewart. Ooh, that's slammed again to the ground. Not sure quite the toes. No, just out the offside.
Yeah, we keep saying this from the Glamorgan batters, don't we? Particularly from the bowling from the Nackington Road end, whether it is the slope that they're not as accustomed to as the Kent players are. But we've seen an awful lot of inside edges on the pads.
Just mishit there, slightly mistimed. Parkinson has more words of wisdom for Grant Stewart as he comes into bowl now. And a bouncer. We count those on the fingers of one hand. Amount of those we've seen. Was there one yesterday, I think, maybe? And it was from Stewart as well. Just trying it anyway, but Ben Kellaway.
Yes.
Sorry, Goran gets underneath it, rather.
Very few short balls tried by Kent, even though a bit of a grass on the pitch early on.
Yeah.
Glamorgan said they would have bowled first as well. Surprisingly.
Yeah. I think as Stewart bowls, full length delivery back at him from Goran. There's a little bit of green on top, but it may be more that the two captains think that it's not going to get any livelier than it did perhaps on the first morning, which doesn't bode particularly well for the entertainment, but put enough on the scoreboard and then let the pressure do the work, perhaps from Glamorgan. That's Stewart to Goran. No aggression shown there at all. Blocks it out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, at the moment 4-11 isn't particularly enough to mount a lot of scoreboard pressure in the modern championship. You wouldn't have thought. 260, 270 to avoid the follow-on. Kent would be reasonably comfortable chasing that sort of immediate target, you would have thought.
Yeah, they'd expect to be able to bat for a day in their first innings, Kent, or very much hope to. Stewart bowls to Goran, just strain a little bit on leg and middle, and Goran's done really well there, just pats it low out into mid-wicket. Finch fields, and that's not a good throw from Harry Finch. I don't sound out of any surprise, but very efficiently done. But they come back for 2. End of the over, 4-13 for 7. Ben Kellaway will face once again. They're just 3 away from his century. Doesn't seem to be any sign of the nervous 90s or nervous late 90s for him. He looks very composed from his body language.
Yes, happy just to take singles, whether Kent will particularly crowd him in a run or two's time to prevent him from pushing the singles. But at the moment, point is out and square leg is out, and Kashif is having some attention from a teammate. I'm not quite sure what that was, whether he's got something in his eye or something of that nature. I'm not sure whether he wears lenses, but anyway, he's happy to go. And Ben Kellaway is on strike on 97 not out as Kashif is in from the pavilion end and bowls, and Kellaway defends that one into the offside. No run. One other game in the second division. Lancashire lost a couple of very early wickets yesterday, but they've now recovered well there. 153 for 3 at Northampton, with Marcus Harris, the Australian, almost inevitably leading the way at 62 not out. Northants made 238. Just 2 games in the Division 2 in this particular round. But a full First Division programme. Kashif in to bowl to Kellaway on 97, clipping it off his legs to mid-wicket. And there is no run. In Division 1 at Chelmsford, Essex have made a poor start. 3 wickets for Yorkshire's George Hill, and Essex are 35 for 4, replying to a modest Yorkshire total of 216. Trent Bridge, Hampshire are 24 for 1 after Notts were bowled out for 333. Kashif into Kellaway again on 97 and fishes at a wide one. He might have seen an opportunity to slash that one through the covers, but he didn't execute the shot well, and it was through to the keeper. Down at Hove, Sussex recovered after at one point losing 5 wickets for 1 run in one spell. They made 284 all out. Worcestershire 26 for 1 in reply. A dramatic day indeed at Hove yesterday. Just the one slip. Single square of the wicket as Kashif bowls and Kellaway defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. At Edgbaston, Surrey continuing to find it difficult to take wickets, with Warwickshire 3-7-9 for 4. Tom Latham, formerly of this parish, is on 151 not out as the breeze gets up a little.
You close one window and the other one opens, I think. It's a
saying. Kashif into Kellaway on 97. Balls now, and Kellaway defends it back to the bowler.
Actually, that's just the wind getting up, isn't it? You can tell from the effects microphone.
Bit of breeze around.
It's blustery. Well, I say blustery. That gives it far too much drama. It's a very pleasant breeze going across the ground, and
yes, most of the spectators probably need it. It was a little blowy on the hospital side of the ground. That area was well populated yesterday, not so much today. Five dots as Kashif now suggesting that his fielders should get a little tighter, making Kellaway sweat. Point has come in to save the single off the last ball of the over, and Kashif is in to Ben Kellaway, who drives through the offside. There's a chase on. Will the ball make it? Will the fielder haul that one in just inside the ropes? Ben Kellaway is back for a 3rd run anyway, and the applause from the Glamorgan dressing room and from around the Spitfire Ground as Ben Kellaway lifts both arms to the air, acknowledges the applause. What a moment for the 21-year-old from Chepstow. A maiden first-class century for Ben Kellaway. 10 boundaries in it, and it's taken 159 deliveries, I believe. 416 for 6. What a lovely moment. for any player really to get a maiden first-class century, and for a 21-year-old Welshman to get it for Glamorgan, it is something special. And well played, Ben Kellaway.
Absolutely, and chose his ball carefully there, didn't he? For the shot, showed almost, well, no real sign of nerves before dispatching that one towards the boundary. Good stop from Jamal Richards, but running through for 3. Congratulations to Ben Kellaway, 100 from 159 balls. Now he faces this next one from Grant Stewart, and back in his shell, defends that into the offside.
Yeah, it's head on really now for Ben Kellaway, isn't it, to try and convert it into something bigger if he possibly can. Though Kashif in particular is bowling well, and Stewart has been miserly throughout.
Yeah, they've been careful with him, and they've plundered runs elsewhere from the Kent attack. Stewart bowls to Kellaway. And he's settled on off stump. Again, not giving any room, Stewart, but Kellaway comfortably behind that one. .416 for 7 now. Glamorgan on this sunny morning of day 2. First half hour. They've had another 27 runs. Conversation about the field between Daniel Bell-Drummond and Grant Stewart. It's bringing Kashif Ali in from the leg side boundary. Just, well, about 5 yards. Nothing much further than that. Tempting Ben Kellaway? I don't think so. Just drops it into the... just drops the bat onto it, into the offside, and there's a single fielded by Ekansh Singh. The young player bring up a landmark today. Had a chat with him. Very good talker, I have to say. Very composed himself in front of the microphone and the camera for the first time. Post-match, told us a bit about his debut. How Joe Denny had made him laugh, handing him his cap with one or two well-chosen phrases. He went no further than that, protecting the innocent. And but I asked him about his ambitions as a, better known as a batter coming up through the academy, but as Stewart bowls to Goran, defends that one, followed by Parkinson scampering in from mid-on. Said his hero's role model was Jacques Callis, which said, well, something like a high bar, there's there. But
yes, Jacques Callis, who had one glorious season with Glamorgan.
I mean, that's what he's best known for, honestly.
Said he'd come back for a second.
Yeah.
Obviously, international commitments didn't allow that. But if you're listening, Jacques, you still owe Glamorgan a season.
What a wonderful thing that must have been for Glamorgan supporters to watch him, though, the great man. And full length delivery there. Gorvin's behind it, a little bit on the walk towards Stewart. Maybe saw him coming. Yorker length it ends up in. He's defended that away. Bit of an ooh and ah from the Kent fielding unit once more. And last ball this over, just one off it so far. Harry Finch goes from orthodox square leg out to square leg boundary. They're allowing the single here, Kent, to get Gorvin back on strike. He does have 14 from 23. And bouncer, that's a much better short ball, closer to Gorvin, and he does get underneath it to protect life and limb. And Grant Stewart ended that the follow through, slightly scratching his chin, looking at the batter, and to perhaps put in his mind that there'll be more danger out there from the short pitch deliveries. But end of the over, 4:17 for 4 Glamorgan, for 7 I should say. Kent have done better than that, but Glamorgan still very much in front here.
Yeah, if they can get up to 450, they don't appear to be going for the bonus points necessarily, with 6 overs to get 33. Obviously, they'd be dependent on a few wide deliveries, I think, or a little more aggression to get there, as Kashif who hasn't bowled many wide deliveries. That's driven pleasantly into the offside by Kellaway. They may look for 2. They do look at it, but they decide against in the end as the throw comes in from Finch, who has shed his sweater. And we can now see that he's wearing 72, the young former Sussex player. .418 for 7. Kashif in bowls. Goran defends. No run. Andy Goran coming to first-class cricket relatively late through the Cardiff University scheme again. So it will be interesting to learn whether Glamorgan are in a position to help keep that university scheme going in a meaningful way. Kashif in to bowl. Goran turns it away on the leg side. A big shout of no. It has proved a good way of developing young talent. Goran originally had links with Hampshire, where he grew up. Didn't quite make the grade there, but had another chance with Glamorgan through the university's scheme. He is half Welsh, by the way, for those who like to keep an eye on these things. As Kashif is in bowls, and Goran fends at that. Was that a drop chance?
I think it was. It looked like Goran was almost on his way to the dressing room after that. Kashif, head in hands, as it's gone past him. There's a bit of a yelp.
Perhaps you can,
low 5 from
check
Daniel
that on the
Here we
replay.
are. I honestly think that Andy Goran was walking away from his stumps there. He looked back towards Chris Benjamin after the stroke and made a movement to walk off the pitch. And Chris Benjamin was going low, but definitely a chance there.
Not the easiest, but maybe the sort that you'd expect to be taken more often than not, as Kashif bowls and Goran leaves, and the ball scuttles through quite low, shin height, no more to the keeper. And when you get an international paceman who's only hitting the keeper's shins, there's maybe not a lot consistently in the pitch. 418 for 7. Kashif labouring away.
I hope this is the replay, having waited all this time for it. Yeah.
Yes, it's low down, and Benjamin is going to his right, but as I said, you probably expect that to be taken 6 out of 10 at least. Kashif in bowled down leg side. Goran flicks at it and is annoyed with himself for missing out from a rare wayward delivery from Kashif Ali. So Glamorgan continue to make quiet progress in the Canterbury sunshine, with Goran remaining there on 14, Kellaway on 102 not out. And 5 overs to get bonus points. Kent need to get 2 wickets in that time to get themselves a 3rd bowling bonus point. This partnership has only put on 29, but it's occupied a fair amount of time today, the pair coming together a fraction before 11 o'clock this morning, so they've batted 43 minutes or thereabouts.
And Stewart will continue now. By far the most economical of the Kent bowlers, 21.51. That's a thickish edge from Kellaway, but nowhere near a field. It's gone for 4 behind square there, and just perhaps rehearsing the stroke again. Got away from him, but with absolutely no danger into a wide open space.
Yeah, there's a man somewhere on the ropes on the offside. Just pop into the next door box and try and
See
tell
him.
you where he is. Yeah, he's backward point, basically.
Make sure you use the safety ropes as you lean out of the window there.
Yeah, he's quite a long way backward of square, so almost trying to cover third man as well, I guess.
Gotcha, yeah.
As we peer around the corner of the Woolly stand, which is not open today after problems with people moving.
More adjustments to the field. Cashy Valley will come in 5 yards from the boundary rope again. There we are. And I'm sure that's done it. Ben Kellaway almost certain will be out this ball now. 2 slips behind him. Bowls now. Well, he does. Just tickles the ball with the toe end of the bat past his stumps. There I was, tongue in cheek, talking about a wicket falling. And he sort of offered the bat to that with soft hand. It's come off the toe end and trickled past the leg stump.
Yes, didn't really have that under control at all, Ben Kellaway. He edged one over the slips to get to his first-class best, but that's possibly the nearest Kent have come to getting him out.
That's fair to say. Now this one, he's on the front foot up towards mid-off. There's no run.
That's a good ball as well, wasn't it? Yorker just dug it out.
I think certainly Stewart has showed a consistency, hasn't he, that the rest of the attack has lacked a bit. I think Cashy Valley, definitely, these figures show that he's been the more dangerous. Stewart certainly can be that bowler, but he appears to be holding down an end, and Cashy Valley is the one in the ball to move about a bit more, conceding more runs, but also taking 4 wickets so far. Stewart bowls on middle stump, propelled towards mid-wicket by Kellaway. Jamal Richards is there to field. I think there seems to be a bit of a revolving cast for Kent at the moment, so Harry Finch is back on the field. Jamal Richards is also there. I think the skipper may be off. Daniel Beldrum. No, I beg your pardon. He's at first slip. He doesn't often field at slip, so perhaps it is Tawanda Miyeye who not normally fields there. No, he's next to him. Goodness me. Don't worry, we finished about 6:30. I'll have got there by then. Short ball, it's down the leg side. Kellaway takes advantage, swivels on it, hooks it away for 4. In the end, it sat up a little bit to be hit. There's a stare from Grant Stewart at Ben Kellaway, but he's waited for that one. As I said, a little bit of a tennis ball bounce, has swivelled on that one outside leg stump. No danger from him, and has thrashed that away for 4.
Yes, wonder if that was a cunning plan to have him caught at fine leg, having tinkered with the positioning of that particular fielder. If it was, it didn't quite work.
No, that's not the ball, unfortunately. 2 boundaries off this over then. 4-2-6 for 7. As Cashy Valley's brought in 2 feet and then a little bit round the clock face towards... Yeah,
right a bit, left a bit.
Yeah, quite.
Fire.
A little bit finer now. And a good length ball outside off stump. There we are, through to point the bluff, double bluff. Goodness knows. 4-2-6 4-7 at the end of the 106th over 4. Glamorgan, so 4 more to try and, well, if they are going to try, to make 24 runs for the 5th batting bonus point. They don't appear to be in that chase at the moment. Do get in touch. We encourage you to. We urge you to. We don't demand it by any means. You can do exactly what you want to do on a beautiful sunny Saturday. But BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com or nickweb2017 at gmail.com or via X at BBC Kent Sport at nickweb2017.
Here's Kashif in to bowl to Andy Gorvin, who's on the defensive. Decent ball from Kashif, played to mid-wicket.
Nick's on Blue Sky as well.
Yep.
And the same address.
Same address.
Yeah, at nickweb2017.
As reaction to Kellaway's 100, good morning to Peter Jackson, Diane of Welsh journalism. Always good to see a good homegrown young cricketer making a name for himself. Well done, Ben Kellaway from Chepstow, says Jacko. Congratulations too from Edward Cooper of the Balconeers, as Gorvin defends one on the leg side. Says, let's hope it's the first of many. I'll remember where I was for this 100. doing the ironing in the Vale of Glamorgan. Thank you, Edward. The Opta JCH people. Ben Kellaway, the first Newport-born player to make a first-class century since Reggie the Run Reaper Roberts against 22 stout men of Fishguard in 1803. I have one or two doubts about stats like that. Call me a nasty, suspicious journalist, but thank you for your contributions, Mr. Opta. Not the real Opta, that is. Kashif into bowl, turned away on the leg side. That'll be a single. That'll be 2 runs to Andy Govan as the ball trickles gently down towards backward square, but fine leg as away round to go. 428 for 7.
I suppose the 22 stout men does give you a chance to properly balance your side. Yeah.
Well, if you've got 22 stout men, who's your boundary riders? They'll all want to sit field in the slips. It's probably why Reggie the Run Reaper Roberts did it. Thank you for that entirely facetious stat. 428 for 7 is the real score here. As Kashif bowls and Govan up on his toes plays it down into the offside. Good morning to Freddie and the Mumbles, who else? I don't know how long Acer Tribe is contracted for. Obviously he'll be off to Middlesex or Surrey at some point, says Freddie suspiciously. Ian Randall wondering about the scouting process to find Tribe from Jersey. As far as I know, it was through the Cardiff University's scheme. Whether he came specifically to Cardiff to have a chance of first-class cricket with the county, I'm not sure, but finishing off a course at Cardiff Met, as that is popped up by Govan, but to no one in particular. He couldn't get on top of it, and Kashif's luck is out again, as Govan did well, I suppose, to play it with softer hands, but the ball ballooning in the air briefly, but not as far as the point fielder. 428 for 7. Kashif has already had Govan dropped behind the wicket, as Kent are now going to put in a close fielder as a helmet is retrieved from the boundary.
It's his best figures for Kent so far, Kashif, and been impressed with him this morning. It's a pitch which doesn't seem to be giving very much to the bowlers, but it's getting some life out of it, and it's the first shorter ball, I suppose, which has really worried a Glamorgan batter for some time, if not entirely in this innings. But yeah, short leg goes in.
Last ball of the Kashif over then. Will it be one at the ribs, or will it be a double bluff off stump Yorker? He's motioning fine legger a little finer as Govan settles and Kashif races in to bowl. There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side, but not a very convinced or convincing one, as he did bowl the short ball. Govan did look to take it on, but no contact made. Good morning to Gerontius, asking if we predict any larraping from the Glamorgan batsman this morning. Apparently he had to explain that particular word to his wife, but yes, used as a fierce shot of in sport of any description. I think they were did check it in the dictionary, and there are instances of it being used in golf for a long drive, or in football for a fierce shot at goal. But yeah, it's just bat meeting ball with violence.
I've no idea of the etymology of it, but do get in touch.
Sounds vaguely Wild West, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'll give it that. Here's Stuart to Kellaway. Brings us up to mid-on. Single taken for 29 for 7.
Yes, and now the field converges. They are definitely giving Kellaway the singlet in order to bowl at Govan, aren't they? I mean, I know he's been dropped. He's a number 9, but one with the first-class half-century, so he's not a fool with the bat at all. Bats in the top order at Premier Club level for St Fagans. or did when he when he played for them more regularly. I'm not sure he'll get many appearances there this season. Short leg coming in again at this end, though.
Yeah, for Andy Gorvin on 16 from 35 balls now. It's been a bit of a slow down from Gorvin. Just going more or less on a ball for his first 11 or 12. Coming a little bit closer on the leg side, deep as well. 2 slips in, trying to attack him. This one is, well, just close the face on it, down towards backward square, Finch Fields. Stewart thought that was a less orthodox contact, perhaps, than it looked from back here.
Yeah, this must be getting immensely frustrating for Kent now, having got the 7th wicket with the final delivery of last night's play. Now 54 minutes into today and haven't made further breakthroughs.
Yeah, and 41 runs as well. As Stewart to Kellaway, back at the bowler. Fields just reaching his left arm down, hits the palm and bounces away. He retrieves it.
Yeah, the annoyance value, the fact that Kent are out fielding in hot weather, and the bowlers will have a few more miles in their legs when it comes to the second innings. So it's not just the runs that are coming fairly gently, it's the annoyance and tiredness factors for Kent as well.
Yeah, they'll want to get off the field as soon as possible, as you say. This one's just gently levered out towards point. Deepish point, you're a single there. Let's just farm that run. Gorvin back on strike. 2 balls left of the 108th over now. They are 19 short of a 5th batting bonus point, but don't see them going at 8, 9 and over for the remaining deliveries to go for that. So short leg in again. Ben Compton under the lid. It's Miye leaning behind Gorvin. The bouncer is harmless, really. He's not the tallest man. It's dug in by Grant Stewart. And over his head, taken by Chris Benjamin down the leg side. So no run for the 3-1 for 7. On BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales with Matt Cole and Nick Webb. Welcome wherever you're listening. Here is Stewart then to bowl to Gorvin. That one just on his hip. Pushed away. Stewart, he'll yelp from him again. Didn't seem to be very much danger. Perhaps he wasn't entirely impressed with his own delivery. End of the over. 4-3-2 for 7. Gorvin 18, Kellaway 112. His maiden first-class century coming up in 159 balls with 10 fours. And just well-paced, it felt like to me. Really composed innings so far. Hasn't taken many chances. And,
no, he is capable of the big shots. Certainly likes the straight, short boundaries at Cardiff, and at Bristol he actually got off the mark with a 6 in his second innings as Glamorgan fought to avoid the defeat on the last day. But here, well, he's in a nice groove, just playing the odd aggressive shot, and as you say, 18 runs off the final 2 overs of the 110 seems a tall order, but there will be 1 over of leg spin delivered.
yeah, Matt Parkinson from this end.
Make sure he's got his fielders right. Yes, he does want a short leg. Well, you'd expect that, really.
Yeah.
Bowling to Gorvin anyway. So there's a short leg and a slip. Umpire Redford chugs down the field from square leg to point, so that her view is not blocked by said short leg. There are 5 saving the single as well as the 2 infielders. As Parkinson bowls and Gorvin thrusts the left pad forward and allows the ball to turn away from the bat. So there's a cover sweeper away to our left down in front of the flats, and there is a man on the rope at square leg on that short leg side boundaries. Parkinson tosses that one up, and Goran drives up to mid-off. No run is taken. 10 balls left of the 110 in this big first hour. That's floated temptingly by Parkinson. He is giving Goran something to potentially open his shoulders at, but Goran so far refusing, playing the medium-term game, if not the long game. Parkinson in again. Bowls. Goran drives into the offside. Well stopped at cover. No run. 4-3-2 for 7. As Parkinson busily working away on the ball. 1 for 97 at the moment, next to his name on the board. As Goran does drive into the offside. Times it nicely, but straight to Finch on the boundary, more or less. And just a single taken, so just 1 ball left at the end of the over. Kellaway checking a guard or taking a fresh guard. Will he fancy his chances of hitting over the top? Mid-off drops back just in case, and Kellaway therefore drives it down to mid-off, where there's now an easy single. So Glamorgan just taking 2 singles off the penultimate over of the 110 for bonus points. 4-3-4 for 7. 16 runs or 2 wickets needed for extra bonus points. It looks at the moment as though it'll be 4-2 in Glamorgan's favour.
Looking forward to this 16 off this over. So it'll be very exciting. That'll
4 fours and 2 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely right. It'll all be over before midday. Stewart continues. 23 overs now in this innings. 1 for 64. Parkinson's bowled 30. But yeah, already depleted bowling lineup. They could do with being off the field before very long. But Glamorgan happy to pile on the pain. And this one's just cut out into the offside. Single taken. That's fielder on the point boundary. Ekansh Singh comes in. Fields throws back in. So 1 taken by Ben Kellaway. I mean, they're offering him the single. He doesn't seem to be in the mood to turn it down either. He's quite happy. Goran's looking pretty good at the other end. 19 from 43. Kent have tried all sorts of plans to get him out so far, and that hasn't worked. The short leg's in again. 2 slips as well. Stewart bowling now to Goran. Oh, playing a miss. And that hasn't happened very much this morning, but it was pretty wide as well. Goran has not exactly thrown the bat on, but he's certainly driven at it.
Chased it a bit, hasn't he? And he was off balance because it was wide-ish. Not a great execution, but not a great ball either,
No,
I guess.
It wasn't the greatest ball, but perhaps that's why the eyes lit up a bit. He thought, well,
Yeah.
this has got a bit of width here, but in danger of nicking. But neither of those things happened. 4-3-5 for 7. What can Stewart tempt him with this time? On the leg stump, actually. And that's a little punch into the onside. It's a long chase for Matt Parkinson. And they'll come back for a comfortable 2. 4-3-7 for 7. So 3 balls to go, 13 to get for the for the bonus point. I'm trying to build the jeopardy here, Nick. For those just joining us, we don't think this is a legitimate target for Glamorgan here. They're just happy to bat on. And more importantly for them, they've made 48 this morning already. And that's what the partnership stands between these two, Goran and Kellaway. Very nice indeed for them. Stewart to Goran. He's outside the off stump, just tipping slightly forward, leans on his bat, puts it down for stability.
2 wickets needed in 2 balls now for the home side.
Well, it'll be 3 and 2, wouldn't it? Oh, you mean for the bonus points?
For the bonus
points,
points,
sorry,
yes.
yeah. Crikey, I'd mentally already given up on that, so you're right. Or, 13 will be an ask off these 2 deliveries from...
These no ball.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
The absolute tension as Goran defends this one into your side, and there's no run.
The absolute tension was absolutely lacking. 4-2.
Indeed so.
Bonus point
That's
wise.
the way it's going to finish on the first innings for it's Glamorgan innings anyway. But yeah, just mentioning Kent's depleted bowling lineup. Obviously, they've got another game coming up quickly after this one. So after Monday here, they travel to Gloucestershire, and this isn't exactly what Daniel Bell-Drummond and his bowling lineup would have wanted. I think it's fair to say, toiling in the heat now. Bowling to Goran, rising delivery. That's a good delivery, and Goran plays towards it, gets up towards his chest, through to the wicket-keeper. Didn't play it down towards Ben Compton under the lid at short leg, and none of the slips were in play. End of the over, and that is 110 overs now. 4-3-7 for 7. I'm due an update for BBC South East, we said before, because it's a shared show. The way the BBC is structured in Kent on a Saturday morning. We'll be giving the scores of a couple of other games as well, but you need not be alarmed, listener. Oh, it's going to come up shortly after the travel as well, but Parkinson to continue.
With his leg spin from the pavilion end. Kent looking to get everyone in the right place, and that means short leg having some shin pads on, which I'm surprised he didn't before, to be honest. Yes, not quite sure what that delay is about, why he wasn't padded up before in terms of protection.
It's definitely worth doing. And in this lull, we'll have an update, as I mentioned. Beautiful day for the crowd here. The home fans, though, not entirely pleased, I'd imagine, with what they're seeing from their side. Kent at the moment. Glamorgan go on to 4-3-7 for 7. Made that 4-3-8 for 7 in their first innings. A century completed by young Ben Kellaway, 21 years of age. The Glamorgan batter. His maiden first-class century as well, has looked composed all the way through. Didn't look nervous in the 90s and has kept Kent at bay. In fact, this pair have made 49, he and Andy Goran, this morning from the first hour. Kent looking for 3 wickets with Glamorgan 4-3-8 for 7 to extinguish this innings and get their bowlers off the field. An already depleted bowling lineup, not making any breakthroughs this morning, and Kent perhaps looking at a huge first innings total to bat against when they eventually get in. So that's the state of play here at Canterbury. For Surrey at Warwickshire, very similar in fact. Warwickshire now 4-17 for 4 at Edgbaston. Surrey won the toss yesterday and put them in. Doesn't look like a great decision at this point. Sussex taking early wickets in the Worcestershire innings. Good news for them. Worcestershire 45 for 3. Sussex were 284 all out at close yesterday. Commentary of all 3 of these games and across the local radio network, all of the county championship matches via the BBC Sport website and app.
As Parkinson will continue then from this pavilion end.
Yeah, he didn't miss very much. There was a single off the first ball and 2 dot balls.
And in he comes and floats one up that is hit to cover. I thought for a moment that that one had been slapped straight to the fielder, but it was on the bounce from Andy Goran. So sort on Friday night that would have fooled half the crowd. Parkinson bowls, giving it air. Goran ignores it in terms of trying to hit over the top. He's been generally quite disciplined in defence as Andy Goran, not looking to attack the spinner at all at the moment, as he's on the back foot, playing it off the pitch and playing it straight to short cover. There's no run. There's another uneventful over passes by. Glamorgan women are in action, by the way, at Spitfire Gardens against Sussex in the second round of the County Cup T20 event at Spitfire Gardens. It is free entrance if you're in the area and you fancy going down. And when my page renews, I'll give you the score from that. Glamorgan are batting first, 13 for naught after the first couple of overs, with Daisy Jeans and the skipper Lauren Parfitt at the wicket, and it was Parfitt's decision to bat first. Glamorgan against Sussex at Sapphire Gardens.
Yeah, Kent will be at Berkshire tomorrow in the T20 County Cup. Good morning to Andrew from, as you know, Andrew, I have no idea what time it is in Japan, where you correspond from, and really should get, it'd be later in the day, won't it? There we
It's
go.
about +9, I think.
So scientific. Thank you very much, Nick, indeed, yes.
Ish.
There we go. This is Stewart to bowl to Kellaway, and he's played a very similar shot, I think, off Grant Stewart for the last 3 overs, starting off and just taken a single into the wide open spaces in the offside and let Goran get on with it. The partnership's at 50, Kellaway 25 of those, Goran 21, and a smattering of applause. The Kent fans probably just a little bit tired of clapping Glamorgan landmarks by now, but there we go. Morning, says Andrew. According to my concise Oxford dictionary, larrup means lash or whip and is perhaps related to lather or leather. There we go. Anyway, looking forward to a Kent wicket. Many of us are, Andrew, but yet to see one. 4-3-9 for 7 as Stewart bowls to Andrew. Thank you for your kind comments as well, Andrew, and hope you're having a good day.
Leather would be appropriate, wouldn't it, really?
For, would be, yeah.
Hitting a cricket ball.
We haven't had much lather today, it must be said. A morning lacking in drama, which Kent would have liked some of, I think it's fair to say. But Glamorgan doing absolutely the right thing. Andy Goran showing he's very much a lower order batter rather than a tail ender. 21 from 54 balls so far. Kellaway 116 from 176, and this has given the treatment. Short ball by Stewart. Goran sways inside it and clips it down between, well, call it a leg trap if you like, on the leg side, deep backward square and long leg. Bisects them beautifully, and that'll be 4 runs. And Goran just trotted down the pitch, admired his work. Grant Stewart, I think, had a word with him, probably congratulating him on the accuracy of his shot, I'd imagine. 4-4-3 for 7. And Goran's on to 25. And Kent will be tired, frustrated, if not a little irritated by this, but that's what Glamorgan want as they pile on the runs. Ooh, tries to take the bat away from that late, hits the low on the bat and bounces to second slip. Tries to, oh crikey. There's more chatter. Or Grant Stewart certainly has something to say. Our effects microphone's not picking that up, but
perhaps Jammy Dodger would be
yes, perhaps,
the gist of it.
Crikey, old chap. Did you realise you didn't quite miss that one? Is that the... he took his time to give Andy Goran the benefit of his experience there. Did Grant Stewart bowls to him. Straight back at the bowler this time. It's keep going on. Oh, there's chuntering going on. Or was Grant Stewart talking to the slips?
Oh dear. Well, he's wasting his breath, really, isn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a... just watching the replay as much to see how long Grant Stewart spent chatting there. I was going to say to anyone who will listen, Andy Goran doesn't seem to be rattled at this point, whatever Stewart is throwing at him, but competitive, Australian-born Stewart. That one left by Goran outside the off-stump, end of the over. 4-4-3 for 7. There's a bit of entertainment, at least for us out in the middle there.
Indeed. Good morning to Alan Butcher, the former Surrey, Glamorgan and England batter.
Good morning.
Surrey and Essex coach. Says, great to see Asa in the runs. Please pass on his congratulations. I will if I see Asa this evening. I told Alex Stewart about him in 2022, says Alan. But Surrey's loss is Glamorgan's gain, and it would probably have been more difficult to break into the Surrey team. There we are. Glad to... always good to hear from you, Alan. Parkinson is starting a new over of leg spin, and that's... oof. Trickling down towards short third man. It's a single to Kellaway. What did that come off?
He played it onto his pads again, I wonder.
It sort of trickled away rather unconvincingly. The first ball of the over.
Well, maybe it was just
bottom edge.
Yeah, it might have been spinning away from the bottom edge.
4-4-4 for 7. Appeal for LBW as Goran tries to leg glance.
I think the problem with that appeal is he's hit it.
He has hit it. There's no signal from umpire Newell.
I don't know much about cricket, but I believe that's still the rule.
Yes. 4-4-5 for 7. Goran is credited with the single to move on to 26. The previous one is been given as a bye, so it must have been off the keeper's pads rather than
that would make sense, yeah.
the under edge of the bat. Kellaway back on his stumps, whipping one into the leg side. Will pick up a couple of runs here. It's picked up inside the mid-wicket boundary, but they're back easily for 2. So frustration for Parkinson, who at one point did very visibly chuck his cap down yesterday, and there may have been a quiet word from the umpires about that. Not entirely sure why. It's driven straight to short cover by Kellaway, and he didn't, obviously expressing frustration, but not aimed at anyone else.
I think there were a couple of catch opportunities, weren't there, which
Parkinson bowls short. Oh, that one's kept low, and again an inside edge, and Kellaway almost dragging it on. Well, Kellaway, the bowler, will be quite interested to see that, I think. Kellaway, the batter, will have to tell him about it.
He's dragged it from way outside off stump there.
As this one is knocked comfortably towards cover by Kellaway. Single taken, moves on to 119. It's the highest score, by the way, for a Glamorgan player this season. Carlson's 113 was the previous best. 4-4-8 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. And Edward Bevan reports from southwest Wales. A packed congregation, including a dozen first-class umpires, said farewell to the respected and popular umpire Jeff Evans this morning. He will be missed by many. And we echo those thoughts, Edward. Jeff Evans, former first-class umpire for 22 seasons, and he passed away recently, having been involved in cricket after his retirement as a coach at his local club, and was respected on a local as well as a national level.
Saw him umpire many times, as you say, an absolute fixture, wasn't he, on the county circuit.
Very amiable man, always a smile on his face and a cheerful word.
So Jamal Richards is on the field as a sub, been posted at mid-wicket as Kellaway drives. This might be 4 runs. It's a defensive field, but he might get 4 anyway. He does indeed, into the offside through extra cover. Stewart chases. Bal Drummond's out there as well, the captain, quite a long way away from the pitch at this point. But that's pretty much all the Kent fielders, apart from Jack Leaning, who's at he was the sole slip, trying to defend against Kellaway. 450 up for Glamorgan, and this 8th wicket partnership goes from strength to strength. 63 so far. Kellaway 123 from 182 balls. As I should say, there's a bowling change here, by the way. It's Garrett. It can't have been Stewart, as you probably heard, because he was rushing to the ball, or trying to get the ball from the boundary. He fields off his own bowling at, well, what's actually mid-off, I suppose. Garrett, he's got a lot of fielding to do, as no one else is very near the strip at the moment. So 4-5-2 for 7. I'll give you some other scores in just a second. So you heard the Sussex and Surrey ones at the top of the hour. But an hour's gone since then. 15 minutes is a long time in cricket. So Kellaway just doesn't quite middle that one, but keeps it down back towards the bowler. So Yorkshire, Essex are 65 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 216. So wickets falling plentifully at Chelmsford. George Hill and Ben Code have shared those wickets for Yorkshire. Warwickshire going on and on and on against the reigning champions Surrey. can hear Kent fans starting to break out into sobs at that thought. Tom Latham has 171 now, and Barnard 72 in a big old partnership. This one's whipped off his pads by Kellaway, but actually finds Kashi Valley at backward square. 2 bounces to him and takes a comfortable single. 5 off the over from Garrett as he returns. Nottinghamshire yesterday 333 all out. Hampshire 59 for 2 now in reply. Sussex, as Nick was saying earlier, were 80 odd for none, lost 5 wickets for 1 and ended up 284 all out against Worcestershire. They've taken 3 Worcestershire wickets at Hove this morning. And in the other game, in County Championship Division 2, Lancashire eating up the runs against Northamptonshire, who bowled out for 238. Lancashire 211 for 4. Is Garrett to Goran. Just plays that easily down to backward point. And that'll be a single for him. Kellaway's on 124. Goran 27 for 54 for Glamorgan here on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Kent. Providing commentary for BBC Sport Online via the BBC Sport website and app. And most smart speakers tell your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Glamorgan, day 2. Exactly those words. Do not deviate. You won't hear us there.
No hesitations or repetitions.
Good point. And speak for a minute if you can. Draw it out. 4-5-4 for 7. Garrett to Kellaway. Nice looking shot.
That's a lovely shot for no runs.
It was,
It's come right off the middle. Classic off drive, but straight to the fielder at mid-off.
Front elbow, nice and high. Absolutely everything in line. Straight at the fielder. So into the over 4-5-4 for 7.
But the story of the day surely comes from Bangkok.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's Ben Kellaway. We're going to go back into that, but no.
The bizarre story of the day, anyway. Women's T20 World Cup qualifier in Bangkok.
Oh, yeah.
UAE against Qatar. UAE big favourites to win the match. They've got to 192 for no wicket in 16 of their 20 overs. The weather's looking dodgy. They need to win this match. Might have to tell you this story between balls. It's on the BBC cricket website if you get confused by
short
it.
episodes.
As Parkinson is in to bowl to Goran, who will take a quick single. Could be struggling if this hits. It did hit, and umpire Newell says not out. That would have been very close indeed. The throw from mid-on took out the stumps at the non-striker's end. Always looked a tight single. It was a good piece of fielding. And, well, that might have gone to a freeze frame had we had television official here.
Yeah, looked close, but nothing doing from the umpire. Yeah.
Well, in real time, if it is that close, then the umpire gives it to the batter. 4-5-5 for 7. Goran might reconsider the wisdom of that.
Replay suggesting the umpire's got that right. No reason to expect that he hasn't.
Parkinson bowls. Kellaway nudges his way to fine leg. So UAE racing along, 192 for naught off 16 overs. They think they've got enough runs. They want to get the match done in case it rains. They're not allowed to declare in a T20 match. As that's floated up and smacked by Kellaway in... Where's that one gone? It's looking into the onside.
Yeah, no, it's in the offside. That's where Kellaway had intended it, but it ended up with Akash Singh at extra cover.
I was looking through mid-wicket.
Yeah, I understand entirely.
4-5-5 for 7. Kellaway, a rare aggressive blow. There is a man on the ropes at square leg. Kellaway drives firmly down the ground to long on and takes a single. 456 for 7. So they need to get on with the match. They think they've got enough runs. They're not allowed to declare. So one by one, they all run to the wicket and retire out immediately. 10 players retired out. So UAE effectively 192 all out in 16 overs. As Parkinson bowls and forward comes Goran and defends, and then they bowl Qatar out for 29. So UAE did the job. They got the win. And it'll be one of the most bizarre scorecards. Wisden, are you listening? Pale for LPW, really. Didn't pitch in line, I don't think, anyway. 4-5-6 for 7. Glamorgan and Kent have toiled for 84 minutes without success this morning. Kent have got through, 95.4 overs overnight, so they've got through 19.2 overs. That's quite slow as well, actually, considering that the spinners bowled several of them and no wickets have fallen. There haven't been any injuries. Kent might need to get on with things in terms of the over rate, which is so small on the board I can't read it.
I think it's level, it says, but that may have been from the last session last night, I guess. So,
overnight.
So
I just get twitchy about these things because Glamorgan have been doctor point already this season. They have struggled with it at times.
19 is not exactly rattling along, is it, at this point? With 40 minutes to go until lunch. As Garrett bowls now to Kellaway into the onside. Single taken to mid-wicket. Saw it. Was it last year? It might be the season before, where Kent were in a strong position, and I can't remember which game it was, but way down the over rate, so they put two spinners, I think Leaning and Denley, who were running between overs, and actually, strangely, hoping not to take any wickets because they were 8 down the opposition.
Chuck it a little bit
exactly,
wide.
Closing in on victory, and they thought. But Jack Leaning made the mistake of, I think, taking a caught and bowled. Chris Benjamin reacts as if he's about to be smacked in the face, but I think it was Goran late on that one, but driving up to mid-off. Well, everyone's fine.
He's standing up to Garrett now, isn't he? Has he done so before in the innings?
I don't think to Garrett, no. It's a good point, and maybe he just saw a bit of bounce and thought it might be time
to... Get head out the way.
Yeah, it's fair comment, isn't it? I mean, as brave as wicket-keepers are, or mad, some might say. Not me. But here's Garrett to Goran. That's nice. He's just guided that between two fielders on the leg side. Jamal Richards comes in from the boundary. That'll be a 2. Nicely tucked away that from Goran. He gets into 30 from 65, and he was saying he's already scored runs this season, and yet your number 9 is doing pretty well if you're a Glamorgan fan.
He's an unobtrusive batsman, isn't he, Andrew Goran? Not one for huge shots, just knocking it around here and there, staying as correct as he can.
Let's talk about that partnership between Tom Latham and Ed Barnard for Warwickshire against County Championship Surrey. It's now reached 150 as they go to 4-3-1 for 4 in their first innings. Garrett then to Goran. Plays that one off his chest into the offside. They catch Singh Fields, single taken. For Kent, I'd have to say this is feeling a little bit procedural for this pair at this point. 460 for 7. It's, I was wondering if it might be a big total at the moment. The time it's taking out of the game and the stamina out of the Kent bowlers as well is as much a worry for them. But in the sunshine, Kent fans hoping for a wicket aren't getting one. Glamorgan fans, I saw a couple in the coffee shop this morning.
Yes, there are a few around, even though there's not a formal balcony as tripped this one.
They'll be feeling very good about their cricket right now. Garrett to Kellaway, hurries him a little bit. Into the offside, no run.
Good morning to Robert Logan, correspondent in the southwest, who's keeping his ear on us while watching Exeter against Cornwood, which is about to start at the county ground, Exeter.
What kind of ground is that? Give us a description, that'd be lovely to hear. That's Garrett, 1 ball left of the 116th over, and of his 21st, he bowls to Ben Kellaway now. Drives it, does he get it past mid-off? He doesn't. Grant Stewart has to move far enough around, though, for Kellaway to take a comfortable single. Takes the strike as well for the next over. 126 all out. All out? not out. Ben Kellaway, crikey, that's wishful thinking. I shouldn't be too one-eyed there. 31 not out for Goran. They're a long way from all out, it seems, at this moment. A long unbroken partnership, which has lasted as long as this morning's lasted, with Goran coming in this morning after the 4 of the wicket for Tim van der Hoogten last night on the last ball of day 1. Kent have not taken a wicket in the first session of the second day. Almost an hour and a half gone.
Good morning to Gareth, who reports that larruping is not just bat or boot against ball, but fist against head.
Ooh.
The former world heavyweight champion Max Baer was known as the Livermore Larruper.
Right.
Thank you for that, Gareth. Via blue sky as Parkinson comes round the wicket, and Kellaway came forward and was beaten by that one. There was a shout of excitement.
Yeah, I think maybe frustration from, that was Matt Parkinson. What's happening here?
Matt's on the replays. As Parkinson bowls a full toss that's pulled away down towards backward square. Unfortunately for Kellaway, he hasn't beaten the fielder or timed it as cleanly as he was looking for. So try and get a view of the previous
Beg your pardon.
delivery.
What's that?
4-6-2 for 7. Parkinson to Goran, playing it defensively. And there was no run.
Beg your pardon. The previous one hadn't gone up on the scorecard, so
just trying to see what that first ball of the over hit while watching the fourth ball of the over, which is bowled by Parkinson and smacked by Goran, but well stopped at cover.
yeah.
Did it strike Kellaway on the pad, that first delivery? It's
maybe.
just rolled out on the offside anyway. As we
This time no cap hitting the ground, but glove from Chris Benjamin.
defended by Goran, so just the single in this over so far from Parkinson. He produced a decent delivery to get rid of Asa Tribe, one that Tribe played for the spin that wasn't there necessarily. And forward presses Goran, absolutely no chances being taken by the 27-year-old who turns 28. Actually, is that today? Andy Goran. I've got a note here somewhere. I've written Saturday. Now, do I mean today or next Saturday? There's the question. 10th of May. It's today. Happy birthday, Andy Goran. 28 today. Got there eventually. I should read my own notes more carefully.
You should believe yourself.
Birthday boy, Andy Goran.
Thank you, Andrew from Japan. Yes, 9 hours ahead, says Andrew.
It's I mean, I'm not an experienced international traveller, but Japan's the worst jet lag I've ever had.
Oh, really? There we go.
Worse than Australia.
Never been. Must go. Must. Not right now. But 4-6-2 for 7, though. Some of these Kent bowlers might be wishing themselves elsewhere. Garrett to Kellaway drives that one. Doesn't get all of it, but it's up to mid-on and single taken. Is that Mark Grobag? Fantastic. I love it. That your Twitter monocle there. He says, "Ooh, and we won the toss," with a scratchy chin emoji. If you're a Kent fan, then yes, you did. Absolutely. Not great. Mike's been in touch. We just globetrotting on the emails and the other posts on X this morning. Mike from Sweden's been back in touch. Great to hear from you, Mike. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. You don't have to come from outside the British Isles. You don't have to come from outside the county of Kent. You can be just down the road. You can be in the ground. And we'd love your emails. Or at BBC Kent Sport, at NickWebb2017 on X and on Blue Sky. It's helped away for 4 runs by Goran. Rising delivery from Garrett. Keepers up, so Goran's pinned inside his crease, but getting up towards his throat level there. He's helped it through around about second slip area, but high for 4 runs. And I think the two Glamorgan supporters that I heard were the ones I saw this morning, probably the ones applauding there, because otherwise the ground is absolutely silent as that's gone for 4 runs. 4, 6, 7 for 7.
Yes, there are a few more than that, I think,
Yes,
around.
I'm sure there are.
There was a small group up by the floodlight pylon at the hospital side of the ground yesterday.
Perhaps the rest are just smiling.
With the followers' flag there, next to the Daniel Bell Drummond flag it was yesterday.
As Garrett bowls to Corvin, perhaps keeps it a little bit low. Mike says, congratulations to Ben Kellaway. Building the team here in Sweden, he said. I asked the guys what other sports they play. I mentioned my wicketkeeper yesterday, ice hockey goalie, brilliant reflexes. Bowling was a big problem though, he said, not to chuck the ball. Had two guys who played handball, and the motion when you shoot a goal, very similar, so they became my bowlers. And a few guys played golf, so they became the batters. There we are. The team name, Finn Spong Gunners, nothing to do with Arsenal. Finn Spong made cannons in the 17th, 18th and 18th century. So there we go. History lesson from Mike as well. Thank you very much. This is defended by Gorvin, and there is no run. I like your lateral thinking, though, Mike.
Yes.
As to who would make,
It is a point, though, isn't it, that most other sports, if there's a throwing motion, it's a throw with a bent arm,
true.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Marchant de Lange, the fast bowler, I mean, not that he operates with a bent arm, but he uses some of his javelin approach, I think, in his bowling action. He was a teenage javelin thrower, the burly paceman.
Makes sense. As Garrett bowls to Gorvin. Gorvin to mid-on, and there's no run. He has 35 so far, 129. You need a blacksmith, I think, in the middle order, is that right? Not for any particular actions they do, but just beefy to smash the ball along.
Yes, as in the book England, or wasn't it? A.G. MacDonald, I believe.
Is that where it comes from? There we go.
Well, the beefy blacksmith in the middle order was certainly in that.
I can't remember where I got it from, but 4, 6, 7 for 7. Ball to come of this over from Garrett. He's got a century on the board, so too has Matt Parkinson, not the ones they want as bowlers. Single taken by Gorvin to the offside, fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond. They have toiled, and now this is becoming beyond frustrating to downright tiring for these bowlers. But Glamorgan won't care a jot about that. In fact, it's all part of the game to try and grind them into the dirt now. 468 for 7.
Good morning to Duncan, listening in Sevenoaks, but a Glamorgan follower. A magnificent maiden 100 from Kellers. And he pays tribute to the academy system. Paul Evans, good morning to you. Thank you very much indeed for your query. Unfortunately, I'm completely unable to answer it. Talking about preferences of batters taking guard and when you take various stumps. Thank you, Paul, for your inquiry. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry I can't answer it. We were talking about Asa Tribers taking guard on off stump yesterday. Yeah. It's a bit too technical for me. Parkinson bowls, and that again, Gorvin looking to play into the leg side, but in fact the ball ends up squirting towards point and they go through for a single. And if Parkinson was frustrated yesterday, he may well be fuming and tamping this morning.
Yeah, the one that beat Gorvin in the previous over got a very sharp report from from the mouth of Matt Parkinson.
And he comes. Bowls, and this one is hit over the top. It'll land just inside the boundary and run away for 4 down to the cafe. And a nice strike from Ben Kellaway. A nice, clean, uncluttered swing of the arms. Knew that mid-off was up, or at least most halfway back, and cleared him fairly easily. 4-7-3 for 7.
Still, we have had 1-6 from Colin Ingram yesterday. Okay.
Parkinson in again to Kellaway, sweeps but picks out the man at shortish fine leg, and there is no run. Neil Thornycroft on X was wondering if Glamorgan might declare when Kellaway is out. I think they're look to get 500 if possible. Oh, that's way outside leg stump, and it's given a wide, in fact. And that won't improve Parkinson's temper or demeanour any.
It's a rare leg side wide, isn't it, in the championship, yeah.
As Parkinson bowls again, that one turns in towards leg stump from outside leg and is clipped away for a single to Kellaway. 4-7-5 for 7. Robert Logan reports the County Ground, Exeter, is parkland, close to the centre of the city, quiet venue, enjoying beautiful sunshine today.
Thank you very much, that, Robert.
As forward comes Goran and defends. Beautiful place, Exeter. My elder daughter was in university there, so spent a bit of time down there a few years back. Good afternoon to Johnny Gaffer as well. As Goran defends but wants to pinch a single and will do so as Benjamin comes out from behind the stumps, has a shy at the stumps and misses, and it's backed up. And Johnny is watching on his phone while also watching Upper Rhondda against Vale at the Astrid field in Treorchy. 4-7-6 for 7. So hope the sun shines on you and the good folk of the Rhondda. We did a fundraising walk through the Rhondda back end of March with players from about 10 clubs pounding round the valleys, various members on various days for 4 days, and I did 2 of the 4 for my sins. The one uphill in the Rhondda was considerably more difficult than the one downhill from Taffswell down into the Sapphire Gardens, which was nice to finish, and rather embarrassingly we were then invited to do a lap of honour, but I think they had more walkers than actual spectators.
Oh, really?
It was a pre-season game, yeah.
Is Garrett then to continue bowling 2. Goran is on 38. Kellaway has 134.
But it was nice for Glamorgan to allow us to finish at the ground anyway.
Tom Latham is finally out against batting for Warwickshire against Surrey. He's made 184 from 450 for 5. Marcus Harris has a century for Lancashire against Northants, as they're now just 12 short of the 238 Northants made in their first innings. Of course, in this division, County Championship Division 2, it's Garrett 2. Goran, no run into the offside. Picking these nuggets up via the fantastic BBC cricket live text on the BBC Sport website.
Yes, it's a great way of keeping an eye on all the other games as well.
Garrett goes back to his mark. Matt Parkinson has taken one shoe off. He's just rearranging his footwear, so they might just let him get up before they take this next ball. They do indeed. And there's a slip and a gully to Mandomier is there for Goran. He hits that back down the ground, but only as far as Matt Parkinson hasn't quite middled it to mid-on.
And the Kent Seamers have bowled very tidily this morning, haven't they? But the one chance dropped by Benjamin off Kashif's bowling when Goran was on 14. But while they've bowled tidily, tidy isn't enough when you're trying to knock over the 9-10 jack of the opposition. Parkinson has induced 1-2 big shots, which could in turn lead to errors.
It's the 24th over of the morning, and cut away by Goran. Nice looking shot, and that'll go for 4. You could tell that before umpire Redfern signalled it by the cheers from the other right hand side. Is that where the
There was a group of Glamorgan supporters up there yesterday.
We enjoyed that. 4 more runs, Goran on 42, and he's done really well. It's a nuggety innings, this one, isn't it? It's just
Yeah, excellent support role. It's what you need from your lower order when there's someone well set at the other end. It's nice close watching for spectators on that half of the ground, towards the hospital side, because they're not far from the action there.
That's 5-4 so far. Does Goran, and that's going to go down as buys, I think. 4 buys, is it? What's it hit? Yes, indeed. Umpire Redfern. You've done the leg side pretty close, and no chance at Garrett's pace for Benjamin to grab that before it went by as he's standing up to the stumps. He took the bails off anyway. And it's... Oh, I wonder if... Is Umpire Redfern... Is she indicating that was a show of...
Are they wondering how the bails came off?
Yeah. Are they indicating that maybe that might have been untoward by Chris Benjamin? Does that count as poor behaviour?
Well, he may have knocked them off accidentally, I suppose. Or whether Benjamin's asking whether Goran knocked them off.
I thought there was a sweep of the gloves towards the bails, I think.
I mean, if they didn't see the batter, and umpire Newell obviously has a clear view from square leg. If they didn't see the batter back on his stumps, then they can't really give him out.
No, they've gone back to their positions. And Garrett to bowl to Goran, nicely angled away, backward a point. They'll come back for 2. He runs a second hard, as you're told to, on the first one too. And that is the end of the over. It is George Garrett's over. 486 for 7. Goran is 44. Kellaway 134. This stand is at 97 now between these two, which they started this morning at 11 o'clock. Well, actually, at about 10:57, but 12:43 it is now. Kent have struggled. They've toiled to try and get wickets. It's not worked for them so far. And Glamorgan grinding on here, and occasional flourishes of attack as well. 486 for 7.
As Parkinson will continue this long spell from the pavilion end, which is producing the odd moment of excitement. Ben Kellaway on strike on 134, and Parkinson bowls, and he's clipped that away down to deep square for a single. Very good morning to, or good afternoon to, the charity walkers for breast cancer now, who are in the grounds of Blenheim Palace up in Oxfordshire, including my better half, who's through 10 miles of her 20, together with my younger daughter as well. So well done, Charlotte and Madeline. Keep it going. Tossed up by Parkinson, and Goran forward defending. Other charity events are available. 487 for 7. Parkinson bowls. Goran forward to defend.
Just going back to that conversation between the umpires, it was definitely Chris Benjamin who took the bails off. There are penalties now for fielders who pretend to have.
It's slapped into the offside by Goran, but doesn't beat cover, and there's no run.
There is some sort of penalty, isn't there, these days for pretending you have the ball?
Yes.
Fooling the batters. But
as that's again played to cover by Goran, this time off the back foot, and no run. Goran stays on 44. Naturally, I suppose there's movement of the gloves from the keeper with the ball down the leg side. I mean,
they obviously didn't feel there was anything untoward there anyway.
It's quite possible it would have been knocked off accidentally, as Goran nudges one along away on the leg side. There is no run. Parkinson's weary toil continues as he takes his cap from umpire Newell. And, well, I suppose the next milestone, the 500 potentially, or Andy Goran's top score potentially, having made, I think it was exactly 50 earlier in the season. First game against Leicestershire.
Yeah, he's on 44 now. Change of bowling at the Back into road end, and Ekaj Singh will come back in. Bowled 3 overs for 24 yesterday. Didn't quite get in rhythm. On a couple of good-looking deliveries, but I think genuinely during those 3 overs there wasn't an awful lot of threat, and the batters took a little bit of a liking to him. His first bowl, that was in first-class cricket. And Wally Oak thinks a lot of Ekaj Singh's got a century for the second 11 in their most recent game. Bowls now to Kellaway, and Kellaway back at the bowl. There's no one.
Yeah, they're very much giving Kellaway the single virtually anywhere apart from back to the bowler, really. There's one slip. Mid-on is in.
Otherwise, it's semaphore between the...
now, after one ball, there's a change to having a cover in closer. And a bit of a swap round. What's going on there?
And I'm not quite sure. A catch to Kellaway. Drives that away. Will it be 4 to square? It will indeed. And that's 4 runs. And the partnership 102. Ben Kellaway 48, Andy Goran 44 of those. And they are at 488 for 7. And have punished Kent bowling when it's been wayward, but otherwise have been very well composed. And hard yards for Kent, but Glamorgan making it tough for them, and his pair have batted really well. There's been no fat on the meat, as it were. They've just got about their task in a concentrated fashion as Kent try and make a breakthrough. Ekaj Singh bowls to Kellaway, guides that away this time, just opening the face of the bat. He'll take a single at point 492 for 7.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out what happened between the first and second deliveries, because they started with one saving the single, and then all of a sudden, after a dot ball, 3 other fielders came in a bit.
Felt like they might not have remembered to reset the field. It wasn't quite the field they wanted, as you say, to the same batter as well. Didn't seem any reason for it, but Ekaj then over the wicket, right eye of the wicket. Bowls now to Goran. Decent delivery. Goran defends it, no run. 18-year-old Ekaj Singh, so making his first class debut. Fair to say, much more known on his second 11 appearances and from the under-19 England side, and for club cricket as for his batting rather than his bowling.
Yeah, would you expect him to come in 6, 7, 8?
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
Certainly. Though with no Jamal Richards, they've got batting in terms of the balance of the side, certainly. As Goran sways out of the way of that shorter ball. Umpire Redfern indicating one for the over.
Yes, I mean, Richards wicketless in the last game. It's quite early to have whipped him out of the side on a brief loan. Obviously, thinking it hadn't quite worked out.
So catch once more to Goran. Gets through the drive. Doesn't quite time it into the offside. It's fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's the end of the over. 5 off it, so decent recovery from Singh. Number 29 though for him. And Parkinson, will he keep on? He will. He'll keep on keeping on. He bowled an enormous amount of overs last year as Kent depleted bowling lineup and conceding a lot of runs as well. Stayed on the field for hours and hours in County Championship Division 1 last season. Perhaps he wouldn't have thought he'd be getting through quite the spells in Division 2, but he has 36 overs in total, 1 for 116 so far.
Yes, Mason Crane, Glamorgan's leggy, his work yet to come. Fit for this game available. As back on his stumps goes Kellaway and turns it away on the leg side. And there don't seem any indications of Glamorgan accelerating towards lunch with the thought of any declaration. 493 for 7. Appeal for LBW. Looked well forward. Andy Goran got a decent stride in. Umpire may not have been convinced that it pitched in line from the leg spinner. If it's outside the leg stump, you cannot be out. Driven by Goran, but straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So, looks as though Glamorgan have every intention of batting into the afternoon, otherwise they'd be opening their shoulders by now. As Parkinson bowls, Goran waits and cuts, but hits it straight to point. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's been a bit demoralising for Kent this morning, certainly, but why not take their time, Glamorgan, here?
Parkinson bowls. Goran steps back and again tries to force on the offside, but can't beat the busy Finch at point.
Yeah, it's a great couple of point fielder is Harry Finch. So
4 dot balls in a row. Parkinson will be moderately happy with that. But it's the breakthrough that Kent really need rather than just a containing job. And there's another dot ball as Goran turns it to short fine leg. No run. 4-9-3 for 7 at the end of the over with 8 minutes to go until the lunch interval.
Yeah. So Count Singh is operating from the other end. He'll get a second over of the day. 1 or 2 coming into the ground as before lunch. But as Nick said, decent attendance, but not as good as yesterday. Friday was very lively in terms of spectator numbers. 4-9-3 for 7. Ekanch then to Kellaway down the leg side. Has a flick at it. Doesn't get anything on it through to Chris Benjamin. There's no run. And I don't know if there is some sort of team talk that Adam Hollyoak or Daniel Beltrammer could do at lunch here. Apart from just say, keep concentrating. But I don't know what they have to do here. Still the 3 wickets to take, but they failed to take 1 so far this session. Ekanch to Kellaway. Respects that delivery. Out into the offside, up to mid-off, and Grant Stewart fields. With Matt Cole and Nick Webb here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, Canterbury. For day 2 here of Kent against Glamorgan. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales. BBC Sport Online via the BBC Sport website and app. The picture feed from Kent County Cricket Club as well. This one seems in just a little bit from Ekanch, and Kellaway waited to play that one, and then has run on the ground to point to NWAA Fields. Just 1 slip in now for Ben Kellaway. He's earned that respect. They're defending against him, 141 so far. The 21-year-old making a maiden 100 into a big 100, he's hoping. 4-9-3 for 7. Ekanch, short ball, and it was a tennis shot from Kellaway. Thumping that down the ground. It's like the double-handed backhand, that one, isn't it? Or double-handed forehand, sorry, I should say. Into the onside. Takes a single.
Yes, he hit it down, which was the key element.
Ekanch last ball, no sorry, 2 balls to go of this over, and he's attacked that one. Goran up in the air, over the man at mid-wicket. Hasn't quite timed it, or middled it, but gets himself at least 2 runs. Finch pushes the ball in from the boundary, and they'll come back for 3. I think Finch tried to, he pushed it in from the boundary. I think he thought Ben Compton was going to come and grab it, and then Compton looked at him from his position, having stopped, and Finch got up and completed the fielding. 4-9-7 for 7. Bit of a miscommunication, but Ekanch to Kellaway. Back foot drives it into the offside, fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, who mimes bowling delivery himself, and actually I've said this many times, but actually Daniel Beltran is a very handy medium-pace bowler, but he's been protected through his career through some back problems and hasn't bowled very often, but and obviously they want to give the opportunity to Akansh Singh as well at this point, as he's in the team as an all-rounder, and he's number 33 off his 5, so expensive so far. Glamorgan 497 for 7, and where are we? A couple more overs perhaps with Parkinson bowling from this end.
Yes, they might squeeze in an extra one as that's swept away and caught at deep backward square. Goran has gone for 47 and Kent finally have the breakthrough. 497 for 8. Stewart out on the boundary, stooping forward to take the catch. 497 for 8. Kent have the breakthrough. Parkinson finally rewarded. So, is that going to be lunch? Possibly not quite yet. James Harris will have to negotiate a few deliveries, but that might mean that they don't get the extra over in Kent. Applause for Andy Goran. Stalwart support in that stand, almost equally sharing the runs with Kellaway during that partnership, which put on 108 this morning for the 8th wicket. They came together in the 96th over and they parted in the 125th. So 108 the stand at around about 3.3 off the top of my head. James Harris will have, now as the clock has ticked on, to 12:58. This probably will be the last over before lunch. And Harris, number 9, has a chat with Kellaway, number 8, as to what the intentions are. I don't think we'll see Harris swinging, but maybe Kent are expecting him to open his shoulders straight away, because they've dispatched 2 to the leg side boundary and 1 to the offside boundary.
It's a handy bat, James Harris, certainly for a number 10, isn't he? What's he averaging for his?
Well, first game of the season, last season averaged 22. Has batted as high as 6 for Middlesex. Parkinson in, bowls, and Harris, well, shaped to open his shoulders and then defended it. Benjamin out from behind the stumps to retrieve.
Yeah.
4 balls left of the Parkinson over. Will it be 4 balls left of the Glamorgan innings? In comes Parkinson. Bowls? Possibly not, because Harris is just happy to defend again, rather than aim the sort of big blow that he might if a declaration were imminent. Parkinson in, bowls. Harris drives nicely out into the offside. Be fielded by Harry Finch out in front of the flats. Lobs the ball, throws the ball back towards the nearest fielder rather than troubling the keeper on that occasion. 498 for 8. Harris off the mark. Kellaway surveys the scene. I wonder if he'll look for a big straight blow over the top. He's tried just the one this morning as Parkinson brings out his cover, puts another man across to mid-wicket and moves mid-wicket down to short fine leg. Big gap on the offside. Kellaway noodles it away down to short fine leg. Absolutely no evidence of a declaration being imminent after Kent broke that partnership, but they took the best part of the morning session to do so. Goran out for 47. Parkinson bowls. Kellaway pushes forward and defends in the manner of a man who intends to continue his business this afternoon. He takes lunch on 142 not out, so his 150, another personal potential milestone. Glamorgan 498 for 8, And we do not expect a declaration over the interval. Commentary resumes at 1:40.
Just updating our radio listeners here on BBC Radio Kent and Sussex Surrey. Despite the idyllic scene, the beautiful sunshine here at Canterbury, it's just been all toil for Kent this morning. Glamorgan have gone in at lunch on the lunch on day two. 498 for 8. A big old first innings total already on the board, and Kent have taken just 1 wicket in the session. Andy Goran caught a stooping catch by Grant Stewart on the boundary off the bowling of Matt Parkinson, but that was just before lunch. And Goran and Ben Kellaway had racked up a century partnership between them, and that was at the end of the landmarks, the most important one of the day for Ben Kellaway himself, the 21-year-old, making his maiden first-class century. He's taken that on to 142. Really difficult for Kent's depleted attack. They really have found it difficult to make any breakthroughs today. Just the one before lunch then, hoping for 2 more very quickly to get them out batting, and they'll need to do that for some time to get themselves back in this game on day 2. Elsewhere, similar story for Surrey, toiling even more at Edgbaston for them against Warwickshire former Kent man Tom Latham scoring 185 in Warwickshire's 481 for 5 at lunch on day 2 of that match at Edgbaston. And Sussex have taken 3 Worcestershire wickets in the first session of the second day. Sussex bowled out 284 yesterday, Worcestershire 70 for 3. And commentary of all of those games via the BBC Sport website and app as we resume in around about 35 minutes time. Well, a warm welcome back to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, for Day 2, Session 2. Warm being the operative word. Beautiful outside. Sunshine, about 21, 22 degrees. The breeze going across the ground as well. Spectators loving that. And most of them are Kent fans here. Probably loving the cricket a little bit less. Glamorgan fans lapping it up. 498 for 8 are the visitors coming out after lunch. James Harris was in for a few balls. He's got himself a single. Ben Kellaway, the story of the day so far, the 21-year-old, his maiden first-class century. He's taken that to 142 not out at lunch. And no sign after Andy Goran went shortly before the interval for the only breakthrough for Kent in the opening session after a stand of 108 with Ben Kellaway. No sign that they were, two batters out there, were going to try and get on with it and thrash out some runs either before a declaration or chancing their wickets. They're going to keep going, and Harris will face Ekant Singh, who bowled a few overs before. 3 overs, I think, before. No, 2, beg your pardon. I'll get it right eventually. It's one of those numbers. He's only bowled 5, so I have to be right eventually, surely. But he does continue from the Nackington Road end. Harris pushes it up to the offside, and there's no run. Morgan too short then for making 500. They got themselves 4 batting bonus points. Kent 2 bowling bonus points. Before the 110 metre over cut-off. 125 overs as they come out after lunch in total in this innings. And Glamorgan looking to, I was saying earlier, Nick Webb, looking to pile on the pain and psychologically grind their opposition down. And they're doing a pretty good job, I'd say, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, going into the afternoon, forcing the Kent openers to think about fielding for a few more minutes before they have to think about batting. It's always good psychological tactics.
They catch to James Harris. Decent ball, straight back at the bowler.
Glamorgan women are in action at Sapphire Gardens in the T20 County Cup, where Kent are in action tomorrow. Glamorgan made 156 for 7 in their 20 overs. Bath and Gammon made 41, Daisy Jeans 35 and B. Ellis 33 as the main contributors to that. And Sussex, in reply, struggling slightly. They are 10 for 1 in the 4th over.
A catch to Harris. More or less on the full, I think, that, and up to mid-off where Grant Stewart takes the ball, shines it on his white trousers. Got a jumper on this afternoon.
The winners of that, I believe, not sure if it's been officially confirmed yet, but if Glamorgan do go through, I believe they're going to stage their next game in Brecon next weekend.
Oh, really? Beautiful part of the world. That's a catch to Harris. It's a lovely shot. The top of the bounce there. He's just caressed that through the offside forward of square, and that'll be 4 runs, and the 500 is up. And Ekench hasn't got through a over. The young all-rounder without a boundary coming from it. That boundary takes them to 503. Sorry, 502. Beg your pardon. 4-8 Glamorgan. Harris moves on to 5. Well, yeah, I was near Brecon a few weeks ago on a break. All guided off the back foot behind square.
I believe it's at the college ground there, but I'll confirm that when I do get Sussex 11 for 2 at Sapphire Gardens now. So Glamorgan look to have every chance of going through, I believe. And again, I'll confirm that when I get that. Lancashire are the next opponent, who of course are Tier 1 side.
Yeah.
So that will be something of a more severe test if Glamorgan do end up playing that fixture next weekend. And guess who's bowling from the pavilion end?
It is Matt Parkinson. Well, it's a live and breathe. I'll go to the foot of our stairs. Carrying on and on and on. This is his 39th over, ladies and gentlemen, of this innings.
Kent playing in Berkshire tomorrow, so good luck to them. as Parkinson bowls. That's swept away, bouncing down towards deep square, and they just go through for a single. Kellaway not entirely having that one under control as he practices the shot.
I think it's Northamptonshire or Cumberland away.
Okay.
Faces Ken, another trip away. Should they win that one?
As Parkinson into bowl, Harris deflects it away on the leg side, and there's no run.
The potential of playing Blaze, I think, in the Blaze in the fourth round.
That'll be a demanding game.
Yeah, quite.
For the Harris comes down the wicket, but is hit on the pad. For teams that are semi-pro at best, basically still amateur, operating on a largely amateur basis, but trying to behave like professionals these days.
It's two jobs in one, isn't it, really?
Swept away by Harris, out towards mid-wicket. Single taken. Harris to 6, 504 for 8. Glamorgan in the afternoon sunshine. You would imagine 150 would be in Ben Kellaway's mind. This is just the one slip as he sweeps hard and gets that one down towards backward square. It's well fielded on the boundary, and just the single taken again. So Parkinson will be, I think, quite happy to see the batters sweeping at him. Always a little bit of a risk, and there are 2 out on the boundary. He got Goran, caught it deep square as he bowls again. Harris sweeps hard, fielded at deep square, single taken. Short side of the ground if they really want to open their shoulders and go for it, but just the singles in that over. 506 for 8. Harris has 7. Kellaway has 144.
Coming out after lunch with some intent, most certainly. Moving things along. Had some emails just before the interval on BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. Your emails this summer, if you're following us on Radio Kent, at NickWebb2017 on Twitter, and NickWebb2017 at gmail.com for all the emails for Nick. Someone's clicked off the pads of James Harris as Singh continues, and a single down towards backward square. I can see at least one of these. Yeah, one of these is titled "Oh Dear," so there we go. I hope that's not anything in anyone's personal life. They're just talking about the cricket. There we are. It is indeed from Phil. Good to hear from you again, Phil, today on BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. Yes, win the toss, put the opposition in. 500 approaching with 3 wickets still in hand. That was at that time, obviously. It's just 2 now, Phil. You'll be delighted to hear. This one gets some bounce, Ekach Singh, but stuck in the pitch a little bit for Kellaway to smack away into the offside off the back foot, and he takes a single off that. It's a single off the first 2 balls of the over. Best Kent can hope for was a ball draw, I fear, says Phil. There we go. Good to hear from you. Dan in touch as well. Thanks for your kind comments about the commentary, Dan. How we could do, he says, with a bowling spell in the style of Duncan Spencer. And a drive on the front foot, just getting forward to Ekach Singh is Harris, fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond in the covers, and there's no run. In the 1993 Sunday League title decided between these 2 teams when he had the great Viv Richards on the ropes, he says. Keep up the good work on you, Kent. That's Dan signalling trains in Harrogate up in Yorkshire. Oh, beautiful. Oh, a bit of Harrogate.
Yes, he did give Viv a bit of a hurry up, but I think Viv was the man with the medal on his chest at the end of it.
Oh, okay. Shots fired in the commentary box. I'm not getting between you two. That one's cut away with force by Harris, but fielded by BAA at a backward point. 508 for 8.
The consolation for Kent is if they get a 9th wicket, then the 10th might not be too far behind.
making allusions maybe to whoever's coming in at 11 now, I would suggest.
Yeah, I see the Fernando not known for his batting skills. Entertainment possibly, but briefly.
We're not worried about that from a Kent point of view, that's for sure. It's tucked into the onside, this one by Harris off Can. She'll come back for a comfortable 2, 4 off the over, 1 ball to come. Thank you for all your emails, BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. God said Mike had been in touch from Sweden. We've been talking about how he was making more as constructing a cricket side out of Swedish friends who hadn't played cricket before. So there was handball players as bowlers, ice hockey goalkeeper as wicket keeper. Used the pads, I suppose, as well. Oh, that's gone through. Jack leaning at point. Has that gone for
No.
4? No, there's a backup there on the boundary, but he looks accusingly at the out the square, and they do get away with a single though. 5-11 for 18, and golfers for batters. He was saying there's one guy in the team, a handball player, nearly 2 metres long. Just took 2 steps on his run, bowled very fast.
Wow.
The guys came so good. He said, I was just a Jonathan Trott in the end, making a few runs and bowling diddles. There we go.
Well, funnily enough,
As if by magic.
Matt said, that looked like Jonathan Trott as we wandered round to the press room to take luncheon, and indeed it was Jonathan Trott, because he's helping Glamorgan out at the moment with some consultancy coaching. As Parkinson bowls, and that's smashed down towards square leg, but stopped on the boundary.
Almost agricultural by Harris there. He meant that.
Yes, I wonder if he might try and clear them sooner or later. Harris on to 12, and that single. 5-12 for 8. Kellaway 1-4-5. Might fancy just knocking his way gently to 150. We shall see. Or have they been instructed to get on with things? Might try that anyway. Oh, out comes the reverse sweep, and that's hit firmly down towards backward point, and it was half stopped, and they'll come back for a second. And there are signs of urgency now in this Glamorgan batting approach, as if they don't intend to stay out there long after lunch. 514 for 8. You wonder whether 150 for Kellaway, if he gets it. Oh, tries the reverse again, and he's hit that one again fairly firmly down towards backward point, but this time it is just a single. 515 for 8. Kellaway to 148, not out.
Yeah, if Harry Finch was worried about having nothing to do this afternoon, that's certainly not the case.
Well, he might be
kept entertained.
Might be having to do a bit of batting. Are we expecting him to open?
Yeah, we are indeed, with Ben Compton.
Harris on strike on 12, and he goes to mow it away on the leg side, and the ball just trickles down into the gully, and there's no run.
I think it's fair to say he might not have picked that one, particularly the pitch or the spin, but
it's a bit agricultural as Harris aims towards that short boundary, as he goes for another mighty swing and is bowled. 515 for 9. Harris goes for 12.
Parkinson gets a big hug from George Garrett, and high fives as well. But yeah, that's the ninth down then. 5-1-5 for 9. But as you said, Harris was there for a good time, on the long time, and added 12 runs. Parkinson gets his third for 126.
Yeah, the question just now whether Fernando can last long enough for Kellaway to get the 2 he needs to get to 150. Hopefully he will be under orders to try and block a couple. In fact, there's only 1 left in the over for him to survive, and then Kellaway might go for 2s, 4s or nothing in the next over if Fernando survives. Harris wanders back to the pavilion. having not taken too much out of him himself before his bowling endeavours, which will follow in the first team for the first time this season. As in comes Glamorgan's number 11, the Sri Lankan paceman, Sitha Fernando, whose innings so far for Glamorgan have been 0 not out, 1, 6, 4, 3 not out and 0.
Okay, so
high score of 6.
He's due a score, is what you're saying.
Hopefully Ben Kellaway is telling him, for heaven's sake, block this next ball.
It's a very good point.
Because Kellaway could be forgiven for being very keen on the personal milestone of 150, having got this far.
Don't care how you do it. He's having a little conversation, Ben Kellaway, with Matt Parkinson at this point. I'm sure that's all.
Well, he's taking the perfunctory guard, which is a help. Michael Hogan at 11 didn't used to bother with that most of the time. Parkinson in to Fernando. Can he finish it off? Nope. Fernando is forward, defending gently on the offside. 5:15 for 9. Kellaway is on 148 and on strike against what is likely to be Akansh Singh.
Yeah, it will be as well. So he's gone for a 42 off his 7 so far, Akansh Singh. So Kellaway might have some optimism of getting to his 150 before very long.
Well, the fielders are so deep on the leg side, he might fancy just knocking one gently towards them and running too.
Yeah, that's a good point. With the slower the ball goes, the better off the bat in that case, wouldn't it be? You're absolutely right. Wide open spaces on the leg side.
As he comes in, and this is a scoop shot from Kellaway to get his 150. No nerves from the youngster this time. Again, applause from all parts of the Canterbury crowd, and Ben Kellaway reaches 152 off 216 balls with 16 fours.
Yeah, what an innings this has been. And some admiration from the Kent faithful as well. Big applause for him, getting to 152 there. And Akansh Singh in conversation with Grant Stewart as he takes the ball back, but there's a boundary off the first ball. 5:19 for 9, Glamorgan, setting a big total in this first innings. I wonder if he will start to swing now with that milestone gone. Ooh, tries to run that down through third man and ends up playing a missing outside off stump. Chris Benjamin takes it. It's a long way from Chris Benjamin to any other fielder at this point. Boundary fielders, long on, cow corner, deep square, long leg, deep extra cover, long off. I'd imagine probably deep backward point as well. And that one is leave it away. Beg your pardon, I couldn't see Daniel Bell-Drummond there. He's at deep cover and takes a single. Does no, he doesn't. Single.
No, he doesn't. Not off the third ball. He doesn't.
Advisedly not taking the single.
Fourth or fifth, possibly.
Yeah, everyone's on the boundary. They're offering the single at this point and protecting as best they can the boundary. 5:19 for 9. They very much want to bowl at Fernando. And shorter ball, Kellaway does.
Yes.
Take the single, he does. They've jogged through for that one. Behind square, fielded by Harry Finch. Surely they're going to come in. They're all heading back to the boundary. That might be worth a look over the shoulder. I have to say, they're not in any massive hurry to come in for...
No, now there are 4 in saving the single plus a slip. Square leg is staying back, which is probably advisable. 5 in saving the single now.
So, Akansh Singh to Fernando. Ooh, right in delivery there. Spiteful one. Fernando sees it off. I think the forearm protector there might come into action, but he's seen it off. One more ball for him to see off Kellaway to face the following over. Kench hoping for his maiden first-class wicket, obviously, but let's see to Fernando. Is his foe. 5:20 for 9. Coming up to 2 o'clock here. And, oh. Well, the ooh is because he played that very nicely through a gully and set off for a single. And there was a very quick...
No. Stay there.
It was a testy no, as you said.
Hang on. Remember who's the batter here.
Yeah.
You might want to get off the mark, but I've got more chance of hitting boundaries off the next over, and I suspect that this will be Kellaway's aim now. You might need to
mind the windows.
Have a look and see where the fielders are on the leg side, because there might be one or two heading that way.
So I'm sure he'll take Parkinson on. Parkinson won't be unhappy about that, I wouldn't have thought.
There will be a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a deep backward square leg. So there are 4 on the boundary on the leg side for the leg spinner Parkinson to bowl to Kellaway on 153 not out. There are 2 on the boundary on the off side. There's Kellaway ball. Kellaway swings. Where's that one? Gone up towards mid-wicket. He's middled that one for half a dozen. For 6 for Ben Kellaway. Steps back. Muscles it away between fielders just to remove any possible doubt, but he cleared the ropes as well.
I should point out that Nick's now in a separate part of the commentary box. He's in commentary box B, and so he can see across to the leg side as Ben Kellaway tees off.
What? 5-2-6 for 9 as Kellaway swings again, and he's got that one into the crowd at mid-wicket for another half dozen. Well, Kellaway giving us entertainment and excitement at the tail end of what's been a largely accumulation from Glamorgan today, but now Kellaway is looking to smash them off the leg spinner Parkinson. The first 2 balls of the over have gone for 6. The ball has been retrieved from somewhere high on the bank by a couple of Kent fielders. And now there are 4 back on the offside as well. Only fine leg saving the single as Kellaway swings hard and high. That's 3 sixes in a row for Ben Kellaway at the start of the Parkinson over. Well, what are we witnessing here, we wonder?
Well, this has gone from a bit of fun to a bit of a wonder now. If we might have records falling. It's 666, the number of Ben Kellaway at the moment. Daniel Bell Drummond comes in to a word of advice, I'm not sure.
Yeah, bowl it short and flat.
Quite.
Kellaway on 171 not out, 3 successive sixes. Parkinson in, bowls. Kellaway swings away on the leg side again, and this time it's 4 runs between long on and mid wicket.
He's gone back in his shell.
Kellaway on to 175 not out.
Goodness.
Well, having got this far, I wonder if 200 is starting to creep into his thoughts. Parkinson in to Kellaway, cuts, and will take the single now off the 5th ball of the over. 3 sixes, a 4 and a 1, so 23 off the over. And Parkinson has just 1 delivery to bowl at the number 11 as the fielders congregate. Square leg stays deep, as does point. Update for BBC Radio Kent to come.
Yeah,
just time for this last delivery, I think. Parkinson to Fernando. Need for a wicket is urgent for Kent.
Oh.
As Fernando plays forward, misses it. They're not going to run 1. Now there's a chase on. They should get back for a second. No, it's no shot played, says the umpire. It's a dot ball as they look to go back for 2 runs, but it must have flicked Fernando's pad on the way through.
I'll take home for BBC Radio Kent listeners and across the south as well. Yeah, it's beautiful here, Bobby. I have to say, not great for the Kent fans apart from that, as Glamorgan have been smashing the ball all over Canterbury. Well, one man has, Ben Kellaway, the youngster, 21 years old, made his maiden first-class century today. He's moved his score along to 176. He's just taken 3 sixes in a row off Matt Parkinson, the Kent bowler, and then a 4. 5:43 for 9 Glamorgan, piling on the pain against Kent, who found it very difficult to take any visitors' wickets, and will hope to be batting sooner rather than later, or this colossal total might get even more colossaler, if that's ever a word. It's not. Surrey struggling at Warwickshire as well, the home side 507 for 5 at Edgbaston, and Sussex have taken 4 Worcestershire wickets now at home, 81 for 4 the visitors there. Sussex 284. All out commentary continuing of all those games via the BBC Sport website and app. And you'd have to say, I was going to say, there's no damage limitation there, was it? There was 23 off 5 big hits, and that'll be 4 more. A flourish from Ben Kellaway. Run the wrists over that one. It's clipped very nicely through forward of square, and they make themselves 4 runs. And I was going to make some joke about the song we're hearing in our headphones, but...
Losing my religion, well, Kent supporters might be losing their faith at the moment.
Exactly that. Very nicely done. Thank you, Nick. No need for me to go there. You've encapsulated it perfectly. And thank you very much to the studio. I quite enjoyed the first bars of that. This is a bit of T20. It might have worked perfectly for the scenario we see in front of us. Bouncer by Ekansh Singh. Wide, says umpire Redphone. I think that's about right, isn't it? It was wide, and it was unhittable in terms of bounce as well than the leg side. So you can understand Ekansh Singh perhaps erring on the side of just not letting Ben Kellaway hit it at this point. But we have had excitement, as I said. That's lightened the atmosphere for the Kent fielders or bowlers certainly, but for the spectators to see that colossal hitting from Ben Kellaway. He may not be finished. Singh bowls to him now, and this one just blooped up into the infield. In mid-wicket, but there's no chance of a catch because Harry Finch is in a different postcode on the boundary rope from where that ball pitched.
It's coming your way.
Needs
pardon.
Semaphore at this point. Smoke signals, whatever. 5:48 for 9.
It's virtually 9 on the boundary, isn't it? They're certainly all back towards the boundary.
There's Singh bowls and whipped away by Kellaway, 4th ball of the over for a single. And it gets as far as Jack leaning. Sita Fernando will face. He's yet to score, but that's very much the way that Ben Kellaway has designed it.
Yes. They won't take a single off these next 2 balls.
No. Fernando looks around the field. It'll be a landmark for Ekansh Singh to take his first wicket in his first-class career here to wrap up the Glamorgan innings, but I don't think Kent really care who does it at this point. Singh, and Fernando just taking his... Has that wrapped him on the glove? It has indeed.
Yeah, maybe there was a bit of a noise. It was obviously glove onto handle or something like that. And Fernando examines his right hand, which he'll be using for bowling before too long.
Yeah.
So
I see what you're saying about his batting. He doesn't look comfortable, does he?
No, he might be at home in the Swedish team.
But a fairly modest pace, I would say, of Ekansh Singh. He's a lively medium, but plays that very late off stump, but plays it nonetheless safe. 5-4-9 for 9. And that, I think, is a declaration, is it? Yeah, they are coming in. That will be it for Glamorgan. Ben Kellaway has hurrahed his last hurrah, 60 his last 6, and 181 not out. Ben Kellaway finishes. What an innings from this young Glamorgan batter. 228 balls for him, and applause now building for him here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Predominantly Kent crowd, but they know quality when they see it. And he comes off the field to a very warm reception indeed. All the members to our left are applauding him off. 18 fours, 3 sixes all hit off Matt Parkinson a couple of overs ago. 181 not out. Ben Kellaway, story of the match so far, and has aided and abetted, steered his side to 549 for 9, declared a mighty total, a mighty innings by young Ben Kellaway.
Yes, it's lovely to see the Kent supporters giving him a decent round of applause on his way off as well, as Kellaway lifted his bat to acknowledge the acclaim from the crowd. And Kellaway, in the end, once my page has refreshed, faced 228 deliveries and hit 18 fours and 3 sixes. What an innings that has been, and we've been privileged to witness it here today, as Kellaway really dominated the second half of the Glamorgan innings after another youngster, Asa Tribe, had steered them to a decent start with his career best of 84. So 549 for 9 declared, and that means that Kent have a nice round target of 400 to avoid the possibility of following on.
And we'll be back with you in short order, around about 10 minutes' time, as Glamorgan, with a spring in their step, no doubt, take to the field to try and bowl Kent out much cheaper than that. And Kent's opening pair will be with us soon. Join us then. Well, welcome back after that short break. Morgan fielders taken to the field, and Ben Compton and Harry Finch it is to open the batting for Kent, who, as Nick said, require a nice round 400 as their first target to avoid the follow-on 549 to get to parity. 58 overs left in the day, and Glamorgan, that mighty total. Ben Kellaway's 181 not out. Literally a large part of it. They'll open the bowling from the Nackington Road end. Just checking to see who'll be bowling. Is that Tim van der Hugten at the far end?
Yes.
64, yeah, that'll be the man.
That'll be him. Yeah, it's been economical, but not quite as prolific in the wickets column as you would have hoped this season, even though he hasn't been bowling badly by any means.
So he starts to bowl to Harry Finch. Finch drops on that out to point. The field is a shortage point, I'd have to say. A 3 slips in. That man converging on the ball at point. Mid-on and mid-off. There's a fairly short leg there under the helmet, but 2 strips away. Mid-wicket. And a deep backward square, or a wideish long leg, if you like. I think that's your lot. Only attacking. Van der Hugten to Finch, gets tied up a little bit by that one. Ball ends up a little bit of bat, a little bit of pad outside the off stump, dropping quite close to Finch's feet, and there's no run. Finch, as I said, had got that finger injury which kept him out of the previous game. As okay, batting at 7. 52 against Middlesex in the home game, and the victory there. 44 in the first innings against Gloucestershire. But none of those opening, all those batting at 6 or 7. Straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. But he's one of those players. I'm going to chat with one of the spectators before we start. They said, asked me who'd open. I said it's probably Harry Finch. And he said, he never seems to let Kent down whatever he does. So whether it's turning himself into a wicket-keeper last season, having never kept in professional cricket before, batting at 1, batting at 7, anywhere in between, fielding as well. Van der Hugten will try and winkle him out here. Rise in delivery, good one as well. Shoulders, arms though, Finch through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, although we talked about a bit of green in the pitch, it really hasn't provided an awful lot of help for the bowlers, so Glamorgan are going to have to work pretty hard if they're to make inroads into Kent today.
Just reaching for my scorecard to try and get early familiarisation with who's who in the Glamorgan side, but Van der Hugten is certainly is bowling. Forward defensive by Finch, back at him, so it's Chris Cook, the wicket-keeper, of course. It's Colin Ingram at first slip.
Yeah, Ingram, Northeast, Carlson likely to be a slip cordon, and before Carlson disappears out in the covers somewhere, it's usually Kellaway at point if he's not too knackered. Gotcha. Actually,
Hassan,
he's not there at the moment.
No, you're right, he's not on the field, so it's saying Hassan is at a point at the moment. Here's Van der Hugten to Finch. Good shot by Finch, straight back down the ground, and that may well be 4 up the side slope. Yeah, James Harris has to give up chase about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, because that's it with some force and timing by Harry Finch. First runs for Kent. At least a little bit of optimism on what's been a pretty rough 4 sessions for them so far. 4 for no wicket. Conference between the two, Finch and Compton in the middle. And Hugten takes his cap from umpire Redfern. At this end, Sam Northeast is standing there, but I think that's captaincy duties rather than any danger, Glamorgan, that he'll bowl.
No, if Sam Northeast is bowling, you'll know the end of the match is nigh.
It's certainly not giving
Only
up
happens in the last 5 minutes of a game, I think. Will Smale is on as substitute fielder while Kellaway probably has a little bit of rest and recuperation.
Is that him? 28.
28 is Will Smale, young batter keeper. Got call up the first team squad on the basis of a century for the seconds against Lancashire at Liverpool at the start of the week, and then got withdrawn from the second team to come and act as cover here. Now this is interesting because it's James Harris opening up rather than Cetha Fernando, who's opened here too for Glamorgan. So Harris is running away from us and bowling. That's turned away on the leg side. A single to Compton to get him off the mark, the left-hander. 5 without loss. So Harris, that was his first delivery in the championship this season. Last season played 11 out of the 14 matches and took 30 wickets at an average of 38. 3 slips for Harris to bowl to Harry Finch on 4 not out, and Harris bowls appeal for LBW and given. Up goes the finger of umpire Newell, and Harry Finch, a long trudge back to the pavilion in just the second over. James Harris striking with his second ball of the season. He did look to be trapped, going nowhere in particular, Harry Finch, on that occasion.
Yeah, it looked like trapped in front, didn't it? And we couldn't actually see the umpire's finger. Could be it's obscured by his body, Mark Newell, but you can tell from the celebrations ongoing that Harry Finch was not. Here's the delivery, and yeah, looks pretty good to me on leg stump there, coming back a little bit at him, and Harry Finch looking very disappointed, obviously, but well, first blood to Glamorgan, and well, we know Kent have got a collapse in them. Many sides do, but Daniel Bell-Drummond comes out having scored a double century in what turned out to be a rearguard effort, I suppose, against Middlesex at Lords, having scratched around for form himself. He is coming out now to try and play the proverbial captain's innings with his team 5 for 1, 544 in deficit. So Bell-Drummond averaging 36 on the back of that century, so a few low scores mixed in there as well, but as you say, magnificent knock-off, 223, and those runs, hopefully for him, will be fresh in his memory. And his batting processes, as professional sports people always quote, stick to the processes, even if it makes for a very dull quote. 5 for 1. Harris to Bell-Drummond. Harris up the slope away from us. Bowls outside off stump, and Bell-Drummond, I think, played inside it. Yeah. Gave slight impression of fiddling at it, but I think got his bat deliberately out of the way. He's not averse to just dropping his hands, Daniel Bell-Drummond, in that respect, and does like to play the ball very late as well. He's got a characteristic shot of just guiding the ball past third.
Yes, there is a deep third man. There's a deep fine leg. The two outfielders as Harris bowls and Bell-Drummond watches a ball that comes a little bit up the slope, but not enough from Harris's point of view. So there are 2 saving the single on either side of the wicket, plus the 3 slips, and the 2 deep fielders behind the wicket. Edward Bevan, listening in Trebanos, will no doubt approve of the third man being in place.
Yeah, we're both parts of the union.
Harris into bowl. Bell-Drummond wants a quick single on the offside and gets there. Well placed between the 2 fielders, Gorvin and Smale. In the covers there, Smale, a tall young man, born in Newport, fought his way for a couple of years around the second team circuit Played quite a bit over the bridge for Gloucestershire as well, but eventually picked up a contract with Glamorgan. Has made certainly a white ball impact as Harris bowls, and forward comes Compton to defend to mid-off. 2 singles and the wicket off the Harris over, and Glamorgan made 549 for 9 declared. Kent in reply 6 for 1 after 2.
Well, as so often, Kent will look to Ben Compton to do Ben Compton type things, stay at the crease for a couple of days. He's already done that. Great aplomb so far. A century against Middlesex in the home game in the win, and 178 against Gloucestershire in their first innings of 393. A really important knock for them in that one as well. Eventually that one finishes a draw, but so both of them, Drummond and Compton, have big scores to their credit this season, but as Dim van der Houten bowls to Drummond, he just plays that into the offside. There's no run, but they really do need to step up, and that's the nature of scoreboard pressure, isn't it, Nick? Is that it's not only occupying the crease and playing a few shots, but you're staring down the barrel of 5,500. It's an awful long way.
Yes, you know, there's virtually no possibility of you winning the match.
Yeah. And it just takes the bottom hand off there, Daniel Drummond, as it comes into him. Just seems in, I think, from outside off stump towards the middle stump, and ends up with short leg, but there's no catch there. Who's under the lid there, sorry?
It'll be Tribe.
Tribe, thank you. It's a Tribe.
It's generally the designated short leg fielder.
Who did himself no harm with that 94, a career best for him. I wouldn't say outshone by Ben Kellaway, but 181. That was something very special. And to do Drummond rising delivery. Wow. Snorter, that one, off a good length, and taken by the wicketkeeper, throat high. Daniel Drummond, did he play at that? I'm not sure he tried to get near it, but it just left him.
Yeah, that one did come up off not too far back of a length, didn't it? And
yeah.
Although Drummond got out the way efficiently enough, that'll give Van der Houten a little bit of fire in his belly.
Yeah, I think to be fair, he did just try and stay out of the way, Daniel Drummond, which is a good idea. And that one's almost hit him amidships there. It's outside the off stump. Does he get a better bat on it? Maybe a bit of bottom edge down to the ground.
Bat onto the leg, I think.
Yeah, looking very uncomfortable though.
Smale is grazing down at fine leg, by the way, which suggests that since he's sort of next to the pavilion, that Kellaway won't be too long in taking the field. Glamorgan will hope there's not an injury, and this is just a bit of massage and recuperation.
Van der Houten then coming in to Daniel Drummond. It's a very similar delivery to the last two. That one again gets a bit of lift and very close to the body of Daniel Drummond, who again reacts to try and get everything out of the way of it. Thought he might have played just a little bit at that. I'm just going to keep the replay on my screen, I think, for the most part of this. Oh yeah, just got his bat inside it at the last moment. Great opening spell by these two bowlers. Last ball of the third over, and it's played in a more orthodox fashion by Daniel Drummond, getting outside the off stump, playing it with soft hands into the leg side, and a dot ball on 4 off 2. And James Harris has the wicket to fall, that of Harry Finch, LBW, 4-4.
So, Harris having a word with Northeast. Andy Gorvin lobbing in a thought or two, maybe on the way past. As Harris will be running away from us at the pavilion end in the afternoon sunshine. As always here, the sunshine has left us around about the lunch interval. And starts to get quite cool, having been absolutely baking in the commentary box for the first session. But we mustn't grumble. Harris to Compton with a leg slip now in place as well as the 3 slips. That's through outside off stump. No shot played though.
Left-right combination now. Oh, Bobby was in touch before lunch. Bobby, apologies, I'm not on X. With a short sentiment, but understandable from a Kent point of view. Time to dig in for a draw. Might need a mighty big bunker for that, I think, at this point. But 6 for 1. Finch already gone. Glamorgan on top. And some.
As Harris bowls, turned away off his legs neatly by Compton, down towards square. It'll be fielded by Fernando running round from fine leg. Easy 2 runs, 8 for 1. Edward Cooper suggests there was a mention of ice cream when I had talked about Kellaway going for a scoop shot. Aha.
Oh, there we go.
I did mention ice cream more in the context of actually pondering of whether to go for one if we get any relief on commentary duties, but I'm not sure that if any Kent players might possibly join us.
We'll see. There's a possibility, but we'll see if they're...
Harris bowls, and that one I think has gone past the edge. Or Compton played inside it very late. Stephen Moss on X, very encouraging performance after the early season disappointments. Great knock by Kellaway. Asks about Jamie McIlroy. He is playing, Stephen. He was playing for the Seconds earlier this week. He did get a 4-wicket haul in 1 innings against Lancashire, but it was probably the first time he'd been in wickets this season. As Harris bowls and Compton defends, and McIlroy, after having a good season with the red ball in 23, had a rather barren one in 24, I think you'll find, Stephen, if you check the stats. And so although he was bowling well in the white ball stuff, he didn't get in the championship side after the first few games. 8 for 1. Harris back in the side after a calf injury. Into bowl. Compton forward, defending to Goran at cover. No run.
Should mention, actually, talk about Kent players, that Nathan Gilchrist was bowling during the interval. Having come out of the concussion protocols, it was a day too late for him to take any part in this match, but looked pretty fluid from what I could see. And he'll be very much hoping, Kent will be hoping he'll be fit and available for the game at Gloucestershire.
Harris in to bowl, pulled by Compton, and he's nailed that one very well indeed. Down to deep backward square for 4 runs. Fernando jogs towards the flats to retrieve it, and Kent, after 4 overs, moving on to 12 for 1. Compton has 7. Bell Drummond has 1. And Finch, the man out, for 4.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Ben Compton, always in control and nowhere near a fielder. So good news for him. But, Morgan with their tails up. And just the 537 ahead at this point. 12 for 1.
Glamorgan with the women with their tails up as well.
Good.
They should win in the next 10-15 minutes or so against Sussex.
And Hookton then bowls too. Bell Drummond squeezes down on that. Daniel Bell Drummond gets well forward.
There was bat definitely involved, but Van der Hoogten obviously thought there was a chance it was pad first.
I'm wondering if, impact might have been outside the line anyway, but
apart from that,
I'm not saying. Well, actually, I kind of,
Sussex chasing 157 in 20 against Glamorgan, then 94 for 6 with just 2 overs left.
Good news for the Welsh side. Here's Van der Hoogten then to Bell Drummond, does the same again, squeezes forward, and Van der Hoogten is leaping from foot to foot, almost at a dance, head in hands as he goes away. Feels that one was even closer. Not sure if we can tell from the replay, but no bat on that one this time, so the umpire has to adjudge that he's outside the line when the impact happened. But I think the Morgan bowler
Fancy that one.
Did fancy that one indeed, as you say. Bowls again to Danny Bell Drummond, swings the bat at that one, inside part of the bat, ends up at mid-on, and there's no run. But yeah, I'd certainly say that one was closer in than the previous appeal, and it didn't seem to have any bat involved at all. Looked like it was slightly tucked behind the front pad, if anything. Inability with the replays is showing again, scrolling back, but might see that in a second. Van der Hoogten bowling live now, though, of course, and Danny Bell Drummond gets outside the off stump once more. Not sure how much of a dangerous game he's playing, Bell Drummond. Here's the second ball, I think, the replay.
Which won't be in time with what you're hearing at home, so we apologise for that.
We're just having a quick look at the second.
Outside the line, just about.
I think it is.
I think.
As you say,
even if it would have gone on to hit, radio duty calls me.
They're going to update BBC Wales with what's going on. Danny Bell Drummond is having a torrid time, an interesting time, engaging a time with Van der Hoogten there. Another dot ball. Could be a maiden at the end of this over. Just one to come. And has survived two lusty appeals from Tim Van der Hoogten. A ball to come. Will he get his man here? Glamorgan bowler. Danny Bell Drummond squeezes outside the off stump again. It's a massive appeal from Van der Hoogten, but I think again that one was looks like impact outside the line. Takes his cap from umpire Redfern, who's disappointed him at least 3 times in this over. But top marks for full-hearted appealing from the Glamorgan man. Daniel Bell Drummond survives. Compton has 7, Bell Drummond 1, Kent 12 for 1, 5-3-7. Here's the deficit at this point after that maiden over. Van der Hoogten number 4 off 3 with 2 maidens. Tim Harris? James Harris has the ball now. Giving them each other's first names. Harris through to Compton. Up to mid-on by the left-hander. Andy Goran stops it. Fine 47 in a century stand with Centurion Ben Kellaway. Looks like Will Smale is still on the pitch, so I don't think Ben Kellaway has returned yet after that long innings. Harris to Compton. Just falls forward slightly, leaving that one outside the off stump, the left-hander. Harris is coming over the wicket, so he's trying to make the angle across the batter, or to bring the ball back in from leg stump to middle. Oh, sorry, off stump to middle, I should say. Compton composes himself now. Harris to him. Just clipped off his hip, and good fielding by Smale at square leg. And there's no run. As you can hear from our effects microphone again, being buffeted slightly by the strong breeze here at Canterbury. But the ambient conditions otherwise, as you just see the members to our left have got their coats on and a couple of scarves as well, out of the sun. It's a proper spring wind there, but in the sunshine. Pretty nice. As Harris bowls to Compton, studious defensive. Into the offside, there's no run. Listen to BBC Radio Kent, BBC Wales. Our commentary of this game between Kent and Glamorgan with me, Matt Cole, and Nick Webb. You're very welcome wherever you're listening. And feel free to get in touch. Tell us what you're doing on this Saturday afternoon while you're accompanied by our commentary. Delighted to have your company. bbckentcricket@gmail.com for your emails. That's left by Compton. pretty close to the off stump there as well. Harris just stopped it at his, in his follow through to look at that one. Compton. What turns out to be a good leave from him. Give you some other scores in just a second. With Kent 12 for 1. Ball to come with the 6th over. As Harris bowls again, it comes back towards Compton from outside off stump as he leaves it, but not close enough to endanger the Timbers. So in Championship Division 1, Essex have just been bowled out for 123 by Yorkshire. 6 wickets for George Hill there, 6 for 51. Young all-rounder. So a lead of 93 for Yorkshire there at Chelmsford. Warwickshire going on and on, 5-5-3 for 5 against Surrey. And so Hookton bowls to Belldrummond, just dropped his hand on that one. I think it sounded a bit like it might have hit the glove as he tried to work that at the onside, but Hookton giving him no room and hurrying him again into the shot. Elsewhere, Hampshire 177 for 8, still 156 behind Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. And Worcestershire 106 for 5 against Sussex, trailing by 178 runs there. Sussex, as we were saying yesterday, started 80 odd for none. Lost 5 wickets for 1, ended up with 284. Oh, he's taking the bottom hand off again. Daniel Belldrummond, he really is. Well, I think this time goes into torrid at the stage from Tim van der Hoogten. So it's a working over. He's just ploughing that furrow. Bit of extra pace. Just on off stump. Belldrummond trying to see him off. At the moment, he's just about keeping his wicket intact. Van der Hoogten then bowls to Belldrummond. Again, there's no room for Belldrummond to swing. He tries to swing that into the onside and takes the bottom hand off again, but he's just been pinned down by the Glamorgan bowler. This is an excellent first spell by Van der Hoogten. He might not have the wicket, but there's clear signs of Daniel Belldrummond in discomfort out there. Facing Van der Hoogten. Lancashire ahead by 38 against Northants at the close of their innings, as it's a little bit more of a straightforward defensive from Daniel Belldrummond. Yeah, Lancashire 276 they finish, leading by 38 against Northampton at Northampton. And Belldrummond then, as I said, looking none too comfortable at the moment against Tim van der Hoogten, who's bowling just what his captain will want as an opening spell. Bowls again. Belldrummond leaves it this time. It's seeming away from him, pitching just outside the off stump and going through to wicketkeeper Cook. And I was just saying, Nick, as you were away doing your update, that Tim van der Hoogten making things very uncomfortable for Daniel Belldrummond these last couple of overs.
Yeah, he's bowled very tightly, Tim van der Hoogten, this season, but I'm not sure whether he ran over a black cat somewhere on the way to training, because he hasn't really had an awful lot of luck. His figures don't match his performances at the moment.
Charges in again. Belldrummond behind that one on off stump, and that's the end of the over. It's another maiden. 3 of his 4 have given no runs to Kent at all. None for 4 then, off the 4. Harris has 1 for 8 off 3 with 1 maiden. 12 for 1. You'll have been telling them very good news on BBC Wales about the Morgans.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be able to deliver that sort of update to a Welsh audience, and interesting to hear about Cardiff being invaded today by hordes of West Country rugby fans.
What were you going to say there? It was a plague of locusts, but no.
James Harris telling someone to sit down.
I hope that's
close
not us.
to the sight screen.
No.
We've got most of the windows closed here. As Harris is on his way in to bowl, outside off stump, going further away, and Compton plays no shot.
It's mostly been, I haven't got the stats exactly, but certainly the last couple of overs have been with the maidens for Tim van der Hoogten have been Harris v Compton and van der Hoogten against Bell Drummond.
Yes, there are upwards of 45,000 spectators for Bristol against Bath in Cardiff. So that's through outside off stump. No shot played by Compton again. With it's technically a Bristol home fixture,
right.
And although they've got a capacity, I think, in the high 20,000 at Ashton Gate, their big day out is over the border in Cardiff, with all the Welsh professional sides at the moment in South Africa, so they're not directly competing with anything in South Wales on that level. As all these shouts of "catch it!" Has that come off the glove? Yes, Glamorgan is celebrating. The ball lobbed up off the glove of Ben Compton. Harris has got a second, and Kent a 12 for 2.
Yeah.
It flew towards gully, and Compton walking off dejectedly. And Glamorgan and James Harris have the second breakthrough, and Ben Kellaway back on the field to take that catch in his usual gully position.
Well, of course, he's never far away from the action, is he? But the ball following around in more ways than one during this day. But yeah, there we are. Wicket falls, and Compton, I don't know if he was gesturing that perhaps he thought he might not have hit it, or it's just pure disappointment. But 12 for 2. Kent in trouble. Tamanda Mieye comes out. In the 8th over, he would have been hoping that it would have been at least 88 before he came on, I'm sure. But Glamorgan, fantastic day for them so far.
I think it was just making sure that Kellaway had taken the catch, diving forward. Not sure that Compton was actually disputing the fact that it had lobbed up, possibly off the glove. 12 for 2 then. And the young Zimbabwean, who's going well this season, averaging 42 with a century and a 50 to his credit. And he will need all the good form he can muster, because Jack Leaning in next isn't really in any sort of nick at the moment.
No, he certainly could do with a score.
Chris Benjamin in only his second match of the season. Grant Stewart's had a few runs. Akansh Singh, obviously new to the game, making his debut and looking to make an early mark. 12 for 2. Harris in, bowls to Mieye, who's squared up by that one, looking to play straight, and the ball flies towards ball magnet Ben Kellaway at point. 4 slips. Kellaway at point. Big gap in the covers. Ul Hassan covering wide mid-off stroke cover as Harris is on his way. In bowls to Mieu, drives nicely, but well intercepted by van der Hoogten, moving to his right at mid-on. Fielders on the leg side. Mid-on, square leg come mid-wicket. Again, one of those fielders trying to cover 2 positions. The slight finger of Andy Gorvin. And Fernando down in the distance in front of the old scoreboard at fine leg. Harris in to bowl to Mieye, who's forward defending. Playing fairly firmly actually, and it requires a sliding stop from Ul Hassan at mid-off. So another successful over for James Harris. He has 2 for 8 after 4 overs. And Kent very much on the back foot, 12 for 2. 400 needed to avoid the possibility of following on. And Glamorgan buoyant, following up their strong first 2 days and decent last day against Derby. And it's a team that belatedly seems to have found a spark after 3 very disappointing games to start the season, losing 2 and following on in the other.
So the 2 wickets for Harris so far. And Hookter might wonder quite how he has not cleaned up Daniel Bell-Drummond as yet, but that one's wide and easy. Straightforward leave for Bell-Drummond on that occasion, but pinned down for a couple of overs and a couple of big LBW appeals. Certainly made it very difficult for the Kent captain, who needs to play a big innings. Kent have a nasty habit of batting much better second innings than they do first innings, which isn't great for bonus points. Obviously, quick run taken. There was a bit of a yes, and a slow start from Miyeye. Fielder coming in on the offside. I think that is Kellaway, isn't it? At a point, but he's couldn't get round one of the batters to get to the ball in time, and they'll take a single.
Yeah, Kellaway generally lives in that point gully position. Good luck to him. It's a horrible place to field, I reckon, the gully. If you ask me where I least like fielding on a cricket pitch, it's gully, because you never quite know how the ball is going to come at you.
No. It could come at a rate of knots, that's for sure. So he's fairly square there. That's run by Tawanda Miyeye through the vacant third area, wide third, and that'll be 4 runs. Quite deliberately kept it down and opened the face, and that's 4. Miyeye opens his account. Kent 17 for 2. As Kieran Carlson rejoins the slipper trio, Ingram and Northeast, 1 and 2. And looking to Miyeye, back at the bowler. No run.
Yes, a man with a double century to his credit, I see. Last season.
Tawanda. Yes, indeed, yeah. That's, maturing. Oh, he's certainly...
Well, Bell-Drummond last week
yes,
as well.
Yeah, he's got a fabulous array of shots, but I've said this before, and Kent think masses of him. I think he's maturing in being able to sometimes holster the extravagance, if that makes sense, and build innings now. That was a bit bat and pad, but into the onside. Fernando Fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, so not England qualified, but doesn't count as overseas.
No, not at this point. So
at the moment, but presumably could do on residence at some point.
Yeah, his family came as refugees from Zimbabwe.
Went to college in Eastbourne.
Indeed, yes, yeah. As I like to say, he was the ball pushed back past Van Ducken up to mid-off, and there's no run into the over. 17 for 2. I like to say he was smuggled over the Kent border by tutors James Treble and Rob Furley. He took him from make sure no one in Sussex got their hands on him. And joking, of course, his family settled in Kent, but yeah, he is a real talent. But as we know, there's a difference between being a real talent at 21 and turning yourself into an international cricketer. But he certainly looks like he's got the skills.
Harris to continue into his 5th over, maybe his last, since this is his first team game. Back of a length, punched by Bell-Drummond to cover, no run. So Harris will be delighted with this start, trapping Finch on the crease leg before, and then forcing the error from Compton Court at Gully. Fernando and presumably Goran to come as first change bowlers for Glamorgan, as Harris is in, and Bell Drummond again playing it to cover stroke mid-off, no run. So slight change in role for Asitha Fernando, having opened the bowling in his matches so far.
Yep.
And does generate a bit of pace, decent lick, but needs to improve his radar slightly. Harris in bowls, Bell Drummond jabs down on it, and again it is the mid-off fielder Zain ul Hassan who is in action. Ingram northeast. Carlson, it's northeast is actually clapping loud and long to encourage his teammates against his former side. It's usually Carlson who's the boisterous one of that slip cordon. Harris to Bell Drummond, who does fiddle at that and is beaten outside off stump through to Cook.
Yes, he's entertained that one for sure. Just see Mo Abbas has got 5 wickets for Nottinghamshire against his former side, Hampshire, talking about that. 195 for 9 now. The championship leaders, Nottinghamshire, are they not?
I'll take your word for it.
It's a long way up there.
It's a long way up from Glamorgan at the moment. As Harris bowls to Bell Drummond, who'll get runs here down through gully. Kellaway off in pursuit, and that's a good pursuit actually, because he's cut them down to a single by the time he's chased, slid and got his throw in, but obviously he isn't entirely taken up all his energy by batting for as long as he did, which in the end was 228 balls, 18 fours and 3 sixes. As Harris is in to bowl, forward presses Muyeye, no run. 18 for 2 Kent in reply to 549 for 9 declared. Steve Grant suggesting it's a shame Glamorgan couldn't hold the declaration long enough to see if he could get a double century. I suppose could have given him another 10-15 minutes or so to say, well, you know, we're declaring in 4 overs time or whatever.
Yeah.
See if you can give it a go, because he did have that assault on Parkinson. And different Steve in Newcastle saying the difference is remarkable. Does Glamorgan's change in performance can coincide with Jonathan Trott arriving as a consultant advisor?
And a Hookton to Bell Drummond. Looks like he's gone outside the off stump again there, but another appeal on Jonathan Trott. Mike saying, no disrespect to Jonathan Trott. He was talking about him being himself being the Jonathan Trott of his Swedish side. He said it was my hero during that time. Brilliant batter. Would he make a place though in the New England team? He said you need your Trott in the team. I'm a little old school. All the best is Mike from Sweden. And Hookton continuing into his 6th over, and why not, against Bell Drummond. Leaves that outside the off stump, comes back into them a little, but it's a safe lead in the end.
Thank you to Ian Jones, who has news of a fixture for the England and Wales transplant cricket team next weekend, Sunday the 18th. We're playing against Penn Street Cricket Club on the outskirts of Amersham, Buckinghamshire. More in a moment.
And a Hookton to Bell Drummond. Takes the bottom hand off again as he tries to get their way into the onside, but ends up back with the bowler, no run.
Ian says the transplant team seeks to demonstrate that an active second innings is available to enjoy after a transplant, and to promote the need for organ donation. And the England and Wales team will welcome the Australian transplant team in mid-June for a 3-match Ashes series. So good luck to everyone involved in that particular venture. The match at Penn Street, Amersham, on Sunday the 18th.
And Hookton to Beldrum edged and gone into the midriff of Colin Ingram, and it felt like it had been coming as well. Tim van der Hookton, a bellow of delight as he gets the Kent captain pushing forward, edging through to Ingram, who fell backwards with the catch, making absolutely sure he took it. And Beldrum goes for 3. Difficult runs from 32 balls, absolutely pinned down at this end by Tim Van, who has his man, and Kent are 3 down for 18. Up against this mighty 5-4-9 from Glamorgan. They're in all sorts of trouble. Glamorgan are having extra fun in the sun here at Canterbury.
An early bonus point for Glamorgan. It is a strange old game, isn't it? Daniel Bell Drummond with a double century to his credit. Only last week, and this week, well, he was really struggling to get going. 3 off 32 deliveries, couldn't buy a run. Was being given a bit of a working out by Tim van der Hoogten, and in the end pushing forward. A low, fast edge to Colin Ingram, who made sure of it at slip. 18 for 3 as Jack Leaning comes to the wicket. Update for BBC listeners across the southeast.
Yeah,
to come from Matt.
New presenter on BBC Kent, and just bringing them bad news. There we go. Welcome to your new show. Kent are in big trouble. There we are.
Used to be a joke that the Sunday League programme for Glamorgan, which came on air slightly after the start of the match, used to be called "And Glamorgan have collapsed again." No. Joke from the 1980s, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, lucky it was that long ago. Kent are 18 for 3. Outtake coming. I am indeed, and the great news is it's sunshine here, beautiful conditions, but as far as Kent supporters are going, that's still about as good as it can get, because the cricket is pretty awful for them. Glamorgan eventually declared on 549 for 9. Ben Kellaway, 21 years of age, made his maiden first-class century, 181 not out. Kent struggled to take wickets and were leaking runs in between the ones they did take. So 549, eventually Glamorgan declaring on, and Kent are a woeful 18 for 3. Harry Finch gone for 4 LBW. Ben Compton caught for 7. And Daniel Bell Drummond, their captain, got a double century last week. This week, unfortunately, given a torrid time by bowler Tim van der Hoogten, caught at slip 4-3. So Kent with all sorts of work to do in the sunshine here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. 18 for 3, some 531 runs behind. And that is the end of that over. A wicket maiden for Tim van der Hoogten. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Now those are bowling figures. What an opening spell.
Yeah, Glamorgan's 2 experienced campaigners opening the bowling, both aged 34. Both tremendous servants of Glamorgan over the years. Van der Hoogten over from his native New South Wales, only playing for the one county over here though. And Harris back after a spell at Middlesex as Harris bowls, and forward comes Muyeye.
Yeah, Jack Leaning, as you were alluding to before, weren't you? It's not really been troubling the scorers very much in his opening to this season. Top score of 40.
Can't need those and more.
Yeah.
As Harris bowls, turned on the leg side by Muyeye. Gorvin swoops in at mid-wicket with the body language of a team that knows it's on top. And you can tell when the encouragement from teammates for a bowler is coming absolutely naturally, and when it's a little bit forced, and when they're just trying to keep spirits up. Harris in to Muyeye, leaves outside off, going through to Cook. 4 slips, so Tribe, who's, I think, got the short leg pads on in case, is at fourth slip, joining the usual crew of Ingram, Northeast and Carlson. Kellaway, Gully, Ulhasan mid off, Van der Hoogten mid on, Gorvin mid wicket, Fernando fine leg. Harris bowls, Millet plays firmly to Gorvin at mid wicket, and there is no run. 18 for 3, plays 5-4-9. It's not a contest at the moment, but there are a lot of wickets for Glamorgan to get, and this is not a pitch which is providing huge encouragement, maybe. Just doing a bit. As Millet plays into the offside, thinks about a single. Ulhasan is round quickly from mid-off. Afternoon to Steve West, enjoying the summer in Porthcawl. Glamorgan supporters will be enjoying this situation. Kent supporters, please stay tuned. Things may get better. Things can only get better, surely, from 18 for 3. Harris in bowls, driven, but back to the bowler as he aimed towards mid-off. Ulhasan was across to cover, but not needed. And I think in terms of encouragement, well, Glamorgan had a pretty ropey start to the season, and they appear to have bounced back.
I thought you were about to say, Kent listeners, your fortunes can go down as well as up.
Quite.
The small print.
The small print, yes. Yeah. I mean, Kent, 2 wins out of 4 games.
Yeah.
Things go wrong occasionally. But they've got a game to save here.
Absolutely. For all their depleted bowling, it's the batting that needs to stand up now. Squared up, just inside the line. Jack leaning by another rising delivery. Tim Van der Hoogten bowling into a 7th over, and with some vigour as well. It'd be awkward for Sam Northeast to try and wrestle the ball in his hand, I would have thought, at this point, before he decides he wants a breather.
Yes, he's quite often bowls 7. Maybe fancy an 8th, given how things are going for him at the moment.
Absolutely. 18 for 3, Kent. Van der Hoogten had the last one. Daniel Bell-Drummond. Leading drops on that, just guides it low off the bat through backward point. It'll go for 4 out of our view, but signalled by umpire Redfern, and he gets off the mark. 4 from 4. Millet has 4 as well. Kent 22 for 3. 5-4-9 for 9 declared. Glamorgan, if you are just joining us, with 181 from Ben Kellaway, his maiden first class century, aided and abetted in the morning session by Andy Gorvin, who made 47 in a century stand, and the Hoogten to leaning, drops into the offside, single take and quick one as well. Millet does get through. I mean, he is quick off the mark. I think he probably would have been just in if it had hit directly, but it would have been close.
That was a little tight.
Yeah.
For a single, for a side needing to score 400 and with 3 down cheaply.
Yeah. And rotating the strike is one thing, but that looked a little bit on the stretch. So Millet faces into the ground. No, it's looped up on the full, and he is gone. The catch loops up, I think, to Ben Kellaway at short leg, moving to his left, and it was the most innocuous dismissal. As you heard on the commentary, I thought there was little movement. I thought maybe he'd knocked that into the ground, but it's gone straight into the hands of Asa Tribe, beg your pardon, under the helmet, of course. And Millet goes for 4, 23 for 4, and Kent are in disarray here as Tawanda Millet goes off. Disappointed to go for 4. It looked the most innocuous dismissal, but a dismissal nonetheless. Delight from Glamorgan. at 23 for 4, Kent.
Well, this is psychological pressure, isn't it? I mean, Kent obviously a far better side than this, and capable of big runs. They did have 2 men with potential, with double centuries to their credit in first-class cricket in Bell Drummond and Mayeye, but both have now fallen to Tim van der Hoogten. As well, it's young Akansh Singh who has the delight of coming in at number 6 with his side on 23 for 4. Welcome to the first-class game, young man.
Absolutely right, yeah. He's played a handful of one-day cup games for Kent, but this is first-class debut. England under-19 international. And as I say, got himself a century against Essex at Beckenham in their second 11 game last week. Now all he has to do is emulate Ben Kellaway, score close to 200 to get his side back in this game. So, you know, 23 for 4. As you say, what a position to come in as well. Psychologically for him, would have been lovely coming at, I don't know, 230, 330, 430 for 4, and he could just warm his way into the game, but he's immediately thrown into the fire here. Van der Hoogten bowls to him. Akansh Singh faces, and goodness me, that was close. Looked like he made a movement forward towards that. It's left him off the pitch through to the wicket-keeper.
Afternoon to Duncan Evans, who enjoyed a mention of Michael Hogan, the only man not to play that many first-class innings without being LBW, because his legs were never in line. And thank you to Ian Jones, who explains that he had a kidney transplant, which is why he's involved in that particular team.
And Hoogten to Akansh Singh.
Shot.
Good-looking drive, yeah. Gets precisely nothing. Dot ball, stopped on the covers, but good-looking shot nonetheless. And end of the over, 23 for 4.
And a reminder that England and Wales transplant team are playing against Penn Street Cricket Club, Amersham, on a week tomorrow. So thank you very much indeed. Nick Webb 2017 at gmail.com, on X, and on Blue Sky as well. The skies are blue here at Canterbury, but Kent could be forgiven for hoping for an unexpected deluge from somewhere. Plague of locusts, whatever you got. 23 for 4. Harris to leaning on 5 not out. The taller figure of the two at the wicket. As in comes Harris with 4 slips waiting, leaning, driving. Van der Hoogten stooping to field. And there's no run. Confirmation that Glamorgan's women are through to that next round, the 3rd round of the Women's County Cup.
Congratulations.
Comfortable winners over Sussex. As Harris is in to bowl and leaning defends to mid-off, no run. Glamorgan made 156 for 7. Sussex finished on 108 for 7. With 2 wickets apiece for Gemma Porter and for Eve Jackson, 1 apiece for Katie Cobb and Emily Burke, and Sussex never really threatening that Glamorgan total in Cardiff. Harris in to leaning, no shot played, through to Chris Cook. Almost non-stop chatter in the infield at the moment, just to impress the gravity of the situation on Jack leaning and on Akansh Singh, who won't have heard it quite as much as his more experienced partner. But he's leaning on his bat at the moment, Singh at the non-striker's end, as Harris is in and bowls, knocked away by Leaning. Singh wanted a single, but Kellaway had dived to his left to make the stop at gully, backward point. Glamorgan thoroughly buoyant. They've done quite a lot of the hard yards, but 16 more wickets to get. Still represents a long couple of days' work as Harris is in to bowl outside off stump. No shot played. So this is Harris's 7th over. 2 for 9. Van der Hoogten 2 for 14 in his 7. Van der Hoogten, I think, might have one more. I'd be surprised if Harris did, purely because this is Harris's first team game of the season, and he bowled about 20 overs in all in the second team game last week, but spread out a little. As forward comes Leaning, defends back to the bowler, maiden over, so going nowhere at the moment. Kent stalled badly, 23 for 4, needing 400 to avoid the follow-on.
Yes, indeed. Maiden from Harris. Ekans Singh, 18 years old, with the much experienced Jack Leaning chatting out there. 18-year-old started with Kent when he was 10 from Orpington. And said much thought of him as a future prospect for Kent, but the future is now for him. Very much. As Tim van der Hoogten comes in, leads him off the pitch through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. I don't know if he's deliberately tucking his bat in there as the ball goes through. But Van der Hoogten is into his 8th over. Seth Fernando is still warming up. He's been doing that for about 3 or 4 overs, hasn't he? I think, unfortunately for him, on his prospect of getting into the action, these two, Van der Hoogten and Harris, have Kent pinned down at 23 for 4. Bowls it again. I mean, that's close to the off stump as well. He's leaning forward once more. Be interested to see actually from the replays how he's addressing these deliveries. He's got his back to us. No great noise from Glamorgan when he's doing that, but just leaning forward. Yeah. Just getting his bat next to his pad. The ball going outside the edge on both occasions. And Hoogten to interesting once again. Pops up and caught by Tribe. Same mode as the Mayeye dismissal. Slightly different in terms of a shorter ball. Defended off his midriff by Ekans Singh. It's popped up to Asa Tribe, who moved smartly to his left, took the catch high. In the end, it wasn't a very difficult dismissal for him. Ekans Singh goes for none. And caught by Tribe, bowled by Van der Hoogten. Kent are 23 for 5. And it goes from disaster to disaster from Kent. For Glamorgan, it just keeps getting better and better.
Well, I'm sure there'll be better moments to come for young Ekans Singh, who's trusted with a first team debut at a tender age, hasn't been able to contribute with the bat or the ball in the first half of the match. And really, he was thrown into the cauldron on this occasion, an experienced bowler. And the ball just flying up to Tribe to take a fairly simple catch for the second time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He was looking in a different direction to play that shot, wasn't he? And it was just beat him for pace and ended up just looping it to short leg.
Well, I suppose we have to start talking about the follow-on.
Yeah.
And as things stand, Glamorgan have run through the first half of this Kent lineup so quickly that you think they would enforce the follow-on. So Kent have got a lot of work to do to ease the pressure on themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's 4 slips in a gully now as Chris Benjamin comes in. Made his first-class debut for Kent in the game against Middlesex in that defeat. Himself a single-figure score, the 34 in the second innings. Van der Hoogten bowls to Benjamin now, leaves that elaborately, and there was some decent bounce on it as well. The hint of the Zorro around that, but...
yeah, Glamorgan supporters will be seeing that over the next couple of weeks, so I'd imagine the Labuschagne leave, which looks somewhat like that.
He doesn't do anything that's not elaborate, I don't think, Mark Labuschagne, does he? He's fabulous to watch.
You would imagine it'd be a very different presence in the dressing room, I would imagine. Not that I've ever been in the Glamorgan dressing room when the players were present in it. Here's Van
der Hoogten again to Benjamin. That's not a bad shot. It's taken on the full low on the bats and outside the off stump for 2 to the offside boundary. It's reined in by the fielder there. But, 2 to the total, but it's a very meagre 25 for 5 at the moment. Van der Hoogten has 3 for 16, 2 for 9 for Harris.
Yes, the fizzy, effervescent Labuschagne in for the calm and collected and laid-back Colin Ingram is the impression that I get.
So that 4 slips in a gully in. Benjamin loses that one, leaves that one rather. Through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, 25 for 5. You could hear pretty much a pin drop when the Glamorgan players aren't talking excitedly to each other, and this will be very sombre for these Kent fans who saw what was a really difficult year for the team and for the supporters, of course, last season. But coming to Division 2, I didn't imagine that they would be thinking they'd be staring down the battle of this situation. But that's the way they find themselves. That's how Glamorgan have dominated them so far.
Yes, Glamorgan. Decent performance last week against Derbyshire. Ended up, though, with prospect of Derbyshire winning on the final day. Although Glamorgan had slightly better the draw in the end, but Derbyshire gave it a real go, chasing 338. So Glamorgan will not be counting any chickens. Asitha Fernando takes over from James Harris, who had 2 for 9 off 7. And Fernando bowls, and that's driven through the offsides. Leaning will pick up some runs here. It's racing down the slope. It's hauled in just short of the boundary. And they'll just settle for a couple, I think. It was just 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, just 2 in the end, yeah.
Might have been 3 there. Maybe they were expecting it to go away for 4. As Leaning moves on to 7. Van der Hoogten fiddling with his bootlaces. He's likely to be going out the bowling attack. As Fernando in bowls, Leaning drives to Van der Hoogten at mid-on, and there's no run. 27 for 5. Wickets falling at 5, 12, 18 and 2 with the score on 23. So pretty horrendous for the home side in cricketing terms. We know there are more serious things in life than a sports match, though. Fernando is in bowls on target, but well met by Leaning, pushing it back firmly past the bowler. As Tim van der Hoogten is not happy with his left boot at all, having bowled 8 overs. Is he possibly preparing to bowl a 9th? Well, 3 for 16, he might just fancy it. Sure, Andy Gorvin is primed and ready for duties. Van der Hoogten is now happy with his boot. Oh, happy enough to take up his position in the field. 27 for 5. Fernando in and leaning, jabbing down on that one, playing it firmly enough up to mid-off. Al Hassan is the fielder. If you have just joined us, Glamorgan declared on 549 for 9, meaning that Kent have to score 400 exactly to avoid the possibility of following on. And, well, half their side already back in the pavilion for single-figure scores. 3 wickets to Van der Hocht and 2 to Harris. Fernando, the change bowler, beats the edge as Leaning pushes forward. Through it goes to Cook. No run. Long way back from here for Kent, whose maybe ambitions have to be limited to keeping Glamorgan out there for a reasonable number of overs and getting some bowlers being tired when they come to bowl again. But resistance has not been prolonged so far as Fernando into bowl, squeezed away on the offside by Leaning. No run available as Kellaway moves to his right to field. 2 runs off Fernando's first over. 27 for 5 Kent in reply to Glamorgan's 549 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, to come then for Kent be Grant Stewart, Kashivali, George Garrett and Matt Parkinson. And I suppose if you look at the Kent line-up, it is a little bit taily from a balance point of view, but resistance so far has not been very stout in the face of Glamorgan. 3 for 16. It is Tim van der Hoogten. There's nothing stopping him. Benjamin leaves that outside the off stump. It's back of a length through to the wicketkeeper and no run. I was going to say Sam Northey surely will be having a conversation during this over with him saying, why don't we just take a quick breather?
Yeah.
3 for 16.
How about leaving that until after the tea interval?
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Come back for another 8 if you want to at this point. Also, this is into his 9th now. But he is bowling very, very well. Benjamin, inside part of the bat, into the onside. Tribe hairs after it. But it's all on the ground and there's no run.
No, I've got a nasty feeling about tea. It's still a long way away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 10 overs away. Yes, yeah, at the beginning of this over it was, yeah.
It's probably a 4:15 sort of tea interval.
Unless Kent are 8 or 9 down at that point, in which case it might be even longer.
Don't.
Turn into breakfast.
Glamorgan were frustrated going into lunch like that the other day.
Here's Van der Hoogten to Benjamin, leaves it outside the off stump.
We took lunch at 1:40 because who is it annoying them? Derbyshire's last pair, I think. Yes, Blair Tickner and Lewis Rees.
The audacity. Yeah. If there's anything bright about this day for Kent supporters, it'll be that at the moment Surrey are staring down the barrel of 631 for 5 by Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Sorry, that was closer. Not as close, I think, as perhaps the fielders would let you imagine, but just glance backward a square by Benjamin for a single. Anything that happens off the bat at the moment is a cause of excitement for the Glamorgan fielders, and understandably so at 28 for 5. They take a single. Benjamin takes that single. Leaning's now on strike. Ed Barnard, 166 not out, the highest score of his career. So Van der Hoogten 4 balls into the 17th over. Leaning takes a while to settle. Still 4 slips and a gully, or, well, maybe just 5 slips actually. Raised behind him, play and a miss. Through to the wicket-keeper. And Van der Hoogten. He's looking for indications he might be tiring. Must be tiring, surely. There's 9 overs in there, just the sheer adrenaline of the spell he's bowled so far. Perhaps 3 for 17 carrying him through at this point, but Superb stuff by Glamorgan. The 5th slip, well, this is very defensive from Glamorgan, has gone to a sort of fly leg slip or a short backward square. Man at short leg as well. Leaning comes forward. It's wrapped him, I think, on the forearm. So adding insult, or injury to insult, I should say. End of the over, 28 for 5. Van Ochten takes his cap. Sam Northeast jogs up towards him. Low 5. Low 5s from a couple of his teammates. Does that indicate he might be taking a breather? I'm not sure entirely. But Goran is warming up his shoulders. Fernando already into the attack. Maybe that does indicate that... I don't want to be the one to tell him, though, Nick, I'd have to say. All the dangerous things you could do on a cricket field at this point.
Cheers.
Tell your charging fast bowler who's got 3 for 17 it's time for a rest. I don't know.
I see for Fernando to try to add to Kent's misfortune. It's running in from the pavilion end and bowling. And that's played out in the offside by Benjamin. And there's no run. I'm somewhat confused by the numbers on the scoreboard because they're on score. They are on scorecard order, which means that we've got 5 and 6. Even though Singh came in, he was listed as 8 originally. 28 for 5. Benjamin on 3, leaning on 7. No one in double figures yet. As it's driven firmly by Benjamin, finds cover, and there's no run. Swans 1990, alias John, says, can we have a shout out for Penybont securing European football for the second time in their history and awaiting the Europa Conference League draw on June the 17th. The Bont Bank can't wait for an European adventure. Kellaway, what a lad. Thank you, John. 28 for 5. Fernando in to bowl. Benjamin turns this one off his legs. Down to fine leg single taken.
Do I take it from his handler as address there that he's also a massive Cardiff fan, is that right?
Yes.
Don't worry, it's just the bitterness coming out, listeners. I do apologise. There we are.
The Swans 1990. Fan of Swansea City and Penybont in the Welsh Cymru Premier in the Bridgend. Well, basically Penybont is Welsh for Bridgend. 29 for 5 here in the southeast of England. Fernando bowls, chopped down by leaning. Ball trickles out on the leg side. No run. Gerontius in the face of Glamorgan's being so far ahead has dug out a cutting of his career high as well when Johnstown, second 11, scored 314 without loss and bowled out Pulch for 67 and Geraint got a 5 for there. Thank you for that. 29 for 5. So that's hit him on the pad. That'll be close. It'll be not out. Fernando liked it. It looked good from this distance, but umpire Newell is 60 metres closer than we are, and leaning survives.
It's leg stump side, isn't it? Is it just going down there?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly umpire leaning is in merciful mood.
We've both gone to possibly there. Yeah. Well,
it was a good shout.
Although umpire leaning is a bit unfair. I think umpire Newell is being strictly...
umpire Newell. Sorry. Leaning is the batter, and he's facing up to Fernando and playing that ball calmly out on the offside. Single out of the over. 29 for 5, Kent. Just hoping to get some sort of calm amid the storm and hang on till tea and a chance to regroup. Right, who's going to bowl?
It is going to be
Goran,
is it? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Van der Hoogten's in the area.
But Northeast has just jogged past him. Yeah.
Van der Hoogten will be fielding at mid-off by the look of it, as the medium pacer, the birthday boy, Andy Goran, 28 today. Youthful looking. And he'll have a chance to potentially add a wicket or two to his innings of 47 on his 28th birthday.
Yeah.
Just remember to write that into the report.
I was going to say, might have been a difficult conversation with Tim Van der Hoogten, but from a management point of view, just saying, have a breather, come and finish them off in half an hour, might be the best way of approaching it, I think. There we go. Ball into the onside by Benjamin. Goran bowling. And fielder at mid-wicket stops that for no run. But yeah, what a spell by Van der Hoogten to start with, 3 for 17. Particularly Daniel Bell-Drummond had him in all sorts of worries before he eventually went for 3 in about 30 odd balls. Here's Goran bowling to Benjamin. Defensive shot, there's no run. 3 slips in now. See that mid-wicket is ace a try. He has taken the helmet off now, so gone from short leg to more orthodox mid-wicket position. It's Ingram, Northeast and Carlson, the 3 slips. Then it's Kellaway at point. There's an extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. Hear the effort from Andy Goran as it's seams away from Benjamin. Leaves that outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yes, he's been known for the odd grunt, Andy Goran, of effort. So, a lot of effort goes into the Goran delivery. Not the biggest or broadest of men, but certainly gives it 100%.
Comes in again, a bit wider of the crease. Benjamin going to get on the front foot, doesn't beat Harris in the covers, and that'll be another dot ball. Other scores to bring you. Essex bowled out for 123 against Yorkshire, who are now 23 for none, leading by 116 runs there. And it was George Hill that did most of the damage for Yorkshire, 6 for 51. The seamer. We heard from Warwickshire against Surrey. Bears repeating, balls into the offside. 3 times champions, and there's no run. 650 for 5 Warwickshire at the moment. Saying 180 odd for Latham. I think Ed Barnard is still there, is he? He is indeed. And Marnock is closing in on 100. He has 95. Barnard has 173. A career best for Warwickshire. As Goran playing a miss by Benjamin, flirting with that one outside the off stump. End of the over. Starts with a maiden. Does Goran? Kent 29 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 5-4-9 4-9. Sussex against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 1-3-6 for 8 now, with Ollie Robinson in the wickets. Former England man has 2. Garvanis has 1. And 4 for Finn Hudson Prentice there. 4 for 32 for Sussex in the top division. Good start on their return. And in the one other game being played, it's in County Championship Division 2. This division, of course, Northamptonshire 40 for 2 are still 2 behind Lancashire, starting the second innings.
Fernando bowls, appeal for LBW, looking to go down that one, I think, as Benjamin was aiming to play it through mid wicket. Leaning was the board had me fooled there. 2 right-handers, neither wearing a number, both with
good point.
Sleeveless shirts on.
Yeah, I think it's Benjamin with the sleeveless jumper on, I think, which is quite a long one. So,
yeah. Yes. So it's Leaning on strike, and Fernando bowling and going past the outside edge. That was a decent delivery. And Leaning didn't know an awful lot about it. In the rugby, which you can watch on BBC Wales Television or listen to on BBC Radio Wales, Cardiff, I'm afraid, are losing 24-0 to the Bulls out in South Africa, and that's still in the first half. In Cardiff, latest score Bristol 5, Bath 7 on the West Country's day out in the Welsh capital. 29 for 5 here. Fernando looking to add to the work of the two opening bowlers, Van der Hoogten and Harris. That's defended into the offside by Leaning. No run. Tribe is now at cover, having been at fourth slip and short leg variously, and he's still got his shin pads on. Asa Tribe. Not the best for fielding at cover, you wouldn't have thought. Ken's under the cosh. After some tremendous work from Glamorgan's opening bowlers. Fernando, the Sri Lankan, bowls, and that's turned away on the leg by Leaning. No run. Two square leg. One of two Fernandos who've opened the bowling for Sri Lanka recently, and the other one I think has been playing for Warwickshire this season in Division 1. See that Fernando coming into this with 7 Glamorgan wickets to his credit, and his teammates have done their best to create opportunities for him to take more now as he's bowling against the middle order, and Leaning is on the defensive, pushing to Tribe at cover. No run. Ball fizzing around the Glamorgan field, but they do need to be careful of their over rate, which has gotten earned them a deduction at Lords, and had them struggling to catch up on the last day against Derbyshire. Kellaway's long spell helped them greatly in that respect. Fernando running away from us. Bowls, and Leaning on the defensive again. Plays out into the offside. It's a maiden over. Fernando's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 3. And, well, his Kent innings is struggling to get off the launch pad at the moment.
It is indeed. As Glamorgan positively stratospheric with their 5-4-9 for 9. And they've slowed down the progress of the wickets, at least, Kent, over the last few overs. It's been a few now, says advisedly. The ball is nudged into the onside by
yes, last
Benjamin.
one fell in the 15th over.
Yeah.
So 5 overs have been
long,
negotiated successfully, but on the other hand only 6 runs have been added in that time.
Will they get the chance to expand at all? They're just trying to keep their wickets intact at the moment and see the shine off the ball. 20 overs old. Goran bowls. Benjamin leaves. Cook catches behind the stumps.
Yeah, Gorvin's actually top of the Glamorgan bowling averages at the moment. 9 wickets at 18.5. Having only played games 1 and 4, was omitted for the games at Bristol and Lords, to the surprise of many Glamorgan followers.
That's pretty tidy, both certainly batting and bowling. What we've seen so far. Benjamin defends that off stump. Back to a Gorvin. Tosses it up to Van der Hoogten, who's done the most damage so far with the ball. 3 of the 5 wickets to 4. Polishes the ball furiously on the back of his whites.
Yeah, 5 for in the first innings against Derbyshire. Couldn't add in the second innings.
charges Goran. It really is a charge when he comes in. Just squirts away a little bit from Chris Benjamin. Is he just trying to play that into the onside? Ends up on the off. But yeah, it's a very spirited run-in from Andy Goran, isn't it? He gives it everything. Slightly curved run-up as well. Let's see who takes the ball now from Van der Hoogten.
Good afternoon to Alan Metcalf, who emails from Cyprus with the simple message, "This is more like it." And a smiley face and thumbs up.
Oh, Van, this is very much like it, isn't it? Just outside the off stump, left by Benjamin. Close, I think it's fair to say. Goran, head in hands. His teammates liked it too. I'd like it even more if it clipped the off stump, and Kent was 6 down, but 7 for Benjamin, for Leaning, 4 for Benjamin. Goran is yet to have a run taken off his bowling. Again, just trying to steady things at the moment, because the good ship Kent is very leaky indeed. As it's played into the onside with soft hands by Benjamin, as it gets up a little bit off a length, and Tribe stops it at short leg on the bounce, and end of the over. 2 maidens to start for Andy Goran, and for all the scenarios I'd imagine for head coach and captain coming to Kent. This is absolute dream stuff, isn't it, for Glamorgan?
It certainly is. They have got Kent very firmly on the back foot, and just such a marathon facing them in terms of the 400 needed to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Sitha Fernando, 3 slips, 5 saving the single. Bowls, Leaning pushes down to Kellaway at point, and there's no run. So Fine Leg is the only outfielder at the moment, and Fernando has been pretty much on target so far, keeping the pressure on. Pressure exerted by the dynamic duo of James Harris, who claimed the first 2 wickets, and Tim van der Hoogten, who claimed the next 3, including a couple of catches lobbed to short leg. Oh, that's an inside edge for 4 runs by Jack Leaning. Little bit of width offered by Fernando, possibly for the first time. Leaning looked to lean into it, smash it away through the offside, and got an inside edge past his stumps and past the left hand of keeper Chris Cook.
It's an ugly looking shot, isn't it?
And he becomes the first Kent player into double figures. They all look the same in the scorebook. Leaning has 11, 33 for 5, Kent. With a further 4 overs after this one to the tea interval. As that's defended into the offside. No run.
I think considering they're bowling all seam, they haven't bowled that slowly, I don't think, have they, Glamorgan? I mean,
no, I think Kent were a bit behind, weren't they?
Yeah.
As they were being, although they bowled Parkinson for a long time, the ball was going to all parts briefly when Kellaway had a go late in the innings, and well, there was a lot of field movement in the back half of the Glamorgan innings, wasn't there? As Belgium tried his best to keep things under control. Fernando bowls to Leaning, who pushes it back down the pitch towards him. Ball dribbling towards Van der Hoogten at mid-off. No run.
It'll be a bit after 4 o'clock when tea is taken.
The temperatures, for those of you who care about the physical well-being of your commentators, from being absolutely roasting this morning, it's now getting quite chilly again in the commentary box in the shade. But there are still a few members in the stand to our left. Not many. Van der Hoogten bowls, Leaning defends to mid-off, and there is no run. 33 for 5. As we'll prevent the through draft. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, just taking the executive decision there, Nick.
Good thinking.
So I get paid the big bucks for those.
Climatic control.
I've shut the door.
Climatic control manager.
There we go. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Fernando bowls, leaning, will get runs here down towards backward point. Kellaway is giving a chase, but pulls up the ball as runaway down towards the digital scoreboard for 4. A better 4 than the boundary earlier in the innings. Leaning has 15, it's 37 for 5, and I've got another radio hit for Radio Wales in a couple of minutes' time.
Thanks, Nick, bringing the great news. Nick Webb's off for a few minutes. So too Tim van der Hoogten, who's just been replaced by Ned Leonard, coming on as sub. 37 for 5. Very, very happy dressing room that'll be right now, with Leaning 15, Benjamin 4, and a whole load of trouble out there for Kent on the other hand of it, on the other side of it. Goran to Benjamin. It's a good looking shot, just clip off the pads, and they'll come back for 2. Good throw coming in actually from deep there. Is that Fernando? I think it is. 2 wicket keeper Cook. And Bobby's been in touch again on X. 2 words, totally unacceptable. It's not great for Kent, Bobby. I'm assuming you're a Kent fan in that respect. I mean, a Glamorgan fan, you'd be setting the bar very high, wouldn't you? 39 for 5 they have Kent at the moment. And that one is going to be 4. And actually, it was a defensive action there from Chris Benjamin, but he's done well to keep it down, that ball from Goran. And these are the first runs off the Glamorgan bowler. That's 6 off 2 balls there. And there we go. Well, actually, looking at the replay, perhaps he played a little bit more than that for that than I thought, but a little bit uppish as it came away as he tried to guide it past third slip. But safe enough. Benjamin into double figures now as well. Goran with this curved run up to Benjamin. Back up towards Ned Leonard, then on as a sub, former Somerset man, polishing the ball. Goran diminutive for a seam bowler. As I said, absolutely races in. And he's a run up turning at the Nackington Road end now. I wrote 11. Obviously his name on this Glamorgan white as well. Leaning slightly to the right as he bowls. And Benjamin gets outside the line, I think, of the off stump. Umpire Sue Redfern has certainly been consistent in that respect. Might have been a bit of bat as well. I can't see from behind the batter, obviously. But excitement, certainly, from Andy Goran and his teammates. And that excitement may not abate for some time yet, with Kent 5 down and 5:49 on the board for Glamorgan. And once again defended by Benjamin. Ball to come with the 23rd over. We'll have 3 more before tea. Morgan with 3 slips still beside Cook. Ingram, northeast. Carlson. As Goran bowls. Take a quick single, Benjamin. Fernando throwing at the non-striker's end. It might have hit Benjamin as he ran through there, but it was a fairly brisk one taken. Benjamin takes a strike. He's on to 11. Leaning has 15. Kent 44 for 5 from 23 overs here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Wales, and on the Kent County Cricket Club stream, of course, with the pictures via the BBC Sport website and app. On BBC Sport, and you can also tell your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Glamorgan Day 2. If either a Glamorgan fan and you just want to revel in this with the new technology, or a Kent fan with a masochistic streak at this point, or, well, no, to see your side fight back from seemingly impossible situation.
Something like that.
Having been 23 for 5, 44 for 5 now.
So Glamorgan changing bowling after 4 overs from Asitha Fernando. He's been replaced by Glamorgan's 5th seamer, Zain Ul Hassan. Josh Curtis on X points out that Kent bowled 9 maidens in Glamorgan's innings, and Glamorgan equalled that in their first 19 overs. So as many maidens in the Kent innings as in the Glamorgan ones, as that's played down towards backward point and fielded by Kellaway. It's Benjamin on strike. Both batters in double figures. In fact, that since Josh sent it has increased to 11 maidens sent down by Glamorgan. Kent looking for solace of the tea interval. Ah, there we are. Thank you to Keith from Usk. As that's edged but doesn't carry to the keeper by Chris Benjamin, survives. So, yeah, this does ring a bell. Andy Gorvin's birthday is actually on Wednesday rather than today. And I think I brought, now that Keith mentions it, I think I brought that up last year and wished him happy birthday. And he said, oh, it's not for a couple of days. So that's in, I was taking it from Playfair rather than Wikipedia. But Ul Hassan bowls, and that's played on the leg side. No run. So forget Gorvin's birthday being today.
He's not like a member of the royal family. He doesn't have 2 during the...
Perhaps he does. Let's check in the
maybe
Who's Who
or something, is it? Oh, yeah. Who's
Yeah.
Who, sorry, yeah.
Who's Who have got it wrong as well then in that case.
The cricketers Who's Who, sorry.
Yeah, that's played out on the offside by Benjamin. There's no run. Don't think Andy Gorvin is yet in that particular book. A couple more emails have come in. Yeah, Julian also confirmation of Andy Gorvin's birthday. Julian's listening in his Essex garden. As an appeal for LBW, not given going down leg side. You feel from the shot played by Chris Benjamin. Ball ran down to fine leg and they've gone through for a leg bye. Yes, Julian, indeed, we are enjoying being at this beautiful ground. Glamorgan's best day for a good while. It's normally us in Kent's position, says Julian, so he's relishing it. Fantastic to hear Ben Kellaway get that magnificent century, and yes, he follows up that point on Gorvin's birthday. The mystery of Andrew Gorvin's birthday has clipped off his legs this time by leaning, but just down to fine leg for the single. So that's the first run off the bat from Zain Ul Hassan, Glamorgan's 5th spinner. I wonder if they might be just tempted to lob the ball to Ben Kellaway for an over before tea, having got his 181 not out. Say, come on, Ben, it's your day. But it'll be Gorvin, the non-birthday boy. It is the 14th on Cricinfo, by the way. So well done to them. I'm pretty sure that's right, because I seem to remember it from last year now that it's been raised. Anyway, enough talk about the birthdays. He's bowling anyway.
Still time to get him a present or a card, which is good news. At least. Yeah, he'll bowl from the Nackington Road end. Jack leading. This bat held high behind him. Broach and just up to a mid-on to Fernando. Fields there. Bat is marked 3 slips and a point. Mid-on, mid-off. Short leg. Drive under in the helmet as a mid-wicket and a deep backward square. And Scorvin bowls. As Harry's leaning a little bit into the shot. And so mid-on once again. And no fielding there at mid-on. The slips are comparing great catches in the past, I think, there. Miming dives and movements all over the place. This one's defended again by leaning up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And Hoogden stops that one, 46 for 5. And yeah, Kent would just be very happy to get to tea at this point. 9 balls away, or fewer, should Glamorgan take another wicket, of course, in the final over before tea. Just looking to see that Zen Malik has got himself a century. I think that's his debut for Warwickshire. Certainly early in his career with them. And played up to mid-off once again by Benjamin. He's out of the South Asian Cricket Academy. I didn't realise that.
Yes,
Great story.
Something of a regret for Glamorgan, because he was top scorer of their second 11. They made him an offer, and he chose Warwickshire, nearer to home for him, and probably better paid as well.
Got himself a century against Surrey today. They're making a mammoth score there. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners. On the bad news here. Single for Jack Leaning behind square. 17. Well, I hate to sound like a stuck record, Bobby, but absolutely beautiful sunshine. It's a wonderful ground here, surrounded by trees, but the cricket for Kent is absolutely awful. They are 47 for 5. Glamorgan have absolutely dominated this match in the day and a half they've had so far. They declared on 549 for 9. Yes, count them, all those runs. A century plus 81, 181 not out for young Ben Kellaway, his maiden first-class century. They then had the audacity to have Kent 47 for 5. In their second innings. 3 wickets for Van der Hoogten, 2 for Harris, and Kent, at the moment, they have 2 players out there who do at least have double figures. Leaning on 17, Benjamin has 11. That's about as good as it's getting so far. Kent have an awful long way just to make things respectable on day 2, but enjoy the weather, everybody. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
That was a magnificent attempt, Matt, to keep the radio vibe sunny. They don't want to hear doom and gloom. Just enjoy the weather, folks.
I think I realised during that, actually, there's a management term which is a certain type of sandwich where you start with something good and end with something good, isn't it? So I did the weather at the beginning and end, saying how beautiful it was, I think, and let's just try and.
And the presenter did describe you as lovely.
Well, she did, yes. She hasn't met me, to be fair. We've not really been acquainted, so she's probably just a very nice person. So there we go.
Zainul Hassan to bowl, and that one's spat a little bit at Benjamin, who dealt with it just about, playing it down into the slips, no run, and wanders down for a little prod at the pitch, and I wonder what on earth that was all about.
Fortunately, she's got our regular sport producer Ryan in the studio with her, Bobby, so he'll have told her about that already. So don't bother saying that again. No one will believe you.
Ul Hassan in, bowls outside off stump, Leaning plays no shot, 47 for 5.
I'm going to make sure I've translated this right. John has been in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com, our older address, but
Fraser the Elf.
Thought maybe you'd know about that, Nick, so there we go. He's loving watching his beloved Glamorgan doing so well at Canterbury. John, thank you very much for that. I thought maybe there was some inside knowledge I was missing there, so I turned to Nick. But there we go.
As Ul Hassan bowls outside off stump, Leaning playing no shot in this final over before the tea interval.
John sent us a picture as well. Does it make it any clearer?
Not entirely.
No, fair enough. Okay.
Not entirely.
It's obviously
obviously
that's at Sapphire Gardens.
Alf who can take a picture
There we are.
of the Glamorgan scoreboard. Yes, creatures of all nature's welcome, as leaning chops down on that one, bat and pad together, defending on the offside. No run. 2 balls until Kent gets a little bit of respite.
I should just mention Jeff as well, been in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com is our old address now. Jeff and John, BBC Kent Cricket is now at gmail.com. But I am monitoring the old one.
Al Hassan bowls. Leaning will get runs here. He's played that one nicely enough through the offside. It's not running away as fast as I thought it would, and Morgan managed to save a single. Shouts of take him off as the batter makes his ground at the striker's end. 3 taken? 50 is up for Kent in the 26th over. Leaning moves on to 20 not out. Benjamin has 17. These two have more than doubled the score.
Yeah, it's a little bit late on this from Jeff. Apologies. Great hearing mention of Joe Denny presenting a cap. Any idea when he might be returned to action? Still working his way back from that arm fracture. Jeff, I saw him some throwdowns with the dog ball propeller, whatever they were called.
Al Hassan bowls, and Benjamin plays it out into the offside. He survives until the interval, when Kent are 50 for 5, requiring 350 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. But a little bit of stability brought to their innings by Jack Leaning, 20 not out, Chris Benjamin, 11 not out. There were 3 wickets for Tim van der Hocht and 2 for James Harris. And we will be back just before 4:30 with commentary on the final session here on BBC Sport Online.
There we go. Welcome back to day 2, session 3 of Kent against Glamorgan here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Beautiful sunshine all day. Not so beautiful for Kent out in the middle, it has to be said. 50 for 5 they are, still 350 short of avoiding the follow on. And a battling action now for Jack leaning on 20 and Chris Benjamin on 11, having taken the score on for 23 for 5. Glamorgan earlier declaring on 5-4-9 for 9. 181 for Ben Kellaway, his maiden first-class century. Superb effort from him, 181. Glamorgan on top here at the Spitfire Ground. I'm Matt Cole, delighted to say that I'm joined by Michael Cohen, Kent bowler, sitting next to us, coming into the box, not playing in this game, working his way back, I gather, from a stress fracture, is that right, of the back from last season. And how are you feeling right now?
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel good. It's working towards restarting white ball cricket. Just wait for the first ball to be bowled.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim van der Hoogten is back into action. Has bowled a really challenging spell to start. 3 for 17 off 9 overs. Sam Northeast found it difficult to get the ball out of his hand, I think. It was a long spell to start, but took the wickets of Daniel Bell-Drummond, who found it very difficult to play, caught at slip, and then 2 caught at short leg to Anandam Yeye and Ekansh Singh as well, going for 4 and none respectively. So, having talked through that breaking play, he bowls to Jack leaning, pushes into the offside, and there's no run. So this will be a welcome break, I think, for Kent supporters. Obviously, game not going particularly well for them, but so yeah, it must have been really difficult for you, to say the very least, to obviously join Kent, want to get into action, and then this injury which kept you out for a season.
I think the timing is quite unfortunate. If you look at stress fractures, they are probably the nightmare situation for bowlers. Is the one injury that you don't want to have because of how long the period's out. Van der
Hoogten to leaning, defends that, no run.
Very frustrating, because in the interim you can't really do as much besides lend the bone heel and then build it up slowly so you don't repeat. And hence why they've been, wouldn't say have been wrapped in cotton wool, but just the reintroduction has been slow, getting through the second team game the other week, and then looking towards the white ball stuff, which is starting less than 14 days away.
Yeah, of course. T20 will be here before we know it, as Van der Hoogten bowls to leaning again, defends that back at the bowler once more. 50 for 5. Kent, and reminded me, did you have surgery or it's rehab? Right?
So it's rehab. I didn't have surgery. So generally, with how these injuries work, is you try and see if the bone heals. If the bone heals, you kind of just strengthen up slowly. Sure. And thankfully, mine healed properly. Yeah, completely healed. It's just so long for letting the bone strengthen and then get back to bowling.
As Van der Hoogten bowls to leaning, that gets big on him for a second, takes the bottom hand off, but along the ground through gully, and takes a single, so 51 for 5. And then is it rebuilding muscle as well around done it? I don't know how much you had to stay still or away from physical activity.
So the one complication with bone is that if you did a session today, you only see the results of that from a bone hardening perspective in 3 months' time.
Wow, okay.
So in the difference in muscle, you're waiting a long time to just make sure you're progressively ready to go. That's why you look at a lot of the bowlers that do repeat stress fractures. A lot of the time they come back 7, 8, 9 months later.
As Van der Hoogten to Benjamin, drops that into the offside. It's a good shot, actually. That's beaten the infield, has it. Kellaway runs after it. It'll just take a single, so 52 for 5. Yeah,
it's a fine balancing act between trying to get strong, trying to reintegrate cricket back into it, and then pushing your body to get used to that, whereas not pushing it too far. And you've seen over the years a lot of the bowlers that have gone down repetitively have probably come back way too early.
And so it's a bit of guesswork in that respect, is it?
I think it's very individual,
right,
as to what works. And Kent have been fantastic with me, going, right, this is the amount of time, we've seen your history, we feel that this is the best way that we approach it to get you back on the park, to play, to run in without any form of second guessing. And that's what you want. You want freedom. When you run in, that something's not going to happen again.
And do you feel that confidence in your back now? Is it? Is it difficult to go back?
I'm not jinxing anything. No, honestly, I just run in, bowl, have fun. But I loved it. Coming back the other week was fantastic. Loved playing cricket again.
Zain Al-Hassan bowls to Chris Benjamin on this next over, 52 for 5. Kent 50 for 5 at T on day 2. Coming back well in arrears, obviously battling to get themselves back in this match, and Michael Cohen, who's not being too cheesy, battling to get back playing cricket at full speed as well. And your left arm quick bowler, for those that don't know of you before, and as Al-Hassan bowls now, a 5th seamer. That's a great delivery, wasn't it? That's just left Benjamin off the surface, kissed the surface, and has moved away from him through to the wicket keeper.
What a fantastic view here, Nick, by the way.
It is good, isn't it? You're just, we're not quite down the barrel, but it's not far away. So it's great here for watching bowlers like yourself do their stuff and have a good idea of what it's doing. So 52 for 5 on Hassan turns. It's Benjamin gets something on that. Sounded like a bit of bat there. Actually, Benjamin just limping away. What's your view of that?
Potentially too high.
Too high. There we go. Does he hit him on the thigh pad, or maybe higher and more central? Okay, fair enough. He's gone down. Every man laughs at these situations, but for some reason, no idea why. But Chris Benjamin is just in a little bit of trouble for a moment. He's just going to walk it off. Again, confidence. Going back to bowling, confidence is that, in the back of your mind, are there worries about the pain coming back, etc. Is that difficult as a psychological factor?
I think every time you sort of you have to relearn your body, you have to retrust it, you have to try and bowl fast and experienced. Bowling is hard work. I'm not sure if you saw the excerpt of Mark Wood recently where he spoke about his surgeries, his jabs, just how much he's gone through in a career which he's played quite a bit. And you think at the express speeds that he's bowled, he's sort of quite a sustainable career. But just sort of what the body can withstand, there's going to be a give and take. If you're looking to bowl, I'm striving to try and bowl as fast as I can. There's a give and take between that. You're probably not going to be on the park as someone, let's say, who's bowling 78 to 80 miles an hour, who's kind of robust in that sense and doing it day in and day out. It's just not achievable. And that's why I know we say there's a lot of people wrapped in cotton wool, but to bowl those speeds, the extra effort and the extra strain that you put in your body, you do have to account for that. So there's an element of retrusting it. There's an element of trying to learn to maybe bowl not as fast at times, to try and a give and take of saying let your skills sort of get better so you don't have to go at breakneck speeds all the time and try as hard. And you're still trying, obviously, but you're just trying to taper off the edge of I'm really pushing my body to the max to I'm still flying at a good intensity, but it's probably just taking the edge off how difficult this actually is. So there's so many factors that come into it, with especially stress fractures, other sort of muscular injuries is a lot easier to pinpoint. Maybe there was something which you don't do from a running perspective. You get a hamstring injury, make sure it's strong. Generally, after that, you carry on. I think there's so many different factors that come into it that it's really difficult to sort of pinpoint. You have to go through a process of A, B, C, D. Here we go, and that's why Kent's been fantastic. They kind of gone through everything. They've kind of identified a clear pathway, which is, for me, it was looking towards reintroduce T20 cricket, reintroduce 50 over cricket, get into the back end with the red ball in my hand, and then in terms of my history of the last couple of years, that'll be a huge win. Yeah. Especially at the speeds and how I want to play cricket, which is flat out all the time.
I was going to say, so that is still the ambition, is to bowl as fast as possible.
Well, I probably get competitive. So you're out there, you want to take wickets, you want to win.
Yeah,
that's just, and your intensity naturally goes up.
As Al-Hassan is bowling again, Benjamin is back up, having taken a breather. He has 12.52 for 5. Kent, and he has survived that, but
horrible length to get just after getting hit there. That nips back.
It's fair.
2 and 2.
So T20 wise, you're looking forward to being part of the Blast squad. Then is that the ambition short term?
First 2 T20 games that are coming up.
Yeah.
There's just that sort of trust that comes back in. Alisson back into bowl.
Good point. Thank you very much. Keep an eye on the game. This is defended into the offside. Barry knows my job better than me. That's good.
It's just trying to be competitive and run in and do it. And there's an element to say, I have spent a lot of time out, so I'm excited to sort of. You don't say relearn. It's kind of getting back on the bike again and going, yep, all right, this is what it feels like. This is sort of the second nature coming back, and let's get ready. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
So the sound comes in now to Benjamin and guides that past third slip all the way along the ground. Fairly deliberate to me, and that will go for 4 runs, so 56 for 5. And obviously, of course, the time you've been at Kent, there's been a change in head coach, and Hollyoaks come in, and a lot's been said about Adam, obviously, as an inspiring leader, as a captain, his first head coach job. What do you make of him?
Oh, I've loved his presence so far. I've loved him being here. It's very different to Rothesay, and obviously he's a natural leader, and I think a lot of that's been spoken about, but just the sort of calmness he has in the dressing room at a lot of points I've really enjoyed, and he's obviously had such an incredible career, so many things outside of professional sport, that he's quite grounded in understanding that there are tough periods, and we find ourselves in a tough period here, but fight back, do your best. And
Van der Hoogten bowls to leaning, closes down that one into the offside, fielded at point on the ground by Kellaway.
And I think there's an element of someone who's been there, done it. It brings an element of calmness to the group. I think that's what's sort of brought a lot of positive energy, a lot of competitiveness, and kind of has translated. I know we find ourselves, like I said, 56 for 5, but in the course of a long season, maybe 2 wins, great draw, obviously very close loss where you battled back. Where we battled back last week.
As Van der Hoogten bowls to leaning, and again Kellaway's corner to actually a tumbling stop this time round, 56 for 5, Kent. And from that point of view, I suppose he as you say, not only in cricket but in life more widely has life experience that he can bring to bear then on those situations and put things into context. Is that what you?
Yeah. And I think that's just reassuring to a group that cricket's hard enough as it is. We don't need to make it more difficult. I know it's easier to say from over here rather than being out there, but there's an element of and bowls.
And Hoogten yet to leaning, plays that into the offside. We're aware it's a very easy game from the commentary box. We're better and better cricketers the further we get from the middle. That's for sure. And from a Kent point of view, at the end of last season wasn't great. And I suppose Adam Hollyoak coming in, the ideal is that he lifts people from what happened last year. Have you been aware of that?
Yeah, of course. But I think every individual brings their own sort of certain elements of flair towards it.
That's Van Hoogten bowls to leaning, and that's driven up to mid-on, gently fielded by Fernando there. And that's no run.
I think it's one of those things where Hollyoak comes in, you said the positive effect, you be competitive, but all of our players have that already inside, and it's kind of going, well, they're being competitive, they've taken the game forward, and they've played their best cricket. And you find yourself in a situation here where this brings out a different part of your character. And as the course of the season goes, I hope that kind of brings out the best as we go on.
As you said, started with 2 wins, Kent as well, and Glamorgan on the other end of that with a start, I think, with 2 defeats, and obviously tables turned here. Cricket-wise, as you say, it's I don't think anyone that in the cold light of day doesn't think that people playing competitive sport are not trying, or that's I'd never take that as a given, I suppose, that people would just be you get yourself in this position as a professional sporting figure, as it's driven at Fernando. Sorry, Al Hassan is fielding at mid-off, and now B2 actually hits him in the chest as it hits fairly hard at him by leaning. He gets 2. He's on a 23. Benjamin has 16. Kent 58 for 5. I think that's something we try and emphasise. As fans, we're all passionate about it, aren't we? And so people try and think of reasons and excuses why things have happened. But I suppose fundamental to a situation like this is the ability to I wouldn't say think yourself out of it, I suppose, but to stay mentally strong when things are going wrong, I guess.
Yeah, you look at this, you have two really talented batters, and you've seen Jack Leaning shown over the years just how good he is. A case for Benjamin just to show you in a Kent shirt. You've put on great partnership, and suddenly the scoreline doesn't look the same anymore. I reckon that's just, if we get caught up in us being 5 down for nothing, it's still a good wicket. Still a good wicket, especially if you get established in this. Still a lot of cricket to play.
As Al-Hassan continues from this pavilion end, and defended by Benjamin. He's on 16, Leaning has 23, Kent 58 for 5. We're talking after tea to Michael Cohen, a Kent bowler, moved to the county last season. Terrible news for him, being out for a season with a back stress fracture. Unfortunately for Kent, bowling has been decimated, isn't it, to an extent over last season and this season already with injuries. As Al-Hassan bowls and it's turned into the onside, that's got to be difficult as a unit, as a squad, hasn't it, with the strains that puts on other people as well.
Yeah, of course. And you kind of look at that, there's a lot of fatigue coming into this game from the efforts that the bowlers put in last week at Lord's. And that's just sort of congestion of fixtures, as well as not having the ability to rotate. At the moment, you have a freak injury with Jazz, you have a concussion from Gilly, other players that are on a return to bowl programme.
Al-Hassan bowls to Benjamin and guides that through the offside. Decent shot. That'll be 2 runs for him. He goes on to 18. Kent on to 60 for 5. That's the thing I'm quizzical about is with that happening so much for Kent, and as supporters be like, not again. I don't know how as a squad mentally you keep positive in do you know what I mean, as a team about that, because you're bound to be disappointed. I'm sure Nathan Gilchrist was very disappointed about not playing this game, and Jazz will be devastated with that ankle injury keeping him out for the season. Oh, it's a shout from Al-Hassan. That contact just outside off. Didn't look bad, I think it's fair to say. Beside me, he's keeping very quiet, which is entirely foul. I'll try and get the replay up. I'm not going to draw him into any comments about decisions, but
I don't think that was as conclusive first up.
There we go. Sorry, I've neglected my role as. Let's go back for the replay. This will be the next ball. But in fact, we're going live now with this ball on the radio, on the stream. That's steered into the offside. You'll have been there as a bowler, I'm sure, Michael. Frustration. You think you've got your man, and then they score for the very next ball, of course. Benjamin on 22, Leaning on 23. Height again, you think?
Height again.
Yeah, okay. That's we'll go for that. But close. Al-Hassan's bowling well, though. 64 for 5. But yeah, my point being, obviously with these injuries recurring, and for people who, like yourself, desperately want to be in the team, is it the head coach? Is it the captain? Is it all of you responsible for keeping morale up at that point? Sorry, Al-Hassan's coming in again, interrupting that question. And it's back past him up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Kent 64 for 5 at the end of the over. Leaning has 23, Benjamin has 22, still 485 in arrears. Glamorgan on top. But yeah, just the question of how you maintain it.
Probably really. A personal opinion, I'm not sure it's the same for everyone. It's kind of going, 11 players have to take the park this week and play against Glamorgan and win. You look to compete, and you go play the best cricket that you can, and you find yourself in a white shirt. I know I've been in plenty of situations at the time where I didn't think I was playing, and find yourself out there. And you've played enough cricket that you kind of switch that off and you restart. And I know it's quite hard with morale when you have someone like Jazz who goes down in a freakish way in front of everyone.
That's Van der Hoeken bowls to Leaning, testing ball and off stump. Jams the bat down on it, no run.
But I think that's the nature of professional sport. You have just Joe Denigan on the arm in the pre-season.
Yeah.
It's one of those where you have to carry on. You have to play your best cricket, the 11 players have to go and play, and you represent Kent to the best of their ability. I think that's, whilst it's tough from a morale perspective, everyone's played cricket in the sense of a professional cricket. It's happened right in front of them many times before.
Van der Hoogten to leaning, back to the bowler, and there's no run. And it's I guess it's a bit of a cliche, but it does give opportunities to other players to come in, doesn't it? So Akash Singh gets to play today because Joey Everson's out and make his debut, and that's obviously a massive thing early in his career.
Of course, I'm so happy for him. He's done exceptionally well. He's looked great. He's worked super hard on his bowling. I know he'd probably be a little bit disappointed with how the first innings panned out, but there's fantastic bowler in there. There's an incredible batter. Fantastic that he gets this opportunity.
Here's Van der Hoogten now bowling to leaning. Pushes that into the offside. They take a quick run. There's a shy at the stumps from Ben Kellaway. Has it rebounded off leaning?
Potential off the bat?
Might have done. Yes, it's gone. But no further runs anyway. It's just one taken, leading 24. Benjamin 22. And so I was going to say, it almost sounds like a joke. Apart from the fact that you've been out for a season, how's it been at Kent? Because obviously you talked about the support that they've given you through the injury and the rehab as well. So,
I would have loved to play more.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's Van der Hoogten. There'll be more stupid questions along in a moment.
No.
Taken,
I've loved it. Obviously, I'm so bitterly disappointed to have not played a game for the first team as of yet. It's just the nature of sport, and Walksy last year was incredible in the way that it kind of provided such incredible support. But it's been fantastic, and the better it is from an off-field perspective, the more hungry I am to go and play, and just can't wait for that opportunity. I know would have loved to play, but that's the nature of sport at the end of the day.
Van der Hoogten bouncer, and leaning sways out of the way quite comfortably. So you're targeting, just going back, targeting second 11 T20s to start, and then basically building from there. Is that the idea? And do you have targets, or I'm sure it's not set in stone, but what you want to be doing at what time this season?
There'll be sort of rough calculations which can change at any moment. One person gets injured and suddenly you find yourself playing an extra game that you probably didn't plan for, but that's pro sport at the end of the day.
Okay, it's Van der Hoogten. Oh, it's a good delivery.
Lovely ball.
Yes, indeed. That's left leaning, and he's rather hacking at that delivery as it's gone past, leaving him off the pitch. Jack Leaning looks accusingly at the pitch and does a bit of gardening. There you are. You see, your bowlers, it's never your skill, it's always the pitch. It's a snorter, isn't it, that ball?
That is a fantastic ball.
From Van der Hoogten. He's bowled really well. And for our Glamorgan listeners, we have to say he's been superb since he took the ball for the Kent first innings.
Not often that you also see a 9-over opening spell.
No.
I haven't seen that in a while.
We was joking about how difficult it'd be for Sam North East just to drag the ball out of his hand and him to stop, but he was threatening all the way through that as well, wasn't he? Which is quite a stint of bowling. Hassan has 4 overs, another 14s. Bowled well himself now. A bit of width and exploited by Chris Benjamin. Flash of the bat. That's cut backward of square. That is a beautiful shot, and rare from this Glamorgan attack. I would say to give them their full credit as well, that they've given anything like any width to the Kent batters, but on that occasion that really was a swashbuckling stroke. 70 for 5. Benjamin goes on to 27. Leaning has 24. These two got together at 23 for 5. The Kent in all sorts of trouble at that point, but it's like Fernando is just warming up with some stretches, and we are the Kent stream repeating that again and again. Well, they might. As this one's defended by Benjamin, little bottom part of the back. Good response from Ul Hassan. So it's a question, obviously, of not just your fitness, but as you say, working away into the squad as well, proving
completely. You look at the T20 squad, you have incredible talent, and you have Fred Clarkson making his return, who's been so good over the last couple of years for Kent. You look Tom Rogers, Wes Agar, Grant Stewart, Matt Parkinson. Already, that's a fantastic 5-prong attack.
Yeah, Ul Hassan now bowls to Benjamin into the offside, and there's no bit of a thinner contact, that one.
But that would be the plan at the end of the day, of be available and look to push towards playing those T20 games into the 50 over And it's almost sort of a progression between 4 overs in a game to 10, then looking towards the back end of playing 4-day cricket, which I don't think I'd be utilised as the out-and-out bowl 35 overs in the first innings. However, being back with a red ball would be fantastic.
On a sand to Benjamin, they take a quick single. Actually, it's not such a quick single as the ball is running away from Fernando. Picks that up actually, and they come through for a comfortable 272 for 5. And when you talk about the bowling resources, of course, it does also show that Kent have been really strained in this game, I suppose, particularly against Glamorgan with the injuries, the absences they've had so far. And sometimes we have to temper ourselves in the, as pundits as well, and remember that, that given a full range of a full squad to choose from, this might have been a different game, put it that way, against Glamorgan. But driven up to mid-off. Also keen to say that Glamorgan have had their injury problems themselves, and all teams do, don't they? So it's a squad game.
Yes, of course, and it's I've repeated it for the umpteenth time, but it's the nature of pro sport. You put your body through so much, you look to be the best version of yourself physically, and you're expected these days to do everything. You're expected to do it to the maximum level.
Hassan now bowls to... Ooh, shot past his stumps by Benjamin. He's gone for attacking stroke. I think he thought he had more width than he did there. It's come off the bottom edge and has bounced past the stumps. And Hassan, disappointed, I think it's fair to say, takes his cap from umpire Newell. Goodness me, that was a flash outside the off stump, and Chris Benjamin has got lucky there. 24 for Leaning, 29 for Benjamin. The thing I wanted to ask you about in terms of bowling and stress on bowlers is, I know there are discussions way above our heads about perhaps reducing the amount of county championship games or reducing the blocks that they're played in, and it is pretty relentless, isn't it, starting and finishing both April, May and September in the way that it's game after game, week after week for a bowling attack, especially those counties that don't have, I don't know, a Surrey where you've got, perhaps 12, 15 seamers. The rotation then becomes much easier, harder for the teams with smaller resources.
Of course, and I think in previous times you kind of look at where most injuries happen as the first couple of weeks of 4-day cricket. It's relentless just how quickly it comes, as well as how quick the intensity changes. A lot of the time, I know we've been blessed with great weather in March. A lot of the time people aren't necessarily playing outside until a week before the season starts. I remember hearing about the Pro 40s, what used to happen years and years ago. It sounded like a great intro to county cricket.
That's Fernando is back. Gets some shape off the pitch, and that will be movement off the pitch, rather, and that's good ball to start his next spell, the Sri Lankan.
That's just my understanding. It's very difficult for a small squad, especially if you're looking to play if you're with bowlers that haven't necessarily proved themselves to be as robust throughout the whole season. If you look at Essex's lineup, they probably didn't have the depth at some stages that other counties did. However, their main 3 bowlers that stayed fit through the season and played consistently. You kind of go, well, Sam Cook dropped down here last week, and they were left with last year, and they were left with a problem. And I think 4-day cricket first up has obviously a lot to do with that, and I'm just making a punt here, a little guess, just as a result. But it's the most difficult format to get your body ready for, and you get it with it very fast, and it comes at it's repetitive for pretty much 6 weeks.
And as you say, through the pre-season warm-up, it could be pretty chilly in March, obviously, but as you say, you can be underprepared through no fault of anyone else just not being able to get on the grass. So Fernando, sorry, the previous one was a dot ball. That one it's played down through wide of third slip, and 50 partnership comes up as Leaning 29 for Benjamin, and they have... It's a fight back from Kent here, 73 for 5. They're a long way in the hole, obviously. 5.49 for 9. Glamorgan, if you're just joining us, declaring for earlier on with 181 not out for Ben Kellaway. Fabulous innings from the 21-year-old. But yeah, that's as we understand it anyway. The noises seem to be that maybe the season might start with, say, a 40 or 50 over the 40-50 over competition, and then into championship matches, and maybe few of those, as well as Benjamin has had a yahoo outside the off stump, and actually end of the previous over, he ended up almost chopping onto his stumps. He tried to, I think, help it almost T20 style over the slips. Has gone chasing one from Fernando, a short ball. And is that the helicopter? Almost could be, but
Looks like his eyes have got quite big when it's gone anything past a foot stump.
yeah, I think that's fair to say. At 29, he's played and expertly played a lot of short order cricket as well. Chris Benjamin. One of the reasons he's come to Kent is to play more red ball, isn't it? To revitalise his career in that respect. Fernando to Benjamin. Plays at that one. It's kept a little bit low. There might be some good fortune in that. Through to the wicketkeeper. And there's no run. But yeah, I know the Professional Cricketers Association, the PCA, have been talking about that, and that the workload's particularly on bowlers early and late in the season with those groups of championship matches. Obviously, the demands of the clubs as well. They love to have as many T20 games as they have now and as many championship games they have, because the spectators want to see cricket as well. So, but the balance, I suppose, has to be struck.
So difficult to go and manage. This so multifactorial, isn't it? When it comes to, I know bowlers would probably love to start with a wide ball and then.
That's Fernando bowls to Chris Benjamin. That's a much better shot. Cut away. More orthodox for the red ball towards the boundary, but just gets himself a single. He'll take strike as well. 74 for 5. Been joined by Michael Cohen here. Kent left arm quick bowler. Just do a bit of potted history. Don't want to bring it up again, but kept out her season by a back fracture. Just for listeners that are just joining us and don't know, Mike, and having moved from Derbyshire, that was your last club as well. But we hope to see you firing very soon.
Thank
obviously.
you. I appreciate that.
And I know it's been a long road back, and it's great to see you with a smile on your face. And I know that you've talked before about how well Kent have supported you through this, and that's the best you can hope for, I suppose, joining a new club, isn't it? If there's something like the worst happens and they support you. So, but 74 for 5. Alassane then will bowl to Benjamin. He's on 30. Having survived a couple of rash shots, I think it's fair to say. I'm not being unfair to him by saying that.
No, not at all.
That's to the other side, just checking.
I mean, you probably feel a little bit disappointed that he hasn't cashed in when it has been slightly wider as the bowling's been so accurate.
That's I suppose that's the ways you as bowlers get your wickets to an extent, isn't it? It's the
nothing better than bowling a 7-stump half volley and then making it to second slip. There's nothing better.
So we would often say from the commentary box, well, you would have wished that one of his better deliveries had got a wicket, but
they never do they?
You take them. You take the wickets where you can get them. That's what you have to do, don't you, as a bowler? When it's in the scorebook, batters don't worry about they flash one over the slips and it's 4. It's still a boundary, isn't it? 74 for 5.
Feel really hard done by at times if you're bowling a great spell and nothing happens. So you have to dangle a carrot at points.
Yeah.
Even if it's unintentional, sometimes it'll work.
It's little sand bowls to Benjamin. I remember it's, no run off that ball. I was speaking to Adam Milne after taking a hat-trick for Kent in a T20 and said, well, congratulations. He said, we're all caught on the boundary. You want to congratulate the fielders. I said, you're not just taking the wickets where you can? And he said, yeah, fair enough. I'll look back in a couple of years' time. I'll be very happy with it. It's still a hat-trick. Alassane to bowl to Benjamin on 30. The inside part of the bat there, that's excited the wicketkeeper and slips, but it has ended up forward of the stumps at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And
I'm excited to watch Kellaway bowl at some point with both arms if he does get it out. I know we don't have another left-hander. I'm just wrapping my head around it up until Garrett, so hopefully we get to see him use both arms in this innings.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Nick was telling me about that. It's a shout. Height looked fine. Alassane has run past Benjamin in that appeal and has sunk to his knees. And is that looking pretty close? Whoa, that's a very convincing appeal, I would say. Chris Benjamin, his body language has been calm as cool as a cucumber, but I would say there's an amount of disappointment, certainly from Glamorgan, and there we go. As batters, sometimes you just need to take the lives where you can get them, I would say. 74 for 5.
Baddest game, isn't it?
Well said. That's a great delivery. What a great response from Hassan. Hasn't lost his discipline. That one has got a little bit of life off the pitch, bit of movement as well, through the wicket keeper. And Hassan goes back to take his cap from the umpire. Doesn't look him entirely in the face. A maiden it was as well. He's bowled really well. So there's a fifth seamer. This is a good spell, isn't it? Yeah, not for 20 off 6. And from the Bowlers Union, Michael Cohen giving him the seal of approval. 74 for 5. We're coming up to a 5 o'clock update. I'm Matt Cole with Michael Cohen. And, there we are. I'm sure you won't be phased, Michael, but the travel news from BBC Radio Kent is coming to our ears, and I'm about to do an update for them with the latest situation here.
Go well.
And I won't be sugarcoating it, that's for sure. With the BBC, we don't do that. And bowling from Fernando now. Leading gets inside the line of that one as that one leaves him through to the wicketkeeper. And there is no run. 50 partnership, I missed that. There we go. Amidst all the excitement, but they've not done a bad job. So updating radio listeners right now, if you're listening online or with the stream. Yeah, a bit of a fight back coming here, Bobby, which they absolutely needed at Kent. They are 73, big appeal for LBW there. They've survived that one. Kent are 74 for 5 now. 50 partnership between Jack Leaning and Chris Benjamin, and it needed to be as well. Kent in all sorts of trouble at 23 for 5. Finch, Compton, Bell, Drummond, Mayea and Singh all gone for single figures. That in response to this massive total of Glamorgans, who absolutely dominated this game so far, of 5-4. 9-4-9, 181 in that for Ben Kellaway, his maiden first-class century. Fantastic innings that was. As I said, Bobby, Kent fighting back here in the sunshine. They've got a lot more fight back to do on day 2 of this game. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. It is 74 for 5. Oh, we've had some football news as well, and I've missed that, but 26 for Leaning now. Benjamin has 30, and Michael Cohen joining us, and I think we'll bring in Nick after this over, Michael, but thank you so much for joining us, spending time. You said you're a guitar player as well before we went on air. Is that right?
Oh, I've stitched myself up now, have
I?
No, yes, I am.
Genuine interest.
Yes.
We're not going to ask you to play on air or anything, don't worry. Fernando to Leaning, and that's a great shot from Jack Leaning, straight back down the pitch. Maybe a little bit over pitched by Fernando, but certainly Leaning has checked that back past him and goes on to 29. Benjamin 30. Bit an outlet from your cricket?
It has been, especially over the last year. I don't think my flatmate and George Garrett appreciated some of the music I played. He's a fellow music lover, but some of my taste gets to the heavier side, which he doesn't necessarily appreciate. Why are there people shouting again? It's like, no, it's more technically, it's more difficult for me to play on guitar, hence why I play it. It's like, no, you enjoy it.
There we go. You make a convert of him yet?
Slowly. It's a slow reintroduction or introduction for him. It's just moving the goalpost slowly.
He seems like a good guy, George Garrett, though.
Fantastic human being.
Yeah, absolutely
fantastic human being.
I think one of our fellow commentators described him off the pitch, at least, maybe not on the pitch when the red mist is appearing, but as a perfect son-in-law material. There we go.
Wow. I can see that.
Any father would be happy to have him as a son-in-law, put it that way. So, good luck with the practicing the guitar.
Thank you so much for having me on.
And with your cricket as well. And one ball to come of this over, and we'll get Mikey go. Michael Cohen, Kent left arm. Quick bowler. We hope to see him in action before very long in front of us here on the stream. That's through to the wicket-keeper. No run, 78 for 5. Mikey, thank you very much for joining us. A pleasure. Come back and join us whenever you like. And spending a time here with us in the commentary box, the Kent fast bowler, 78 for 5. We wish him well in his further rehab, and charming company, and we hope he's frightening batters very, very shortly out there in the middle. 78 for 5, 30 for Benjamin, 29 for Leaning, and Isn't it incredible how these pace bowlers, particularly, as I said, terrify batters? You talk to them off the field, and they are the most charming company. You talked about Mark Wood, the similar way.
Nothing personal for anyone he raps on the hand or whatever.
No, quite. As Ul Hassan, who's bowled, as Mikey attested to, bowled an excellent spell here, Nick. Perhaps hasn't, I'm going to paraphrase, probably hasn't had the luck that he deserved, particularly with an LBW decision in the last over. But
well, yes.
It's the umpires who make the important decisions.
They're a bit closer than we are, but even on re-examination on the stream, it looked close, and there was a near play on a couple of overs ago as well.
Yeah. And that's an edge. Past third slip, Ul Hassan casts his eyes to the heaven there. Benjamin's got away with that, and that will be 4 runs. Yeah, he almost chopped onto his stumps, didn't he? They're going for a slightly wide one. That one is a definite edge from Benjamin, who survives. He's on 34, leaning on 29. Glamorgan still all kinds of on top here. Interesting email from Conrad here on BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. I'm trying to convert people to our new address, but it's coming in. Oh no, sorry, you have got the right. I beg your pardon. What am I saying? BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. That's left Benjamin off the pitch with some lift from Ul Hassan through the wicketkeeper. He says, was told by a senior figure at Kent they came very close to signing James Harris over the winter before he signed a new contract at Glamorgan. Shame, as he was excellent when on loan previously. An exceptional career record. I once saw him score a sublime 100 at Lords as well. But I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary, despite Kent's struggles. Conrad, thank you for that. Always, many of us have been admirers of James Harris since his loan spell here and before for Glamorgan as well, with a great start to his career. As Hassan bowls, tucked into the onside, just straying onto leg and middle, and that will be 2 for Benjamin, if not more. They didn't run the first 2 with any commitment, I'd have to say. They were watching the ball, Chris Benjamin, so they're not going to make 3. Benjamin has 36, leaning on 29. So I missed this on X, on at BBC Kent Sport. Gilles Gregg, was he a Gillingham fan? First he's saying, need rain. Stephen follows up, need biblical levels of rain. At least some gallows humour from Kent fans there, as well they might. Ul Hassan bowls. An edge through the slips from Benjamin this time. Goodness me, he's had some lives, has Benjamin. What do they say? If you're going to flash hard.
They do.
That's gone between first and second slip. Well, I say between, if you drew a line from each of their outside feet there, but it's gone well high as well. No chance for them, but Benjamin has 40 now out of 88 for 5. I mean, it's easy for me to say, but in a way, I think Glamorgan need to worry too much about this, because chances are appearing, and you feel before very long another wicket may fall for Kent at 88 for 5. They have plenty of runs to play for. The deficit is 461 now. Left this one for Benjamin. You need to leave one eventually. 88 for 5. Glamorgan 549 for 9. I'm Matt Cole. Nick Webb beside me.
He's had a bit of a charmed life, hasn't he, Chris Benjamin, against the bowling of Zain Ul Hassan, who is unlucky to have figures of 0 for 30 next to his name. Yeah, James Harris eventually signed for Glamorgan, confirmed he was staying at the end of October. That was published, so a little month or so after the season had ended, but I'm sure there was other interest as well. Neil Thornycroft on ex-Welsh supporter. What a nice guy Michael Cohen seems. There we are. Mike O'Hara, fantastic. From Glamorgan, much more like it. As Fernando is in from the Nackington Road end, and there's another appeal. This one looked a little bit high on Jack leaning, but possibly on the thigh pad, but in some difficulty against the pace of the Sri Lankan there. 88 for 5. That's just
maybe going down, but again, I
decent shout.
As a bowler, I would have.
Ask the question as loudly as possible.
Absolutely right. I couldn't be absolutely sure. I'm not denying the umpire's got that one right, but yeah, definitely worth asking.
In comes Fernando from the Nackington Road end, down leg side, well taken by a tumbling Chris Cook. A random female messaged me on Blue Sky rather earlier. Sarah said, I leave you for a short while and Glamorgan bowl like the vintage West Indies. I'm not quite sure about that. There wasn't quite as much chin music as in the West Indies heyday when they had their battery of 4 quicks plus a few to spare probably on tour. 88 for 5 as Fernando bowls. That played into the offside.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, I've just clicked the mute off on my on my computer there. Nick was hearing 2 of himself.
Thoroughly confusing me for a moment. Apologies for that. 88 for 5. Harris is warming up for another spell. Possibly taking over from Ul Hassan, who has bowled 7 overs now with absolutely zero luck in adding to his 3 wickets with the ball so far this season. As Fernando in bowls. Nice drive from leaning up towards the scoreboard. That one should race away for 4. It will do. And Kent move up to 92 for 5. A recovery, having been 23 for 5 at one point. So Kent managing a fight back, but with Finch, Compton, Bell, Drummond, Muyeye and the new boy Singh all back in the dressing room in a torrid start against Van der Hoogten and Harris. Fernando bowls, short ball, at, leaning ducks underneath, makes no attempt to play. He's on 33. And Fernando coming on as a change bowler rather than opening the bowling for the first time. Well, he's going at 3 runs and over. He has made them hop around on occasion. And it's been, I think, an improved performance by Fernando on his 2 away trips before. In Glamorgan colours. And he comes, bowls, check, drive from leaning up to mid-on. No run, 92 for 5 at the end of the over. Remember, 400 required to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. On a personal indulgence, congratulations to my better half Charlotte and my daughter Madeline, who have completed the 20-mile walk around the grounds of Blenheim Palace in aid of breast cancer now.
Yeah, congratulations.
Totally shattered.
I bet they are.
Is the verdict on that.
The great thing about that is you can just load on the carbs at that point, isn't it? So the food tastes so much better when you're exhausted. So
yes, I think there is some food put on for them on the finishing line. So they've just got to drive back from, my wife's got to drive back from Oxford to Cardiff tonight. There we are. Anyway, well done. 92 for 5 as James Harris will come back into the attack from this pavilion end.
Keith's been in touch on the email. Keith, we've updated it to put a BBC in front of that just for future reference. BBC KentCricket@gmail.com. He's led with this sentence as Harris, former Kent bowler, on loan, as we said, bowls to Benjamin, back at him from the Kent batter. It's entitled, this one from Keith. Is it still 2024? Oh, Keith. So an encouraging start to the season, but it seems like the Kent boys have now gone back to their old bad habits, he said. Tended yesterday, highlight was a stunner of a catch by Bell Drummond. It was indeed, wasn't it? But Kent bowling poor. No good using injuries as an excuse. Dudgeon did look the business for one game, but he is history for now. I think, I'd have to say though, Keith, the run of injuries has been, I mean, last season was bad, but this has been remarkable in all the wrong ways. Straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. He said, Ingram and North East, grrr, he says, are class. But this is not a Glamorgan team which I expect to be achieving promotion this season. I think they bowled really well, I have to say, though.
Well, the way they started, I mean, they're still adrift at the bottom despite an improvement last week.
I take your point, Keith. There was a collapse which we've seen from Kent before, but many teams have that in them, unfortunately. Swashbuckling shot, that's a lovely swish of the bat from Benjamin, and he's crashed that through the offside forward of square for 4 runs. A little bit of width from Harris, maybe. Well, I say maybe. Shine going off the ball here as well. Benjamin has 44, Leaning has 33, Kent 96 for 5. He says their bowlers are showing us up, consistently attacking the stumps on a good length. And when we collapse, he says, we collapse big time. I'll keep the faith, though. And he says, good to hear your ironic humour. I hope it's not too irritating for Kent fans, but you've got to see light in the darkness. As Nick
it's
said,
only a sport.
As Nick has said, yeah, I think certainly events as Harris bowls to Benjamin. That's the outside part of the bat, but he's kept it low, and that'll be 4 runs, consecutive 4s off James Harris. Won't please him. Kent, the 100 is up. There we go. Talk about ironic humour. Small steps, but yeah. I think that's where the gallows humour comes from, Keith, isn't it? In that I think we've been certainly reminded this week with events elsewhere in the world that it's not a tragedy, it's not a disaster when there's a batting collapse. It's frustrating. We're passionate fans and we'd love our teams to do better, but all the best, says Keith. And Norwich Spitfire, indeed. It's great to hear from you, Keith. And into the onside. And that's definitely not a dressing down for people who get passionate and angry about sport. But yeah, there we are. It's 100 for 5. Glamorgan are definitely best in Kent in this one, I think it's fair to say. Great to hear from you, Keith.
Yeah, still 300 needed to avoid the possibility of following on, but
yeah, thanks, Nick.
These two making Glamorgan work hard.
Indeed, 100 for 5. Harris bowls to Benjamin. 48 for him so far, looking for his maiden 50 in, I say Kent colours, but it is white, isn't it? But it's metaphorical colours. We've got the blue numbering on. So Leaning 33, Benjamin 48. My goodness, Kent needed a fight back, didn't they? From 23 for 5 at one stage. 100 for 5 now.
Yeah, Chris Benjamin, born in Joburg, went to university up in Durham, 4 years at Warwickshire, but made his name really for in the one-day game first, didn't he? With earning himself a 100 contract fairly early in his career. Scored 50s on limited overs and T20 debuts. And a century on Warwickshire debut as well, first class. So he's got a record of starting well. This is second game of the season. And he is poised for a half century, possibly offering the BBC Radio Kent correspondent an interview opportunity this evening,
well,
maybe.
Good point, yeah.
Fernando in to Leaning, edges over Carlson at slip. 4 runs. Fernando stands mid-wicket, head in hands, and ponders the unfairness of life. 104 for 5. Leaning has 37. Didn't know much about that one. Carlson jumped, but couldn't get there in time.
Indeed. So yeah, best part of 20 overs remaining. So plenty of cricket to be played, obviously, and opportunities for Glamorgan for some of those to go to hand rather than over the slips, but fortune favouring the brave from Chatlaney's point of view.
Yes, Fernando into bowl past the outside edge. Fernando watching Leaning, pushing forward. I'm not sure he's a man of many words, Asitha Fernando, but gave Leaning a bit of a stare there. And when I look down at my notes against Leaning's name, an early LBW appeal from Fernando, an inside edge past the stumps from Fernando when he was on 7. And then that edge over the slips also off Fernando. So it was Ul Hassan who's created the sort of dodgy moments for Benjamin at the other end, but definitely Fernando who's had leaning in some difficulties. As there's another appeal for LBW, he likes this one, and it's eventually given. Fernando celebrates. That was a crazy, crazy appeal from Asitha Fernando. He went charging down the wicket, appealing back towards the umpire, and eventually Jack Leaning's difficulties against Asitha Fernando end in his dismissal. And that was a long, long wait from Sue Redfern there before she raised the finger.
I think Jack Leaning is complaining that he might have touched that onto his pad, and well, there we are. It's definitely hit the pad because he's been limping away, but steam coming out of his ears as he goes off. Jack Leaning, but there we go. We can't tell the contact from here, but Leaning is frustrated. But having said that, both these batters have ridden their luck to an extent, a great extent, over the last few overs. Kent 104 for 6. They are in trouble. Grant Stewart looks up towards us or towards the heavens as he comes out.
We're not going to give him any help. Sorry, Grant.
No.
If you want to know how to play Asitha Fernando, my answer would be from up here and not out there.
The very most I'd go to is try and get down the other end. So 104 for 6. It was a long hold, and maybe that added to or caused Jack Leaning's frustration. But he's gone, and as we've been saying throughout this game, what it'll say in the scorebook is Leaning LBW. Fernando, he goes for Jack Leaning for 37, breaking up that partnership, which was the biggest, needless to say, in Kent's innings so far.
Yeah, it was worth 81. A few dodgy moments along the way, but they persisted and survived that long at least. 104 for 6. Well, I had mentioned that Fernando had his moments against Leaning, or vice versa, however you like to put it. And now he is back in the pavilion for 37. Fernando bowls. The new man is Grant Stewart, and he plays that out on the offside. And there's no run. So batting to come. Right, you might have to help me with the order of Garrett Parkinson and Kashif Ali. 9-10 Jack.
Yeah, Kashif batted last in the previous game against Middlesex, so it may well be that it is Parkinson, Garrett and Kashif, 9, 10, 11. Grant Stewart has got a couple of 50s already at this season.
As Fernando bowls to him, and he's off the mark in quite sweet fashion as he plays it up through long off. Gorvin made the pursuit, but in vain. That was nicely timed from Grant Stewart, with a very firm punch really through mid-off up to the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, proper all-round. A couple of 50s already for him this season. One against in the first innings against Middlesex, and one of the first against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, fabulous record with the ball coming into this game, and although
top wicket taker for Kent.
He only had, one victim. He did bowl pretty tightly, didn't he? He was the most economical of the Kent attack.
A big miss when he's out of the side, that's for sure.
108 for 6. Fernando bowls, and Stewart plays to mid-off. No run. And, 20 overs left. Plenty of time for Kent to make headway, or Glamorgan to make further inroads into what is now the middle lower order. And Benjamin battling away. Survived a few off Zainul Hassan. LBW appeal and a couple of edges. But he'll now have to face up to James Harris.
Indeed so. He's just being tossed the ball now. Tim van der Hugten. 4 slips in for Chris Benjamin, who, despite getting to 48, has given them the idea he might be helping the ball towards the slips, that's for sure. Back at the bowler, and there's no run. Stewart has 4, and let's face it, Glamorgan have plenty of runs to play with. 441 of them. There's a difference between the two sides at the moment. 108 for 6. And scoreboard pressure, we talk about it a lot, but you see it time after time in 4-day games, and indeed in one-day and T20 as well. It's inside part of the bat, hasn't middled that. Benjamin up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, maybe getting ahead of myself, but in this weather, were Glamorgan to dismiss Kent by maybe lunchtime tomorrow, then they might get to have a second knock for a couple of sessions, possibly. See how the bowlers pull up tonight, maybe.
Oh, they bowled really well on a surface which Kent got a bit out of, but nothing like this. Attacking shot from Benjamin into the offside. It's fielded by Hassan.
It's interesting that 3 of the dismissals were balls that popped up, weren't they? I feel like Compton gloving towards Gully, and Muyeye and Singh both caught at short leg. Yeah,
Singh's looked to turn him around as well, didn't it? He was didn't really know where it had gone off the edge of the bat as it looped up. A quick single taken. Grant Stewart was slightly slower getting going than Chris Benjamin has hustled him through there. Not saying he's slow, but you had to be called through for that one, I think it's fair to say. Elsewhere in the county championship, Yorkshire 80 for 1. They had a first innings lead against Essex at Chelmsford, leading by 173 now, so healthy lead already in a low-scoring contest. Surrey 52 for none. Their reply to Warwickshire's massive 665 for 5. Big centuries for Tom Latham and for Ed Barnard in that game, and for Zen Malik as well. His maiden first-class century. Oh, it's played on by Grant Stewart. He's gone for an expansive shot and has dragged that onto his stumps. And James Harris gets his man, and further woe for Kent. 109 now for 7. And, well, what we're talking about, might have been talking a moment ago about Glamorgan. Well, maybe they'd have a second bat. They might think about having a second bowl at this point. Stewart has gone 109 for 7, Kent. All at sea, and James Harris has a third victim, and Kent are a mountain behind in this game.
Yes, I mean, it's possible that Sam North East might have to make that decision sooner rather than later, as Glamorgan get into the lower order of this Kent side.
Stewart gone for 4.
We wait to see who will emerge at number 9, whether it's Parkinson or Garrett, or indeed Kashif. Stewart wanders off, having not managed to match his bowling performance with the bat. It's Parkinson, the leg spinner, who might be something of a tired bunny, having sent down 41 overs, 3 for 149.
He's been stubborn with the bat for Kent. Certainly last season showed hitherto uncharted stamina in delaying attacks in the lower order, but he'll need to do a heck of a job to help Benjamin to anything like a respectable score here. 109 for 7, Kent, and still 281 short of avoiding the follow-on. Now, that's pretty sure that's not going to happen at this stage. So, as you say, Sam North East will be maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, called to take that decision. But as you say, he might be forced into that tonight, Nick.
Yeah, good start to the season for Harris.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, this is his first game, isn't it? And he has 3 for 18, running away from us, bowling to Parkinson. Full-length delivery, asking the question of Parkinson on off stump, and defended just into the offside. There's no run as Alassane fields. Into the over 109.47. And just looking at the wicket takers for Glamorgan. We mentioned Zain Alassane. I can still quite work out how he didn't get any wickets rather in his 7 overs. He looked very likely to for most of those 7, I would suggest, but I'm sure he's a good team man and he won't mind so much if they can bowl Kent out cheaply here.
Here comes Fernando then into bowl to Benjamin on 49 not out, and he remains that way as he pushes that one on the leg side. There are singles to be had on that leg side because mid-on Harris is the only man saving the single. Backwards square leg is deep. Well, Alassane, we've just been talking about, is 5 metres in from the ropes in front of the dressing rooms at fine leg. The pitch over towards the right as we look out from the pavilion towards the hospital side of the ground, as Fernando's in and bowls a short delivery that Benjamin initially shaped a hook at least, but it fizzed through before he had time to complete the shot. He may have pulled out, to be fair to him. There are 3 slips. Also on the offside, there's a mid-off. There's a deep cover point on the ropes, and there may well be a third man, since I think I've only named 8 other positions on the field, so we assume that third man is hidden from us by the woolly stand. Fernando into Benjamin, 49 not out, drives into the offside, and there's plenty of room for him to go through for the single that takes him to a half century. So well batted to Chris Benjamin in adversity. 83 balls faced and 8 boundaries for the Kent keeper batter.
Yeah, just his second first class 50 of his career. Chris Benjamin, he has a century, if that makes any kind of sense, and a 50 so far in his career, so high score of 127. But yeah, that's his second 50 completed. And yeah, that's one reason he wants to be at Kent, is to play more red ball cricket. He's got his opportunity and trying to take advantage of it here, but he needs to watch the other end of the pitch as well, I guess.
Parkinson on strike, and Tribe goes into short leg, and Fernando bowls, and Parkinson defends that one solidly out on the offside. There's no run, so he'd played 14 first class games before this season. Average of 24.5.
Talking of gallows humour, Roy's been in touch. Such a sunny day. I'd intended to drive from Deal to the Sport Kent. I found my car had a flat tyre. Thank goodness for wayward nails, he said. Roy. Oh, good luck with that.
Fernando bowls. Oh, that's a vicious delivery that gets big on Parkinson, and he was tempted towards it instinctively, but managed not to make any contact. Well, I'm sure Kent would have appreciated the support if the nail hadn't been present, and you could have seen Chris Benjamin score 50.
That's true. That's true indeed. And Ben Kellaway's tongue was a thing as well.
It was a mature performance as well, wasn't it?
Really good. Really well paced, wasn't it? It didn't seem to panic at any point or get antsy at the crease.
Fernando into bowl. Parkinson flirts with danger, and Fernando gives him a look. Parkinson making something of a hesitant start to his stay at the crease. It's 110 for 7.
Yeah, Ballard's now in the wickets for Warwickshire. That doesn't seem fair, does it? Having scored, was it 170? I think his career high, certainly against Surrey. He's just got Rory Burns out, so Surrey 58 for 1. Warwickshire 665 for 5. Drop these nuggets in from the excellent BBC Cricket text page, just live reporting on all the games around the country, all the way through the season. I want to keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere. Harris then bowls to Benjamin, tucks this into the onside, gets himself a single. He has 51 so far. Parkinson yet to score.
And I'm sure Ben Kellaway's day, the Chepstow all-rounder, will be brightened by the news that his lot's second 11 have just bowled out Mackin first 11 for 80. Oh dear.
Right. Thoughts and prayers, Nick. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah.
Another great day for the firsts.
So Harris bowls to Parkinson. 4 slips in. Attacking field as you'd expect with this lead of 438.
And am I going to polish that when I write the match report for Facebook?
Oh, sorry. The own team. I thought you meant talking
club
about this
one.
Yeah.
No. Well, I report straight down the line, of course, for the BBC.
Course, yeah.
But
so you'd be dazzled by the glare from the Glamorgan performance, that's for sure. But yes, good luck with that. As Parkinson keeps the ball low, good stop at 4 slip that one, and that's Asa Tribe, who's taken 2 catches at short leg. Lovely stop at 4 slip along the ground.
yes, and has still got the old short leg pads on.
Oh yeah, may not be long before he's called into action again, but
I think he's had them on more or less non-stop.
has he?
Even then fielding at cover.
Obviously, if Kent were to lose 3 wickets fairly quickly here, you do wonder if Sam North East might be swayed by the fact of having, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 overs at Kent before the close of play. Would that be a thing, do you think? Or
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the overs to be delivered by Glamorgan, it was 50-80 in all when they started. They'll lose 2 for the change round in innings. It's just a question of deciding whether they'd be fresh enough to go again effectively tomorrow morning.
Yeah. They got through 40 already. This is Parkinson into the offside. It feels to me, and listeners might be engaged in this as well, that all the actual stats are, but that sides enforce the follow-on less than they used to.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Anecdotally only is that captains now see, certainly in the county game, that not bowling their seamers into the ground perhaps is a thing, as much as building a lead, putting more scoreboard pressure on. Harris bowls into the offside, no run for Parkinson, end of the over 111 for 7.
Yeah, it's I suppose a busy block of cricket this opening block, isn't it? With teams playing 7 matches in the course of 8 weeks. It's my view that maybe there ought to be not particularly Glamorgan, but generally a bit more rotation of players so that the teams can keep on playing even when the individual players don't. But I'm sure James Harris has, with his PCA hat on, would argue for the players to get greater rests and indeed the possibility of reduction in the championship to 12 next season. Here comes Fernando then, running towards us and bowling and beating the edge of Benjamin, who went for the drive there and was beaten all ends up, to be honest. Didn't get the pitch of it. And the ball might just have been swinging a little bit as well.
I was interested in Michael Cohen's thoughts on that from a bowling perspective, and he was saying as much as the games being close together it's the introduction to the season as well, and that happening in April, 4 games in April, more back to back, if you like.
Yeah.
That actually the thoughts that I think the ECB are having about perhaps putting the 50 over competition or part of that at the beginning would be an easier introduction coming off of March, where perhaps you haven't been on the grass very much.
Fernando bowls and, well, fiddling with it is Chris Benjamin there. I'm not quite sure whether he played that or not, but there was some movement of the bat towards the ball. Whether it was deliberately too late to make contact, I'm not sure.
Pass.
Anyway, he survives. Still the 3 slips, the short leg not in place for the established Benjamin. Fernando in bowls, outside off stump. No shot offered by Benjamin. And to be fair to Asitha Fernando, and I have been critical of his performances away from home in particular, that he has looked a lot tidier. He's looked hostile at times. He hasn't leaked runs, and he's on 1 for 30 in the 10th over. Having said which, he did come on when Harris and van der Hoogten had got rid of the first 5. Fernando in bowls, turned on the leg side into the gap by Benjamin. They'll run the first one fast because there might have been 2 there, because Chris Cook had to make ground out from behind the stumps to where the square leg umpire would normally have been. Mr. Newell is lurking at point at the moment.
Quite a way out as well.
Just trying to work out where the sun is and whether he's trying to get away from peering into the sun, or perhaps he just anticipated that Glamorgan would have a short leg now for the relatively new batter. Parkinson has yet to get off the mark. 3 slips and a gully and a short leg. Fernando in bowls, and Parkinson is off the mark now. As he plays that one through the offside, there is no sweeper on the offside at the moment, and he's off with a boundary. 116 for 7 are Kent, as they look to get to the close tonight. The somewhat belated close of play.
Probably got an hour to go.
Yeah, best part, there are 15 overs after this, most delivered by the quicks. Might see a bit of Kellaway, but Glamorgan supporters will certainly relish the long day. Fernando into bowl. Oh, that's a poor delivery down leg side, and it's well stopped by Chris Cook to prevent it racing down the slope towards us. 116 for 7, Parkinson 4, Benjamin 51. The first 5 out for single figures to Harris and van der Hoogten, then Leaning and Benjamin with a partnership of 81 for the 6th wicket. Leaning LBW to Fernando for 37. Grant Stewart played on to Harris for 4. Harris and van der Hoogten have 3 each, and Harrison looking to add. Harris, very long first class career, started at the age of 16.
Bowls now to Benjamin, and shaped away from him. It's a good ball. Benjamin's played inside it, but down the wrong line. Didn't get an edge through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. But yeah, just going back to that, those thoughts maybe about next year in the championship, it feels like these aren't even leaks, are they? They're sort of overtures by the governing body. You hear these things, and perhaps it'll be 12, almost testing the water, but how much counties want to lose a home game in the championship, and maybe, as is being mooted, cutting the blast down, which is a big money spinner obviously for the counties.
Yeah, I don't see that element at all, to be honest. I mean, county championship cricket, many people love it, but it doesn't pay the bills. The blast does for the counties, particularly for the non-100 hosts. So why they would agree to lose blast matches is beyond me.
Yeah, I can't see the counties voting for it, that's for sure. As Harris bowls, and that's along the ground and away, thickish. Outside edge from Benjamin. I think he was playing squarer than that, but it'll go for 4 anyway, and he goes on to 55. No, agreed. 116 for 7. There's talk, isn't there? Of, I mean, these are all, is it blue sky thinking? But about a Swiss tournament, as in the way that the Champions League qualifiers are done now. So there'll be an 18.
I really don't understand that.
An 18-team county championship, but you'll play 12 games, and you'll play, for sake of argument, 4 games against a team who are ranked in the top third 4 in the second and 4 in the third. Appeal from James Harris. Ball has gone very leg side off the pad. Umpire is unmoved, Mark Neal. But yeah, that being the theory, is you'll play an assortment of teams of different rankings, but you'll play 12 of them rather than 18 or 9 twice, if that makes sense. And then basically your score is calculated as from those 12 games. Answer the postcard, please. I hope I haven't confused people too much by mentioning that, but you'll play 12 other counties.
Yeah, I'm not a huge football fan, so I was thoroughly confused when you brought in the Swiss model.
I'd say it's nothing to do with the Swiss necessarily. It's what the tournament model's called. But yeah, so Benjamin defends that one back up the pitch. But essentially, that's the idea: is you play 12 matches against other counties, and it's those 12 which will decide your overall position, even though there are 18 counties in there.
I quite like that format we had in 2021, the second season that was affected by COVID, where there were 3 seeded groups of 6.
Yeah. As Harris bowls to Benjamin, that's an attractive stroke. And yeah, definitely meant that. And that might run away for 4. It does. Really quick outfield in the offside. Plays well in the offside, Benjamin. And 4 more for him. He moves on to 59. Parkinson has 4.
So in that model, again, you played... you had basically 2 top-ranked sides, 2 middle-ranked sides, 2 lower-ranked sides in each group
of 6,
on form, and then the top 2 went through to a Division 1, if you like, for September, middle 2 to Division 2, and the bottom ones to Division 3. It was, again, a little bit confusing, but it kept everyone interested, and it... gave everyone the chance to progress.
Of course, the Kent are the reigning Division 3 champions, and that may never be beaten. They're the only team to have won all 3 divisions in the county championship.
Fernando is in, and Parkinson is playing that one. Oh, through points. There's a complete misfield by Will Smale, the substitute fielder, who managed to run over a very innocuous push there. But
what's that football chant that goes, "You'll never sing that, you'll never sing that"? Division 3 champions, you'll never sing that. There we go. But yeah, I take your point. There are different ways of arranging those fixtures if you want fewer.
Thursday nights on Channel 5 was my favourite derogatory football chant for the lower European competitions. As that hits Parkinson on the thigh, may have been a bit of inside edge. The appeal on that one was not concerted. Glamorgan have appealed a lot, it must be said, but there have been 2 LBWs granted. Finch to James Harris and leaning to Asitha Fernando. The rest catch Gully, one at slip, 2 at short leg, and Stewart playing on to Harris. Fernando in the evening sunshine. It's into Parkinson, and that one has flicked off the arm, I think, and ran on the bounce to northeast at slip, but Parkinson's felt that one.
Yeah, just above the elbow, I think. I was going to say that's good news, isn't it, the bony part? But that's easy for me to say up here, isn't it?
Well, he's to be to his credit, he's got long sleeve shirt and probably I presume an arm guard as well.
I think it's just him on the forearm.
124 for 7. Fernando out to make life difficult for this lower order. As that one shot along the ground. Oh, Chris Cook had trouble in blocking that one.
Is he all right?
He's just asking for a hand up, I think. As he had to, he went tumbling and just had to block it with his body and take the blow, just above the stomach, I think, on the in the hip area. As that one didn't get up at all, and Glamorgan will be encouraged by the sight of that if the pitch is starting to produce that sort of delivery. If that had been on the stumps, it would have been nigh on unplayable. Fernando into bowl off the leading edge. It flies towards Smale at point, and there's no run. Parkinson is not enjoying this, I think it's fair to say.
No, it's a bit of working over this, isn't it? It's in physical danger as well as losing his wicket.
It's Fernando, probably the fastest of the Glamorgan bowlers. 1 for 34 at the moment, as he finishes his 11th over, having come on first change for the first time. No spin so far employed by Glamorgan, the 5-seamers. As Fernando bowls, this time Parkinson is able to leave with impunity. 124 for 7. Parkinson remains on 4. Benjamin has 59. A maiden from Fernando, his second. As Glamorgan probe away in the evening sunshine. 13 overs left. Can they dismiss Kent this evening? Benjamin leading the defiance.
Yeah, indeed. Nick, thank you. So Harris continuing his spell. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 27. Great return from the Glamorgan man. And 3 slips in a gully in behind Chris Benjamin. Forward defensive for him. And there is no run. Is that Andy Gorvin maybe just stretching the calves there? Yeah. A few leaps up and down, a few twists. And for me, that would be a sit down, but no, he's getting ready to bowl.
Let's twist again like we did last summer.
Yeah, indeed. Arms wheeling around.
Don't think I'm in danger of taking over as lead vocals from you anytime soon.
It's Harris to Benjamin. That's very wide. Benjamin helps it into the offside. As much as anything else. No ball? I think it may have been, yeah. Umpire Newell saying it's just overstepped there as well.
Harris may be just starting to look a little bit weary in this first day on the first day. It's only his 12th overs, but just losing some of his earlier venom maybe.
Yeah, it's bowled really well, obviously, but time comes, maybe fatigue takes over. Here's Harris then, bouncer to Parkinson. He's up on his toes, thinking about fencing that away at one point, and then just manages to keep out of the road of it. Does Parkinson? He's on 4. They've not been afraid to use the short stuff to try and unsettle him. As Harris is back to his mark. 4 slips in. Oh, that's short ball, and that's hit him. That's hit Matt Parkinson. Something's come off the helmet there. Is that the net guard? May well have done.
Yeah,
Parkinson actually looks fine, if that makes any sense. But I think it is the
equipment repairs needed rather than physical repairs.
They'll have to check him, obviously, but yeah, that's. I don't mean to be over alarming people, because Parkinson has walked away from that. He's not gone to ground, and they're waiting for new equipment for him. They'll need to test the integrity of the helmet as well if it's hit the helmet. Dan George, the physio, comes out and delighted to say, well, that's what the protective equipment is for, isn't it? Let's face it, is to save Matt Parkinson in that situation. More short stuff. And that was a vicious bouncer from Harris. But it doesn't look like Parkinson is any the worse for wear. In fact, yeah, the questions will start now at percussion protocols.
Who are you? Where are we? Who are we playing?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's strange, isn't it? Because I actually was taken through the rugby protocols at the Principality Stadium, and they appeared quite tough, to be honest, for a player in the heat of battle, whether he's concussed or not, to be asked who you're playing, who you played last week or whatever. I mean, if someone said to me, who did Glamorgan play last week, then I might have to think twice, because the season does blur after a number of games, doesn't it? Anyway, yes, the concussion protocols, certainly in rugby, are not to be sniffed at.
No, fair enough. So, conversation between Dan George and Matt Parkinson has finished. He's back with his helmet on. Assuming if that neck guard has just come off, then maybe he can replace that. The integrity is fine. There was a joke, wasn't there? I don't want to get political about this, but maybe a couple of years ago when they stopped asking players who the Prime Minister was. Because it just wasn't fair. 127%.
Changed too often.
Indeed, yeah. 549 for 9. Glamorgan declared. Kent 127 for 7. The evening sunshine now. A couple of minutes to 6. Still 12 and a half overs to bowl. And obviously that stoppage won't make us finish any quicker. Parkinson has to compose himself now. Harris decides not to go for another short ball. That's a good length delivery. And knocked into the offside. So 2 balls to come off this over. Matt Parkinson is a feisty character. Easy to be unsettled by that kind of thing. He didn't seem to be fair. It was maybe looked more worrying, more spectacular, because the neck guard came off the helmet, it detached from it, but can't have been pleasant. It's Harris now from this pavilion end, away from us, bowls to Parkinson. Nice flow of the bat. It's gone behind square. Fielder is after it. I'm not sure they're going to reach this. It's a dive. Is that Ben Kellaway?
Yes, he's still got spring in his legs, hasn't he?
He's not quite reached it, but that was a great effort. I mean, no, he's a professional sportsman, but you've scored 181 that out. Goodness me, you've been at the crease all that time. He's got an excuse just to ease up, hasn't he? The ball going towards the boundary. It's 4 runs anyway for Parkinson, so congratulations to him. And Kent moved on to 131 for 7.
Kellaway did sprint about 30-40 metres there and hurled himself at the ball just as it was about to cross the road.
Sorry, great description. I should have mentioned that. But I don't know if I'm projecting here, but he does look a little bit wearier as he walks back.
Don't hit it this way again.
Perhaps he's remembering what he's done today already. Edged and gone, is it? Is it gone to ground?
I don't think has claimed
He's
it.
not walking, no. Fair enough. There we go. Second slip there. Was that Sam
Probably northeast it usually is.
There wasn't a shout. I wonder if it was one of those where he's taken it and no one has quite realised it's happened. But the edge,
bounced a few inches short,
absolutely. So 131 for 7. Parkinson survives, advisedly, that phrase used, and he is in the conversation with Chris Benjamin in the middle there. 12 overs to survive for Kent, though.
Yeah, Parkinson, I'm afraid, is not giving the air of permanence at the moment. He's struck a couple of decent boundaries through the offside, but the other 20 balls he's faced have provided him with a variety of problems, I think. It is the established Chris Benjamin on 60 not out, who is on strike though, and Sitha Fernando to bowl to him, and that's through outside off stump. No shot played. There's Glamorgan coach Richard Dawson and the always be shorted David Harrison go for a little perambulation. We've seen Jonathan Trott here today in Glamorgan colours. The current Afghanistan coach, former Warwickshire and England batter, who is helping out with Glamorgan at the moment when available. Fernando into Benjamin, who's forward, defending up to mid-off. Gorvin, the fielder, no run. 1-3-1 for 7. And I suppose Kent can say, well, we've added more than 100 for the last couple of wickets, but they were in such a deep hole beforehand that even a prodigious amount of digging has left them still a fair way underground and still searching for the light. 400 to avoid the possibility of the follow on. 131 for 7 they're on as Fernando bowls a short ball that Benjamin doesn't really have to get too far out of the way of. So the course of the day, Glamorgan opened searching for batting bonus points and for Kellaway's century. Well, he went on from 91 to 181 not out. It did more than just reach 3 figures. He was flirting with a double century had they been out there much longer. Stand of 109 with Andy Gorvin, who made 47. Fernando in, bowls, and Benjamin this time takes the hand off the bat as he dead bats it out in front of him. Gorvin races into field. Then with Glamorgan declaring just after lunch, the opening bowlers, James Harris with the first 2 wickets, Tim van der Hoogten with the next 3 did Glamorgan proud. It looked as though they were batting on a minefield for a moment, for an hour or so anyway. Benjamin and Leaning started the haul back. Leaning made 37 in a stand of 81. But he was gone to Fernando, and Harris claimed a third as well, as that's through outside off stump, and Benjamin plays no shot. Grant Stewart dragged on for 4, leaving Parkinson to try and support Benjamin through these stages of the evening session. And with Kellaway's innings, I mean, he played it really maturely, and I didn't have any real chances written down against his name for that marathon knock at the crease for 5 hours and 34 minutes. It's a lot for a youngster. Fernando is in to bowl, not threatening the stumps there, so Benjamin is able to ignore it, plays no shot, gets his bat thoroughly out of the way. 1-3-1 for 7 with 11 further overs for Kent to survive tonight.
Yeah, and at the moment you'd have to say that's odds against the way that Glamorgan have bowled. Well, they'll do what they can to survive. Bowling figures as Harris does continue, 3 for 43. 1 for 34 for Fernando so far, so into his 13th over now. James Harris bowled 6 to start with the D, so this will be into his 7th. Is it the other way around?
I've got it written down somewhere, I think. First over spell was 7 overs, 2 for 9.
So he's in his 6th of the second, so yeah, good stamina here. 4 slips in, 131 for 7. So bowls now to Parkinson. Good shot into the offside. Tucks up between 2 fielders. It's Kellaway again, running through the covers. He'll be tired at some point, I'd imagine. 131 for 7. So he looks a bit hangdog now. He still hasn't lost any sprinting speed or his enthusiasm going after the ball. He just looks a little bit slower each time. Going back to he's almost just sort of half tiptoeing out towards the offside boundary. Does feel like it would be a little bit kinder to him, but there we are. He's young. That'll be the excuse. Benjamin facing there and driven up to wide-ish a mid-off when it's fielded by Salah. Not quite middled by Benjamin, but good enough. Get himself a single. Parkinson's back on strike. No hint of them trying to protect him. Hassan fielding that one. Here's Harris once again to Parkinson, who's worked his way to 9 from 23 balls. Here's short ball, plays that off his chest. up to mid-on. There's no run. It's BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales. Our commentary on the club feed, of course, with the pictures. BBC Sport commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. On most smart speakers as well. Just tell your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Glamorgan Day 2 for the next 10.5 overs, as this one's defended back to the bowler. And tomorrow Day 3, I'd suggest.
I think probably go that way.
I think, I think that's the way it works. In my faultless logic, I'm pretty sure we're going to be here tomorrow. There's something really extraordinary happens in the next half hour or so. Harris then to Parkinson. Short ball again. Parkinson does well. He's equal to it. Fends it off the chest. Back down in front of him. No run.
Yes, the question is whether we'll be here Monday, and I would suspect that Kent will muster some more runs, some more resistance somewhere along the way, with 13 wickets remaining to them.
Yeah, until surprised if second time around they do better. Slower delivery from Harris, driven by Parkinson into the offside. It's fielded by Zainul Hassan, and that'll be the end of the over. Andy Goran is still warming up. It's almost like he's just trying to...
hinting to the captain.
Yeah.
Come on, I want another bowl.
There we go. And is that... Oh, it is. There we are. He's taken the cap off now at the far end, so he'll replace Asita Fernando at the Lackington Road end. He's all enthusiasm, Andy Goran. No doubt about that. He's batted well, bowled well too. Yet to take a wicket.
Yes, but we don't think it's his birthday, despite how I advertised him earlier. There's an alternative fact in a couple of the cricket publications, as Donald Trump would say.
Fake news.
Yes, it's turned out to be fake news, we believe. 133 for 7 as the shadow from the Woolly stand extends about a third of the way towards the middle, and Govan bustles in and bowls with a grunt, and Benjamin plays no shot, goes through outside off stump. So Benjamin in just his second match of the season, having made his name with Warwickshire, and a credible knock here today, again outside off stump. Those three wooden things in the middle are the ones to aim at, most of the time anyway. Benjamin having 4 years at Warwickshire. A little dabble with Durham on loan. Couple of selections for the Birmingham Phoenix 100 squad to boost the old bank balance. Outside off stump. Good carry on that from Govan. It was a bit closer, but still didn't require Benjamin to play a shot. He remains on 61 not out. 2 wickets falling in this evening session after Kent staggered rather to tee at 50 for 5. So 133 for 7. You could say 2 wickets for 83. It's been a reasonably even session. But Kent need more than that as Benjamin leaves another one outside off stump. Kieran Carlson falls over for no particular reason. Nothing to keep himself amused, I suspect. 133 for 7. Morgan would prefer to be bowling against Parkinson, but I don't think they're going to offer singles to to Benjamin to do that. Goran into bowl. Needed to play that one, did Benjamin, but did so competently up to mid-on. Glamorgan looking for a final surge of effort in these last... Well, they've gone 10 past 6 and there's still probably 40 minutes of cricket left, you feel. 9 overs after this one anyway, 35 minutes maybe. Driven towards cover, and Ul Hassan got something on that. There were shouts of catch it. I think it pitched just short of him, and it spun away behind him. It was eventually chased by Fernando, but they've gone through for a couple of runs. Benjamin has 63, Parkinson has 9, and Kenta 135 for 7, with 9 overs remaining of the evening's entertainment.
Indeed so. And more entertaining for Glamorgan fans than Kent fans, but at least there's a fight back here, and nerves are jangling from Kent's point of view, trying to extend this, perhaps extend this first innings at least into day 3.
Evening to Emir Evans, a regular correspondent, settling in for the last 40 minutes on the stream, hoping the good work of the afternoon continues.
It's been your team's day, there's no doubt about it. If I'm guessing correctly as to who they support.
Don't know if there's many Kent fans called Emir, to be honest.
Well,
might be a few.
Don't mean to be presumptuous. Edge and through the slips. I think Sam Northeast has parried that. I think it's going to go for 4. It is indeed. And Parkinson survives. And did that carry? It looked like it to me, but let's look at the replay. It's Parkinson to play that first ball from James Harris.
Yeah, I think that's a spill.
By the captain. So he gets to glare at himself for that one. Parkinson survives. 4 more to the total, 139 for 7. As Harris straightened it up. As takes the bat away late, does Matt Parkinson. But yeah, it looked like it went to hand, didn't it? And it's bounced away from, bounced off, Northeast off, almost for 4. This was a dot ball.
Chris Senior on Blue Sky saying, you'll probably have heard this one before, but at 100 with 7 downwind, the Canterbury tail.
There we go.
It's new for a Welsh audience, probably not for Kent one.
139 for 7.
Keith Davis pointing out another Wikipedia alternative fact is that Toby Rowland-Jones is listed as 6 foot on that particular site. He's actually, as Keith says, good 6'5".
As Harris bowls to Parkinson, leaving through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
I mean, there are sports people who have been known to add an inch or 2 to their height, but not in the case of Rowland-Jones, I don't think, as I've spoken to him in person, and he towers above me. 6'2".
Well, we're both safely over 6 foot, I say. But I think there is a thing with men, isn't there, about being 6 foot, and obviously being taller than that. It seems inconsequential, but but maybe for professional sportsmen, they want to be. Perhaps it's important. I don't know. It's up to the mid on it goes.
I think it's coming from the world of rugby, where players are
right
prone to slightly exaggerate their height and weight if they have a chance to do so.
Fair enough.
It's one of the few areas of life where forwards in particular actually want to be heavier in most cases.
If it helps them get a contract, why not? Is Harris to Parkinson. Up to mid-off, and there's no run. Will seem more intimidating, perhaps. 139 for 7.
Yes, if you hear about a 20-stone prop forward or a 6'8" second row, then
well, I suppose that does sound.
Think, ooh, that's a big fella, big unit.
That might take the weekend off. got some washing up to do. So end of that over, 8 to go.
Yeah, reasonable resistance, I suppose, from Kent in this final session. Only lost 2 wickets so far. Those of Leaning for 37 and Stewart for 4, 1 apiece to Fernando and Harris. And Andy Gorvin, 5 overs for 10 so far.
Yeah, they've made 30 in around about 10 overs, Kent. Not going at any blistering speed. Gorvin to Benjamin. Benjamin back at the bowler, who fields it on his follow-through, sticking a right hand out. Drops the ground, tosses it away to Hassan to shine the ball. Ball shiner in chief. 27 on his back. These bright red numbers for Morgan, almost putting Kent to shame. Not only do they have them on their jumpers, but they're very easy to see from a long distance away. Gorvin charges in. It's driven away off the back foot by Chris Benjamin. Doesn't entirely time it. Gets himself a single though. 140 for 7.
No, that looks to be the sort of shot that was going to be heading rapidly through the covers. It ended up sort of trickling to Kellaway at point, who went through a bowling action there, and he's doing a few stretches now, so we might have the close of play brought forward a couple of minutes by a few overs of Ben Kellaway.
So look at their over rate. Looks like a plus on there though, but it's Gorvin. Oh, that's a good ball. That leaves Parkinson off the pitch. Keeper takes it low in front of Colin Ingram. Great movement. Ball's 50 overs old, but that's a good delivery. I think, as our emailer earlier, Keith said, I think Glamorgan have shown Kent how to bowl here. They've been better. They've been more accurate. Very few buffet balls to relieve the pressure. It's been tough for Kent to make these runs. It's also not a great delivery. This one gets a little bit of lift and also leaves Parkinson. Almost feels like a bit of a seam bowling exhibition, this one. So this is the one that's that will leave you off the pitch off a fullish length. This is a shorter one which will leave you. Nice work from Gorvin. Credit where it's due. Oh yeah, that's nice. Just back of a length, that one. If he took a bit of pace off that as well, but maybe not. Gorvin to Parkinson. This one, plenty of vim in that one, but an easier leave, a more comfortable leave for Parkinson outside the off stump. Assumed this one was going to leave him off a full stump line. The other one that comes back the other way, Gorvin. This might be the ideal time to bowl that one if Parkinson thinks it's going away. 147 for 7. 64 for Chris Benjamin. That was almost half the total. So Parkinson, that one has come back! Inside edge and gone! That's a great delivery by Andy Gorvin. That one, at the very least, held its line. Looked like it was coming back, in fact, the way that Chris Cook took the catch. And there's a big hug from Colin Ingram for him. And Parkinson's resistance is ended. 140 for 8. He goes for 13. Partnership of 31. Not inconsiderable in the context of this innings, but drop in the ocean for the arrears that Kent have. 140 for 7. Parkinson goes for 13. And great catch from Chris Cook off the bowling of Andy Gorvin.
Yes, to change direction, if you like, as Cook did, and take that catch heading towards the leg side. Even off a seam bowler of medium pace like Andy Gorvin takes some doing, and Cook at the age of 38 doesn't really seem to have lost any of his spring behind the stumps. Late in the day as well. I mean, all right, they were batting until the afternoon, but he's still been out there for 50 overs, and to take a good low catch like that is full credit to Chris Cook, and well bowled to Andy Gorvin, who probably deserved a wicket on his first few overs.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely delivery, and that's ball to come. No, sorry, that was the last ball, beg your pardon, of the over. So 7 remaining, 140 for 8, as George Garrett comes out to join Chris Benjamin, who's in danger of getting marooned here, and 64 not out. And Ben Kellaway is warming up, going through his bowling action. We might see some off spin here. So, yeah, the over 8 is +1. They've done well with that, haven't they? Bowling all seam.
Well, your eyesight's better than mine, because I can't see that, to be honest. In the very bottom of the digital scoreboard.
+1. It could be -17. Who knows?
I'm not doubting you, Matt, unless you've made it up off the top of your head. Ben Kellaway will bowl some right arm off breaks.
Yeah. So Michael Cohen said he was looking forward to seeing if he bowl right and left.
Possibly not, unless there's a bit of resistance. He did throw in a left arm delivery in the last over against Derbyshire. I think the penultimate ball, as Derbyshire were blocking out, as Kellaway is in from the pavilion end and bowled slightly back of a length, knocked around the corner by Benjamin, single taken, and therefore Garrett will be on strike. Number 10 for Kent. 1 for 1 for 8. Garrett in his second match mustered 13 runs for his 2 dismissals last time out. And Kellaway will come around the wicket, the left-hander, with a slip and a short leg, as Garrett is forward correctly, pushing to short cover, who's also in a semi-catching position there. Sam Northeast on the drive, on the offside. Oh, that's a bit of a drag down, and Northeast done really well to get a hand to that, and they go through for a quick single, and they are home. It wasn't a great delivery. Northeast stopped it going for 4. Ball cannoned away from him, but not very far, and it was a bit of a cheeky run to get Garrett off the mark.
That's a really good stop.
142 for 8. Can Kellaway add a wicket to his fabulous innings? He's got Benjamin back on his stumps, playing it off the pitch, but defending competently enough out on the offside. Just the slip, no short leg for Benjamin. Kellaway in, bowls. Oh, that's down leg side, nicely taken by Cook, who threatens to whip off the bails.
If Benjamin will try and protect Garrett here, will he try and take the single?
Last ball of the over. It's defended into the onside. Well, there might have been a scrambled single, but they didn't seem to be looking for it in the end. Dot ball, 142 for 8. And number 10, Garrett, will face up to Andy Gorvin, the Glamorgan medium pacer, whose birthday it isn't.
It might seem like it's his birthday after taking that wicket, but no, whatever. Oh, sorry about that, listeners. I was just warming that one up, see if it will work, but no. I think you need to say these things with more commitment, don't you, rather than... You tell my heart wasn't in it. So Gorvin will bowl. Slip cordon of Messrs Ingram, Northeast and Carlson. And Kellaway at point. Asa Tribe is at leg slip. I wonder if he might try a short delivery maybe. There's a mid-wicket. Wideish mid-off and mid-on. Gorvin to Garrett. Leaves that. Left-hander. Very much leaves it. Just almost held the pose as it went past him, or across him. 142 for 8. Just Benjamin at the other end, not out on 65. Gorvin to Garrett. And yeah, has left that one alone. Gorvin just hasn't. And those two deliveries made Garrett play, and he's not going to, but very won that last over against Matt Parkinson to get him out inside edge in the end. I'm sure we'll get his radar right before long. 1 for 11 so far, 6.2 overs. Scampers in now to Garrett. Oh, he said that. No, that one has pitched well outside off stump again, and Garrett is holding the pose. He doesn't need to play those.
Yeah, the combination of the slope and the left-hander.
Maybe so, yeah.
Not immediately dealt with by Andy Goran.
Not agreeing with him so far, as we said. Some of the crowd just drifting away now towards the end of this second day. 5.5 overs left, and that one squirted away off the toe end of the bat, outside part of it as well. A comeback for 2. As spirited chase by, guess who? Kellaway, who's out-sprinted Kieran Carlson to the ball there.
Yes, actually, that's quite rare. Carlson's quite fast over the ground.
Looks a little bit sore-footed, if you take my meaning now, as he's running back there. There's no real lift in the knees, I would say, from Ben Kellaway, but no surprise there. 181 not out earlier in Glamorgan's 5-4-9 for 9. Here is Goran bowling, wrapped on the pad. Height may have been an issue there. Tall man. George Garrett.
Speculative appeal, I think, for Goran. He wasn't really expecting that one. Maybe Carlson's found a new racing rival, because in the days when Andrew Salter was also in the side and fielding in a similar area, they frequently used to chase each other to the boundary if the ball went past them.
I thought you were maybe talking about end-to-end, which sides do sometimes, don't they? See how quickly they can get to her. But yeah, it's a longer chase. Garrett back to the bowler. End of the over. Did well enough there, Garrett. 2 off it, 144 for 8. And Kent surviving here. Now it's 2 or 3 for the changeover.
2 for the changeover.
2. So if they were to lose 2 wickets, you know what I'm trying to say here.
Yes.
We may not be back after that, but at this point we would be.
So another 18 balls for Kent to survive with their last 2 wickets to avoid the possibility of batting again tonight.
That's 2 inclusive of the over you're in, is that right? Or is it 2 plus?
Well, the over you're in counts as an over completed.
Right. So
see
include
what I
that
mean?
one, yes, absolutely right. So
I'm not sure if that quite answered your question.
no, I'm not quite sure I knew what I was asking. So here's Hassan to bowl.
As that's played away on the offside, and they've gone through for a single.
Sort of completely lost track of whose over that was, but it is yours now, isn't it? So,
yes, Hassan back on after. Was that 1 over from Kellaway?
Yeah, absolutely right. Just the 1. Yeah.
I mean, a couple of shorter deliveries, but not really enough time. I thought he might be bowling the last few from this end. Maybe the skipper thought he was looking a bit too weary. Hassan bowls, and Garrett defends to mid-off. No run. One, 4, 5 for 8. Still 255 runs needed to avoid the possibility of a follow-on. Will Glamorgan enforce it? Will they bat again and look to get 500 ahead, maybe? As that comes off something and runs away past Chris Cook for a run. Leg by? Yep. The keeper diving away to his left in vain. 146 for 8. And Benjamin on strike, the right-hander. Still 3 slips. Hassan was unlucky not to get Benjamin in an early spell. There's an early play on, an LBW shout and an edge. As Benjamin plays that one out on the offside, and there's no run. So 3 wickets apiece for Tim van der Hoogten and James Harris. 1 apiece for Sitha Fernando and Andy Gorvin, the change seamers. Nothing for Ul Hassan, bowling as the 5th seamer today. And Ben Kellaway just the 1 over for 2 runs. Ul Hassan bowls nicely, driven into the offside by Benjamin, but with urgent shouts of wait, wait, wait. Despite Ben Kellaway going down in the dirt, he couldn't field it, and Tim van der Hoogten had his mate's back as he moved across to his left at mid-on. There is possibly some jocularity about events there. 146 for 8. Ul Hassan bowls and Benjamin is forward. Defensively, end of the Ul Hassan over. 146 for 8 it remains.
Indeed so. 4 to come then of this second day, which has belonged to Glamorgan. Kent just eking out what they can from their first innings, still 403 behind. It's been a tough day at the office for them, but for Glamorgan, dominance, and for them, the sight of a victory, the feel perhaps that they are on their way to the first of the season. So an outside part of the bat as Garrett drives at it, goes to Kellaway at point. No run, he doesn't need to move this time, should be good for him.
Yeah, having said which, Glamorgan were dominant for the first 2 days against Derbyshire last weekend, so no chickens in Welsh coops at the moment.
Oh, that's fair. And you can't get the collapse out of their system for the second innings, and back like Glamorgan did, he's all this and buts, obviously. Could make it very difficult towards the last day of the game, driven by Garrett. Again, he hasn't really middled that up to mid-on, no run. But, yeah, in a great position anyway to try and force the advantage through to victory. If any other games are going at the moment, we'll just check the other scorecards as we go through this over, but Gorvin coming in, 4 slips in behind George Garrett. Garrett leaves that one alone, just gets the bat inside the line, flies through, stumps at Chelmsford with Yorkshire 114 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 207 going into the third day against Essex, so very much on top in that one. Surrey stumps at Edgbaston 98 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 665 for 5 declared. Still going at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 136 for 7, 274 the lead against Hampshire. Garrett pushes that into the offside. Kellaway fields, no run. And to conclude at Division 1, Sussex 61 for 3. That game is still going on at Hove on the second day. So 61 for 3, 165 ahead of Worcestershire, and the other game in County Championship Division 2. That one's still going. Goodness me, get no one bowler overs in time. No is the answer. 140 for 5. Northamptonshire leading by 102 in the second innings against Lancashire at Wantage Road. This one's left by Garrett through to wicketkeeper Chris Cook. They took a marvellous catch to get rid of to help Andy Gorvin take the wicket, I should say, of Matt Parkinson. Some great bowling too. 146 for 8. That's the last wicket to fall, the most recent one to fall. Here is Gorvin to Garrett. Attractive looking shot, that one into the onside, and steals the strike as well as James Harris fields. So 3 available at the end of day 2. 147 for 8.
Yeah, just looking to put some context on Ben Kellaway's innings today. Going into this season, he had a first-class average of 10 from his first 6 matches, albeit that did include an experience opening the batting. Until 2 matches ago, he'd never made a first-class half-century. Got 54 not out in the first innings at Lord's. Got 74 in the second innings at Derby on Monday. And now he's got 181 to his credit. As Ul Hassan bowls, turned away by Garrett to fine leg. Single taken. So it looks as though, unless we have 2 very quick... Well, no, that's it, isn't it, for the day, isn't it? Inside the 3 overs, Kent's openers can get their whites off. As Ul Hassan bowls, Benjamin forward, playing down to point, single taken. Goran the fielder.
Yeah, Ul Hassan doesn't have to worry about padding up anytime soon. Should Glamorgan
not enforce the follow on?
Yeah, quite. He can bowl like he's never bowled before in terms of speed.
Bowl like you mean it, as the Killers would no doubt sing if they were cricket fans. Not known to be. 149 for 8. Driven by Garrett, and he'll pick up, I think, 4 runs here down towards the cafe. Tim van der Hoogten is in pursuit, but the ball slows up. Van der Hoogten just dabbing it back inside the ropes. Has to turn, but they're through for 3. That brings up Kent's 150, albeit with 8 wickets down. We're in the 56th over of the innings. 152 for 8. Garrett on to 8. Benjamin on to strike. Ul Hassan up the wicket. Bowls, away swinger. That no shot is required. Glamorgan will be very much hoping that they don't have to wait for the new cherry to get rid of these last 2 wickets. We're only in the 56th over of the innings.
Of course, Glamorgan kept Kent waiting a long time this morning, didn't they? With just the 1 wicket in the first session. They had a 100 partnership between Goran and Kellaway. Really set up that the icing on the cake of the big total.
Turned away on the leg side. Single down to backward square for Benjamin. He moves on to 68. Total to 153 for 8. And it looks as though Kent's first innings will live to fight another day. Steward just the side of us and doing some of the tape on the Woolly stand. I'm not quite sure why, because surely they'll have the same restrictions tomorrow. Ul Hassan in to bowl. Garrett drives, fielded or half fielded by Ul Hassan in his follow through. There is no run. 2 overs left. 153 for 8. Kent a relative recovery, having been 23 for 5, but still not enough to get seriously back in the match.
Yeah, still very thin this first innings. Absolutely right. And it'll be final over from the far end. The Nackington Road end will be Andy Galvin.
Actually, there were a few people in that stand, which I didn't realise. It was just being prevented from exiting and entering on this side, maybe.
Yeah. So there are 3 slips in there. And umpire Newell is at point rather than square leg. Umpire red fencing. It's Benjamin got himself tucked up a little bit there. It was a shout from Corvin. Very enthusiastic. It ended in disappointment for him, though. It was an owl rather than an owl's at, I think, from him. Realise there might have been some bat on that from Benjamin, preventing him from... just got tucked up in his back pad, almost, his back thigh pad. And there's... Ooh, inside edge? No. Good movement from Goran, and Benjamin ending up down on one knee, having tried to drive that away. That's definitely beaten him. This time he was hoping he had hit it. The previous ball he was hoping he hadn't hit it. So there we go. Funny old game, cricket. Yeah, it's definitely gone between bat and pad. There's an extravagant shot again from Benjamin, which he didn't make contact with. And goodness me, something's happening every ball. Goran, full of enthusiasm, almost ends up face to face with Benjamin. This one is on leg stump. I think even if it had hit the bat, that was going down leg side off the pad. About 3 to come of the penultimate over. Goran turns now. I love this enthusiastic run up. He absolutely hares in, leaning slightly to one side. Bowls now. Very fast arm speed as well. This one's played into the offside. Well, I was going to say a more convincing shot from Benjamin. He hasn't really got any bat on to any great degree in any of these deliveries yet, but that is propelled properly into the offside in orthodox fashion. It's another dot ball. So 2 to come. And, here's a question. If they go 9 down here, do we go into extra time before the close? Give them a chance to get the 10th as it's hit straight back at Goran, and there is no run.
Don't believe so.
No.
No, the
close
the
is
extra
close.
time for the close is only if there's a possibility of a result, isn't it,
okay,
on any given day. Right, one of Glamorgan's earlier games did go into the extra half hour when Leicestershire were pursuing a 3-day win.
Yes, Goran then to Benjamin leaves that through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. I don't know what to be that guy, but just wondering if there's any chance of the game finishing today rather than they're going to get the floodlights on later. 153 for 8. I mean, if the day finishing. Yeah, Goran maiden over, 1 for 14 off 9. He's been that accurate, and that nagging in his length and line.
Look, I know you've been doing football for the last few weeks and presenting in the studio and whatever, but cricket matches, don't expect them to be over in 2 days.
Or to finish when you expect them to.
Or to finish when you expect them to. Yeah, you have to be fully prepared for games to go, as Glamorgan's last one did, to 6:30 on the 4th day.
Yeah.
Ul Hassan to bowl the final over of the day from the pavilion end to Garrett, who pushes forward, groping for it rather, and it goes through to Chris Cook.
Yeah, Kent will be delighted if it comes to that. 6:30 on the last day. At this stage, you'd imagine.
Yes, they don't look hugely likely to get there at the moment, but who knows? Games of cricket can swing incredibly in the Championship. Ul Hassan bowls. Garrett turns it towards square leg. Will pick up a couple of runs as Goran comes in round from fine leg.
Kellaway does like a game effort to get to it first. Well, if he was 6 foot, he might be 5'10" by now after today. He's run so much.
Kellaway's 6'2".
There we go. Well, he still might be 6 foot by the end.
Is short mid-wicket as the shadows stretch towards the middle, and Ul Hassan bowls outside off stump. And Garrett, who is into double figures on 10 not out, plays no shot. Benjamin on 68 he'll be happy to lead on his bat probably at the non-striker's end after a decent effort from Chris Benjamin. I think it's fair to say that Ul Hassan caused him quite a few problems midway through his innings, but it looks like he'll survive. Ul Hassan to Garrett, threw outside off stump, no shot played. Thank you very much indeed to all the correspondents from both counties who've contacted us via social media and email today. It's always good to have your thoughts, and Matt and myself will be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow, thanks to Kent's Michael Cohen, who joined us for 30-40 minutes or so in the evening session. Ul Hassan bowls and Garrett defends. So Kent's first innings will go into tomorrow. Replying to 549 for 9 declared, with Ben Kellaway 181 not out, Kent 155 for 8, Benjamin on 68 not out, James Harris and Tim van der Hoogten claimed 3 wickets apiece to leave Glamorgan firmly in charge at the halfway mark of this game. Ul Hassan is in to bowl to Garrett, who will get a single off the last ball down towards fine leg. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of your day's entertainment from Canterbury. A day enjoyed by Welsh supporters far more than those of Kent, but Chris Benjamin doing his best to reduce the damage and to give his side some semblance of hope of salvaging this game. Kent finish at 156 for 8 in reply to Glamorgan's 549 for 9 declared. From Matt and myself, look forward to talking to you from 11 o'clock tomorrow morning on BBC Sport Online. Nos da chi gyd, a very good evening to you.
Very much for coming along.